Happening now, breaking news, troubled past. Police records show the Texas church gunman once escaped a mental health facility, was caught sneaking firearms onto his Air Force base and threatened military commanders. How was he able to purchase guns? Open to negotiation. Ahead of a major primetime speech from Seoul, South Korea, President Trump is toning down his rhetoric on North Korea, saying he hopes Kim Jong-un's regime will come to the table. Is the president willing to make a deal on nuclear weapons? Embracing a conspiracy? At President Trump's urging, the CIA director meets with a conspiracy theorist who argues that the cyber attack on the Democratic Party was an inside job. Does the president still reject the U.S. intelligence community's assessment that Russia meddled in the U.S. presidential election? And bellwethers. A year after voters sent Donald Trump to the White House, Americans are back at the polls. And with the president's popularity at an all-time low, key races will reveal a lot tonight about how voters are feeling right now. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Breaking news, stunning developments tonight on the Texas church gunman. Police documents show Devin Kelley escaped a mental health center back in 2012, months after he was accused of assaulting his then wife and stepson. The records say he was caught sneaking weapons onto his Air Force base and had made death threats to U.S. military commanders. Kelley was later convicted, imprisoned for the assaults, and received a bad conduct discharge. In the massacre investigation, officials say the FBI has the gunman's phone, but has been unable to access its contents. And the ATF says it appears his rifle was not fully automatic. But President Trump's nominee for a key Pentagon post, a combat veteran, sitting in his confirmation hearing, calls it insane that a civilian can buy a semi-automatic weapon like that used in the shooting. The president is half a world away in South Korea right now, but has been weighing in on the massacre, claiming hundreds more would have been killed had a bystander not used his gun to confront and wound the shooter. The president says it would have made no difference if tougher vetting had been in place when the gunman sought to acquire his weapons. And just hours ahead of a major speech in Seoul, the president is dialing back his harsh rhetoric against Kim Jong-un's nuclear-armed regime, declaring that efforts to pressure North Korea are starting to work and that he hopes the North will come to the table and make a deal. I'll speak with Senator Chris Murphy and our correspondents, specialists, and guests. They're all standing by with full coverage. We're following all the angles tonight. We'll get to the new details of the Texas massacre in a moment. Let's begin with our White House correspondent, Sarah Murray. She's with the president in Seoul. Sarah, update our viewers on the very latest.
North Korea is a worldwide threat that requires worldwide action.
President Trump aiming to send a muscular signal to North Korea.
The United States stands prepared to defend itself and its allies using the full range of our unmatched military capabilities if need be.
Even as the commander-in-chief, known for his fiery rhetoric, dialed it back in a visit to the nation with the most at stake.
I really believe that it makes sense for North Korea to come to the table and to make a deal that's good for the people of North Korea and the people of the world.
Appearing alongside South Korean President Moon Jae-in after the two men shared tea with their wives and took part in a ceremonial friendship walk, Trump offered a rosier take on diplomatic efforts.
We sent 3 of the largest aircraft carriers in the world, and they're right now positioned. We have a nuclear submarine also positioned. We have many things happening that we hope, in fact, I'll go a step further. We hope to God we never have to use.
For a president who once took to Twitter to suggest his Secretary of State was wasting his time trying to negotiate with Little Rocket Man, it was a sharp change in tone. There was no taunting North Korean leader Kim Jong-un with disparaging nicknames, no threats of fire and fury, though the president did leap at the opportunity to blame his predecessors for the diplomatic conundrum he now faces.
This is a problem, by the way, that should have been done over the last 25 years, not now. This is not the right time to be doing it, but that's what I got. That's what I got.
But even with his attention trained on international threats, Trump wasn't able to avoid questions about the latest horror at home.
Well, you know, you're bringing up a situation that probably shouldn't be discussed too much right now. We could let a little time go by, but it's okay if you feel that that's an appropriate question.
Trump didn't acknowledge the Air Force's admission that it failed to inform the FBI of the killer's domestic violence conviction. And he insisted additional gun control measures wouldn't have prevented the mass shooting at a Texas church.
There would have been no difference 3 days ago, and you might not have had that very brave person who happened to have a gun or a rifle in his truck go out and shoot him and hit him and neutralize him. And I can only say this: if he didn't have a gun, instead of having 26 dead, he would have had hundreds more dead.
Now, this is not a president who has shied away from a policy debate in the wake of other tragedies, but he was clearly reluctant to weigh in on the issue of gun control. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. We're getting stunning new details about the Texas church gunman's troubled past and run-ins with authorities as investigators try to learn more about his catastrophic final act of violence. Let's go live to CNN's Brian Todd. He's in Sutherland Springs, Texas, for us. Brian, what are you finding out?
Wolf, tonight, the more investigators learn about this gunman, the more obvious it is becoming that signals were missed, that he was a menace to the community with a history of violence. Prior to pleading guilty to assaulting his wife and child in 2012, CNN has learned Devin Kelly, the gunman who opened fire on this Texas church, briefly escaped from a mental health facility in New Mexico where he was being held. This 2012 police report shows that while Kelly was still in the Air Force, he was institutionalized after threatening his commanding officers and trying to sneak guns onto Holloman Air Force Base where he was stationed. Police later found the then 21-year-old at a bus station nearby. He was later convicted on the assault charges. Tonight, investigators want to know if a history of mental illness, a seething anger toward his in-laws, or both, led to his rampage.
He was thinking that his mother-in-law was in the church, probably, and, that's who he was targeting. But, I mean, as you know, all the other lives that he took and all the people that he injured, I mean, it's senseless.
Officials say Kelly's mother-in-law was not at church on Sunday, although his wife's grandmother was. She was killed. Investigators say Kelly was familiar with the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs and had attended activities there. His behavior had raised red flags for the church's pastor.
He did know him. He did not want him at his church.
Why not?
He said because he just thought that he was not a good person to be around.
Is there anything specific you can say about what he said?
No, he just said he didn't think he was a good person, and he just didn't want him around his church. But he said, how do I run him away from my church?
Records obtained by CNN show even more reasons to be concerned. Court documents show Kelly was the subject of a sexual assault investigation in 2013, although charges were never filed. And in a separate 2014 incident, Kelly was accused of abusing his then-girlfriend, who later became his wife. Records say Kelly's girlfriend texted one of her friends, saying her arms were red and that Kelly told her to pack a bag.
Apparently they talked to the female that was supposed to be, the subject of the abuse, and, she's saying no, she's not a victim.
Friends say Kelly also began going after them online in recent months.
Picking on a lot of other students, picked on me for losing weight. Also just, anti-God, preaching his beliefs of atheism, lots of gun violence videos.
A source telling CNN that Kelly had also become fixated on mass shootings, judging by indications in his social media accounts. All of this raising sharp concerns tonight about how a 26-year-old with a history of violence and threats was able to buy multiple guns, and why the Air Force did not notify the federal criminal database used for background purchases of his criminal history.
Unfortunately, this has happened in the past from a number of agencies. Nothing is perfect.
Another point of frustration here tonight. An FBI special agent here says they have the shooter's cell phone, but they can't crack it. They can't yet access the content because of encryption and other technology. But one official here emphatically said, quote, "We will get into that phone." Wolf?
All right, Brian, thanks very much. Brian Todd reporting. Joining us now, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. He's an outspoken critic of the gun lobby. Senator, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I want you to listen to a warning from the FBI special agent in charge who's handled this Sutherland Springs shooting. Listen to this.
I've done a lot on active shooters through the years. You look at the numbers are on the rise. I think everybody, no matter where you are, needs to think about this. If you're in a school, if you're in a college, if you go to the movies, we should all be thinking about what are we going to do if a crisis breaks out right here. There are a lot of programs out there. The FBI supports programs. We teach law enforcement. There's private community programs out there. But I think we all have to think very hard about this and make sure that we're prepared. Just like schools do fire drills, because we used to kill a lot of children in fires back in the early 1900s. I think we all have to take active shooters very seriously and do everything we can to prepare and prevent for that.
So, Senator, what should Americans think of their leaders if the best advice that they're getting is to prepare for a mass shooting at any time, any place?
Well, let's be honest. There is no way to prepare for somebody walking into a church with tactical gear, with a weapon that was designed for the military to kill as many people as quickly as possible. Truly, the only way to prepare for that inevitability is to stay home and never go out. And so instead, we have to be on the offense. Instead, we have to make sure that people like this do not get guns. Instead, we have to make sure that guns like that can do that much damage in that short a period of time stay in the hands of the military. So I understand what the agent is saying, and I'm certain that there are things you can do to prepare yourself. But in the end, you have to stop these people from getting these kinds of weapons. That's your best prophylactic against this kind of epic mass slaughter that we continue to see all across the country. We are not powerless to stop this, and people here in Congress need to wake up and realize that.
Senator, you say that even staunch gun rights advocates should agree that no American needs automatic weapons. Today, a Trump nominee for an important Defense Department position said it's insane that Americans can get semi-automatic guns. What prevents you and your congressional colleagues from passing legislation that would ban automatic or semi-automatic guns?
Well, of course, we already ban automatic weapons. It's just that the gun industry has found this clever end around. They can sell these aftermarket modifications called bump stocks, which turn a semi-automatic weapon into an automatic weapon. We should pass legislation tomorrow simply reaffirming the ban on these automatic weapons. But you are right. Law enforcement and military leaders are amongst the biggest champions of banning assault weapons because they've seen what they do in war. And they know that you don't need them to hunt. You don't need them to shoot for sport. You frankly don't need them to protect yourself in your house. And so if we can build a political movement in this country that is as strong as the gun lobby, that won't happen overnight, but that will happen over time, we will get these changes because the majority of Americans want these dangerous weapons off the street and want dangerous people to cease their ability to buy these weapons.
Do you think a ban on semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons with these bump stocks is something the constituents of your Republican colleagues would support?
I think this is a closer call than the issue of universal background checks, but polling consistently shows that more Americans support banning these weapons than support them continuing to be traded in commercial markets. Listen, these are copycat killings. The shooters are not continuing to use AR-15s or AR-15 variants by accident or by coincidence. They see the damage that is done in the previous mass shooting. They see the lethal efficiency of these weapons, and they choose the same gun. We need to wake up to that reality, take these guns off the market to try to protect people from this kind of just epic carnage.
How much do donations, political contributions from the National Rifle Association affect this entire debate?
Well, the NRA is very powerful. I don't know that it's about their donations. They contribute millions of dollars, but not hundreds of millions of dollars to candidates. It really is about the NRA's ability to make their endorsement a stamp of approval for a broader set of conservative values. We've got to find a way for Republicans to be able to communicate to their constituents that they're really conservative without having to pledge fealty to the gun lobby. Right now, their endorsement is a proxy for a broader set of conservative ideals. We've got to help Republicans break themselves from the gun lobby so that they can align themselves with the 90% of Americans that want common sense reforms like universal background checks.
When you look at all the mass shootings we've seen in recent years, why is it no matter how gruesome these attacks are, that whether it's first graders who are killed, concert goers, church goers, why is it, Senator, that you and your colleagues can't get legislation passed?
Well, it's a good question, but I do think that there is a sense of powerlessness that is washing over this country, and it's a mythology. It's a fiction that is really perpetuated by the gun lobby that has spread this lie that the only way that you can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. There are plenty of good guys with guns in Texas, but none of them could stop this shooter from killing 26 people inside that church. Ultimately, as I said, it probably is just a matter of building up the political power behind the anti-gun violence movement so that it equals the political power of the gun lobby. It probably won't be until that moment that we're able to end up defeating the legislators that are standing in the way of common sense gun reforms and passing the measures that the broad majority of Americans want.
I'm going to have you stand by, Senator. There's new information we're getting right now. We have more to discuss. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're back with Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. He's a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, we learned from Carter Page's testimony. He was a national security advisor to the Trump campaign. We learned from his testimony today that he met with lots of Russian officials during the campaign, including top Russian government officials, and that top Trump campaign staffers knew all about those contacts. Do you believe that is evidence of collusion?
I think we need to learn more about the details of that communication, but it fits a pattern. There is clearly a series of high-level contacts throughout the campaign between the Trump campaign and the Russian government or agents of the Russian government. I can't imagine that was simply a matter of exchanging pleasantries. There must have been business that was conducted there. I think right now the most important thing we can do is support Robert Mueller's investigation, make sure it's free from political interference. I have a feeling that if there's evidence of collusion, that he will find it and present it to Congress.
Do you believe the president himself knew all about these contacts when he was the candidate?
I think it's very possible that the president knew about it. What we know, in at least one instance, his son-in-law and his son were in a meeting with an agent of the Russian government. There may have been more meetings with close family members. I think it's possible that the president knew about these meetings, and I look forward to the story that Robert Mueller eventually tells.
The former CIA director, John Brennan, said back in May that, in his words, people who go along a treasonous path do not know they are on a treasonous path until it is too late, close quote. In your view, does that statement apply to anyone on the Trump campaign?
I don't think we know yet. I mean, it certainly seems as if these contacts were leading to something. Maybe it was a deal between the Trump campaign making promises to the Russian government about how they would be treated in a future Trump administration, and as an exchange for the efforts of the Russian government with respect to the 2016 election. But treason is a very serious charge. And again, I think we need to let the Mueller investigation move before we start lodging those kind of allegations at folks in the Trump orbit.
Yeah, I raised the question only because he's a former CIA director, and for him to use that word treasonous, that's a significant word, as you obviously know, all of our viewers know as well, and it came from him, and as a result, I just wanted to see if there's any evidence to back up that suspicion. Senator, thanks so much for joining us.
All right, thanks, Wolf.
Coming up, the first exit poll results from two key races on this election day as voters pick new governors in both New Jersey and Virginia. And at President Trump's urging, the CIA director meets with a conspiracy theorist who argues that the cyber attack on the Democratic Party during the campaign was an inside job. Does the president still reject the U.S. intelligence community's assessment that Russia meddled in the U.S. presidential election? Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Here's breaking news. We're getting our first exit polling results from Virginia and New Jersey, the two states where voters are choosing new governors today. Let's go right to our political director, David Chalian. David, what are you seeing?
Well, Wolf, as you know, we're 1 year away since that upset victory that Donald Trump had to the presidency. So a year into the Trump presidency, one of the things we wanted to ask voters in these two big states is, how do you feel about how Donald Trump is doing? So look in Virginia here. Donald Trump, according to voters today, is getting a 43% approval rate in Virginia. He's upside down there by about 12 points, 55% disapprove. That is not necessarily, those are not necessarily the numbers that Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate, would want to see on Election Day. We also asked people, what about your reason for voting today? And we tried to assess if the president is a factor in that. Look at that. About half the voters say he is a factor, and 49%, another half, say not a factor at all. But of that 48% that say he's a factor, by 2 to 1, he's a factor in the negative direction, that folks came out, 32% of them, to express opposition to Donald Trump. 16% of voters today came out to support Donald Trump. We see a similar story in New Jersey, a bluer state than Virginia, of course. So President Trump's approval rating is lower there. It's at 32%, 66% disapprove. That's tough numbers for the Republican candidate to see there. And then, of course, the Trump factor, 57% of New Jersey voters today will say that the president wasn't a factor at all. Of those that thought it was a factor, 29%, again, more, nearly 3 to 1 there, say in opposition to the president. 11% say they came out to support Trump. Now, one of the reasons why Donald Trump may not be as big a factor in New Jersey is because the incumbent governor, Chris Christie, is even more unpopular than President Trump. He may be having a bigger factor on New Jerseyans' minds today.
Yeah, very interesting. David, I want you to stay with us. I also want to bring in some of our other political specialists. Dana, let me start with you. What do you make of this attitude of these voters toward President Trump?
Well, if you focus on Virginia, which is where the race is really going to be, he's certainly underwater, the president, with regard to his approval rating, but he's doing much better than he is in our nationwide polls, which shows that only a little bit more than a third of respondents said that they support Donald Trump. So it says to me that it is a big question mark whether or not the Republican candidate for governor, Ed Gillespie, and his late strategy he's been doing for the past several weeks now to wrap himself in the cultural sort of policy and messaging that Donald Trump was so successful at in a lot of the Midwestern states, talking about sanctuary cities, immigration in general, whether that is going to work for Ed Gillespie and trying to bring over some of the working class Democrats that Donald Trump did nationwide. We'll see if there's a correlation between his success, his Ed Gillespie success with the Trump message, and how Donald Trump personally is doing in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Very interesting. Mark Preston, will Ed Gillespie's showing tonight in Virginia give us a hint just how appealing this notion of Trumpism without Trump is to voters?
I think so, because as Dana said, what we've seen from Ed Gillespie is that he has wrapped himself within the policies of Donald Trump, even as he kind of pushes Donald Trump away personally. You know, there's an interesting stat in one of our stories on CNN.com today, Wolf, that says that Donald Trump had been to his Virginia-based golf course 15 times, but had yet to campaign on behalf of Ed Gillespie. Now, Ed Gillespie hasn't asked him to campaign. We've seen Donald Trump tweet in support, as has his children in support of Ed Gillespie. But again, we haven't seen that picture of them standing next to each other. And one more thing, I would agree with Dana on this as well. The fact that 43% is a number, an approval number you do not want to align yourself with in any normal election year. He is still doing, when I say he, Trump is still doing better in Virginia than what we have seen him nationally. And if I was Northam, I'd be a little bit concerned about that number.
Interesting. David, what do you expect from the Democratic turnout today in Virginia, let's say, and New Jersey for that matter? What does that tell us about enthusiasm or lack thereof leading towards the midterm elections in 2018?
Wolf, that we know about enthusiasm just yet. I think we got to look at various areas as the votes are coming in to see if those Democratic strongholds, if we see numbers where he is, Northam, overperforming what Hillary Clinton did just last year in 2016 when she won the state by 5+ points, that will be an indication about Democratic enthusiasm.
You know, Dana, CNN's new polling shows that 44% are very concerned about the Trump campaign's Russia connections. How might that influence voting today?
You know, I'm not really sure if it will have a real influence on these two races because they seem to be obviously connected to Donald Trump with regard to the economy, with regard to these cultural issues that the candidates are bringing up. But with regard to Russia, I'm not so sure it's going to be it's going to show up in the exit polls or show up in the voter issues and the way the voters feel in these two places. We might have to wait until the 2018 midterm elections to see how that plays out. But I think as much as the Russia issue plays into the overall notion of kind of fatigue about Donald Trump, if it does at all, I think that might be the biggest factor.
You think, Mark, what happens tonight, the results we'll get, let's say, in Virginia and New Jersey will be a bellwether looking ahead to the midterm elections next year?
Well, we're certainly going to overanalyze every bit of data that we can pull out of these elections, specifically in Virginia, where I live. Wolf, I think New Jersey in itself is a different race. It's going to be a Democratic win. It's a Democratic state, even though Chris Christie had won there twice. But really, let's look at what's happening in Virginia. Let's look at where Ed Gillespie does well as Ralph Northam, specifically here in Northern Virginia, in the exurbs, counties that are about 15 to 20, 25 miles outside of Washington, D.C. Let's see how both candidates perform there, as well as let's see how Ed Northam does in driving out the African-American vote. We saw Barack Obama campaign on his behalf a couple weeks ago in Richmond. So I do think there is some data that we can walk away and use that as an indicator of what's going to happen next year.
Yeah, the polls close in Virginia 7 p.m. Eastern. They close in New Jersey 8 p.m. Eastern. Everyone stand by. There's more news developing right now. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're back with our political specialist, Mark Preston. How incredible was that testimony? We all went through the testimony, the transcript of Carter Page, the former national security advisor to the Trump campaign, testifying that, yes, he went to Russia, met with a high-level Russian official, and notified other Trump campaign officials, high-level officials, of what happened.
Well, a couple things. One, it was 6 hours of closed-door testimony. That is amazing in many ways, to have somebody have to sit there and answer as many questions. But by doing so, well, what we have learned is what Carter Page was saying publicly did not necessarily square with what he said privately. Now, not everything necessarily matches up that what Carter Page was saying was lies. Some of it was, but some of it helped to corroborate some of the information we already knew. Now, what I should note about Carter Page is, if I was a betting man, I don't think he's necessarily the connective tissue if there was any collusion between the Trump campaign and Russian authorities. But what it does show is that if he did in fact tell these Trump officials that he was doing these meetings, and these Trump officials either lied about being told or did not know about it, the big question is, what else did they lie about or did not know about?
A key
and
question.
That, I think, is very important.
Yeah, certainly is. David Chelian, in the testimony, and we've all read the transcript now, helps us better understand that high-level Trump campaign officials were aware of these various Russia connections. But what did the then candidate, now President Donald Trump himself know?
It's like the million-dollar question there, Wolf. What we do know, though, is that the officials that were aware were people that were speaking to Donald Trump. When I say regularly, I don't mean every couple of days. I mean side by side, next to candidate Trump at every hour of the day, basically. These were people that were aware of the Carter Page trip. So what President Trump knew, or then candidate Trump knew, is something that we will continue to have to find out. But it is not clear exactly from the conversations of Corey Lewandowski or Hope Hicks exactly what they may or may not have shared with Donald Trump.
How do you see all this unfolding, Dana? You've been watching it very, very closely.
Well, you know, I think at the end of the day, we don't really know the impact or the import of Carter Page and the testimony he gave because of what Mark said at the get-go. What he said even to Jake Tapper last week in public was quite different from what he said to Congress that we saw in these transcripts. One thing that I think is worth noting is something that happened on Capitol Hill today, Wolf, and that is Keith Schiller, not necessarily a household name, but a critical figure in Trump world. He was private citizen Donald Trump's sort of top security guy for years and years and years. Went with him through the campaign, even when the Secret Service was involved, into the White House with him. David talked about people being by Donald Trump's side, every hour of the day. Keith Schiller is kind of the perfect example. It's probably somebody who spent more time with Donald Trump over the years than anybody. And the fact that he was asked to go to Capitol Hill today, asked questions, no doubt, about things like the meeting that Donald Trump Jr. had back in 2016 with the Russian lawyer, and much more recently, the firing of James Comey, and what the president and what even the people around him gave for the reasons of doing that. So he's a really important figure. The question is, because he is a very loyal guy, whether or not he gave up anything to these investigators.
Yeah, it's interesting, Mark, President, because Schiller, he appeared today before the House Intelligence Committee. They're reviewing all sorts of things. He may have good information on that dossier that was created during the campaign. He may have information. He's the one who delivered the letter to the Justice Department that the president was firing the FBI director, James Comey. So, he was at that Donald Trump side for years, as Dana points out, but recently he left.
Yeah, he did leave, and he left literally because of monetary reasons. When you work in the government, Wolf, you can pull down a pretty decent salary, somewhere, in $100,000, $150,000 range. But Keith Schiller clearly wanted to make more money, and that is certainly understandable. But as Dana and David have noted, Keith Schiller was at Donald Trump's elbow. Donald Trump entrusted Keith Schiller to deliver the letter that fired James Comey. That is unheard of that Keith Schiller would do that. It wasn't delivered by the Attorney General, acting Attorney General. It was delivered by the personal aide to Donald Trump. So that in itself should say something about what secrets Keith Schiller actually knows.
Another matter, David Chalian, what did you think of what the president had to say about guns in America today? And extreme vetting isn't necessarily a good idea before people can go ahead and purchase weapons.
He also was questioning the question whether now was the time for it or not, Wolf. And when I heard that, what dawned on me is that we are now in this remarkably regrettable pattern when these events happen, where it seems that there is absolutely no motivation to try and change the way guns get into the hands of people that shouldn't have them. And I think that when I heard President Trump today, when I heard other members of Congress today talk about this, it just seemed that we are once again in a pattern of stasis up on the Hill legislatively about how to make sure guns that don't belong in certain people's hands stay out of them.
All right, everybody stand by. There's a lot more going on. We have more breaking news coming into the Situation Room. Up next, a powerful new indication President Trump still doesn't believe the intelligence community's conclusion that Russia was behind the cyber attacks on the Democratic Party. Stand by. We have surprising details. With more breaking news tonight, we have some eye-opening new details about a very unorthodox request President Trump made of his CIA director. The president apparently asked Mike Pompeo to look into a theory that the leak of the Democratic Party email last year during the campaign was the result of an inside job rather than a cyber attack by Russian hackers. Let's bring in our chief national security correspondent, Jim Sciutto. Jim, what are you learning?
Well, frankly, this was a highly unusual meeting for the director of the CIA to take, and I'm told that many inside the agency were not comfortable with it. William Binney is a former NSA employee who has propagated what the intel community views as a conspiracy theory that the hack of the DNC was an inside job. And it was President Trump himself who had been pushing Director Pompeo to take this meeting over the course of several weeks.
Tonight, multiple sources tell CNN that CIA Director Mike Pompeo met at the president's urging with one of the principal deniers of Russian interference in the U.S. election. As first reported by The Intercept, Pompeo met October 24th with William Binney, a former National Security Agency employee who has theorized that the theft and release of thousands of Democratic National Committee emails was actually an inside job, carried out not by Russia, but a DNC employee. Binney tells CNN that Pompeo began the meeting, which lasted an hour, by saying, quote, "The president told me I should talk to you." Regarding the meeting, the CIA refused to comment, but it said that Director Pompeo, quote, "stands by and has always stood by the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election." The president himself has repeatedly questioned Russia's involvement, both during the campaign.
I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, Russia, Russia.
And since his election as well.
If you don't catch a hacker, okay, in the act, it's very hard to say who did the hacking. With that being said, I'll go along with Russia. Could have been China, could have been a lot of different groups.
In October, Director Pompeo prompted a clarification from the CIA when he said at a speech that the U.S. intelligence community determined that Russian meddling in the 2016 election did not affect its outcome.
The intelligence community's assessment is that the Russian meddling that took place did not affect the outcome of the election.
Soon after the speech, the CIA issued a statement saying, quote, "The intelligence assessment with regard to Russian election meddling has not changed, and the director did not intend to suggest that it had."
Now, it is possible that Pompeo's meeting with Binney may not be the last. At the end of the meeting, Binney told me a short time ago that Pompeo asked him if he'd be willing to meet with the NSA and the FBI as well. I should note that we did reach out to the White House. It has not yet responded to CNN's request for comment, Wolf. But I will tell you this, unusual meeting for sure, with someone who denies what is the confident assessment of the U.S. intelligence community that it is Russia that hacked the election, including hacking those DNC emails. And yet the director of the CIA sat down with him for an hour. Unusual.
And even following that meeting, the director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, said that he is fully on board the intelligence community assessment of January, that it was, in fact, the Russians who hacked into the Democratic National Committee emails.
And that is worth repeating. It was repeated to me by the spokesperson of the CIA today, and it's in our piece there on the record that he has not changed his own assessment, that is Director Pompeo's assessment, that it was Russia.
Thanks very much for that report, Jim Sciutto, working the story. Coming up, a year after voters sent Donald Trump to the White House, Americans are casting ballots once again, and with the president's popularity now at an all-time low, key races will reveal a lot tonight, potentially at least, about how voters are feeling. We're getting new exit poll numbers. Stand by. Happening now, breaking news, election night. All political eyes on the governor's race in Virginia, where polls close in less than an hour. With President Trump's approval rating hovering at a record low, will his backing help push the Republican candidate to victory? Implicating others. President Trump's close confidant and former bodyguard is questioned in the congressional Russia probe. And now we're learning new details of what former campaign advisor Carter Page told investigators about more Russian contacts. Did his testimony incriminate anyone? Tone shift. President Trump tamps down his rhetoric around North Korea just hours before a major speech he'll give only miles from the Kim regime's doorstep. We'll get reaction in a live report this hour from inside North Korea. It's a CNN exclusive. And calling it insane. President Trump's nominee for a top Pentagon post speaks out about the Texas church massacre, saying it's insane that a civilian can buy a semi-automatic weapon like the one the gunman used. Tonight, we're learning new details about his disturbing past, including his escape from a mental health center. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Breaking news tonight, the final ballots are being cast at an election seen as a test of President Trump's popularity and influence amid his plummeting approval rating. Polls close right at the top of the next hour, where voters are choosing their next governor. President Trump has been tweeting a support of Republican candidate Ed Gillespie, who shares many positions with the president, but has kept his distance from him as well. Tonight, President Trump also is in South Korea, where he'll deliver a major primetime address from the country's National Assembly, just a few dozen miles from the border with North Korea. The president has taken a much less fiery tone toward the Kim Jong-un regime since arriving in South Korea, and he's expected to use his speech tonight to reassure the country he's committed to preventing war. And there are new questions emerging tonight about the Trump campaign's relations with Russia following the release of testimony by former foreign policy advisor Carter Page before the House Intelligence Committee. Page revealed previously unknown contacts he had with Russian officials during a 2016 trip to Moscow, and he testified he told top campaign officials all about them. We're covering all of that, much more this hour with our guests, including the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Ben Cardin. And our correspondents and specialists are also standing by. But let's begin with President Trump's major primetime speech in South Korea, scheduled to begin in just a few hours. Our White House correspondent Sarah Murray is traveling with the president. She's in Seoul. Sarah, ahead of the president's speech, the president is now talking negotiations rather than war.
That's right, Wolf, and all the more reason people are going to be closely parsing the president's words in this address. Will we get this bombastic President Trump we're used to seeing stateside, or the more measured tone we've heard from him in the last 24 hours?
North Korea is a worldwide threat that requires worldwide action.
President Trump aiming to send a muscular signal to North Korea.
The United States stands prepared to defend itself and its allies using the full range of our unmatched military capabilities if need be.
Even as the commander-in-chief, known for his fiery rhetoric, dialed it back in a visit to the nation with the most at stake.
I really believe that it makes sense for North Korea to come to the table and to make a deal that's good for the people of North Korea and the people of the world.
Appearing alongside South Korean President Moon Jae-in after the two men shared tea with their wives and took part in a ceremonial friendship walk, Trump offered a rosier take on diplomatic efforts.
We sent 3 of the largest aircraft carriers in the world, and they're right now positioned. We have a nuclear submarine also positioned. We have many things happening that we hope, in fact, I'll go a step further. We hope to God we never have to use.
For a president who once took to Twitter to suggest his Secretary of State was wasting his time trying to negotiate with Little Rocket Man, it was a sharp change in tone. There was no taunting North Korean leader Kim Jong-un with disparaging nicknames, no threats of fire and fury, though the president did leap at the opportunity to blame his predecessors for the diplomatic conundrum he now faces.
This is a problem, by the way, that should have been done over the last 25 years, not now. This is not the right time to be doing it, but that's what I got. That's what I got.
But even with his attention trained on international threats, Trump wasn't able to avoid questions about the latest horror at home.
Well, you know, you're bringing up a situation that probably shouldn't be discussed too much right now. We could let a little time go by, but it's okay if you feel that that's an appropriate question.
Trump didn't acknowledge the Air Force's admission that it failed to inform the FBI of the killer's domestic violence conviction. And he insisted additional gun control measures wouldn't have prevented the mass shooting at a Texas church.
There would have been no difference 3 days ago, and you might not have had that very brave person who happened to have a gun or a rifle in his truck go out and shoot him and hit him and neutralize him. And I can only say this, if he didn't have a gun, instead of having 26 dead, he would have had hundreds more dead.
Now, this is a president who certainly has not shied away from setting off policy debates in the wake of other tragedies, but he certainly seemed reluctant to weigh in on the issue of gun control. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. Sarah Murray traveling with the president in Seoul, South Korea. We're also following new developments in the congressional investigations into Russian election interference. Let's go to our senior congressional correspondent, Manu Raju. He's up on Capitol Hill with late developing information. Manu, newly released testimony by former Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, raising lots and lots of new questions.
Yeah, no question about it, Wolf. This after Carter Page has said publicly for months that his trip to Moscow last year was not campaign related and he did not meet with any Russian officials. It turned out, according to his testimony, that he did interact with at least one senior Kremlin official, and he kept senior Trump campaign officials in the loop about his trip. Now, at the same time, at this hour, Wolf, one of President Trump's closest confidants is getting grilled behind the scenes. Tonight, the congressional investigations into Russia meddling move closer to President Trump. His longtime body man, Keith Schiller, grilled today by House investigators about Trump's interactions with Russians before he became president, as well as the president's firing of FBI Director James Comey. When it happened, CNN captured the moment Schiller delivered the letter to the FBI. And the president's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., soon could have his turn to answer questions about his June 2016 meeting at Trump Tower, where Russians promised dirt on the Clinton campaign. The Russian lawyer at the meeting suggested this week that Trump Jr. signaled his father was open to rethinking Russian sanctions if elected, something that has drawn attention on Capitol Hill.
What's your reaction to that? Well, we've still got a couple additional people to talk to, and then we hope to talk to Mr. Donald Trump Jr.
And when do you think that may happen?
Soon.
I'm particularly grateful for my...
At the same time, Carter Page, a former Trump campaign foreign policy advisor, once again in the spotlight after the House Intelligence Committee released more than 200 pages of his testimony from last week. Many questions centered on a July 2016 trip he took to Moscow.
It was terrific to have the opportunity to help clear the record.
Page had repeatedly said that his trip to Moscow was not campaign related, and he didn't meet with any Russian officials.
You say you only met with academics, essentially, when you were on your trip to Russia?
And a few business people who I'd known for over a decade, yeah.
But Page's testimony tells a different story, saying he interacted with the Russian Deputy Prime Minister, Arkady Dvorkovich. And he wrote an email to the Trump campaign last July that he gained some incredible insights and outreach from a few Russian legislators and senior members of the presidential administration here. He even floated the idea that Trump traveled to Russia. Plus, he acknowledged meeting with a top executive with the Russian energy giant Rosneft. This after he's denounced a dossier about Trump-Russia connections that said Page met with a different Rosneft executive on that trip in an effort to broker a deal to ease U.S. sanctions.
Great to see you guys.
Page, however, denies he was part of any quid pro quo with the company. Page also told senior campaign officials about his Moscow trip, including campaign manager Corey Lewandowski, Hope Hicks, who is now the White House communications director, and Jeff Sessions, now the Attorney General. Asked if he spoke with National Co-Chairman Sam Clovis after his trip, Page said, "I did." Now, Wolf, no comment tonight from Sam Clovis or the Attorney General Jeff Sessions, and we're still awaiting whether or not Hope Hicks has any comment about the interactions with Carter Page, as well as Corey Lewandowski. But we did get a response from J.D. Gordon, who is one of the national security advisors who did get one of those Carter Page emails. And he told me pretty clearly that he actually tried to reject the notion of Carter Page going to Moscow. He said it was a bad idea, but he said that Carter Page actually went around his back and got approval from other senior people within the Trump campaign. And Carter Page himself, Wolf, he came before this committee without an attorney. He did not turn over documents to this committee, but he has recently spoken with Bob Mueller as well as the FBI several times. And of course, he denies that he was involved in any collusion with the Russians, Wolf.
All right, Manu, thanks very much. Manu Raju reporting for us. Let's get some more on all of this. Democratic Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland is joining us. He's the ranking member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, thanks for joining us.
Wolf, it's good to be with you.
Is this, what we just heard, is this evidence of collusion?
Well, it's certainly very troublesome. We know that there is direct contact. I know that Donald Trump Jr. talked about perhaps the Russian sanctions issue. So these are very troublesome contacts, and we need to see what the investigation comes forward.
When do you believe that President Trump himself may have learned about this coordinated Russian outreach?
Well, we don't know that. We don't know exactly how much was shared with Donald Trump himself. We know that a lot of people around him knew about these meetings. They previously denied any knowledge. Now we find that they were in the loop. This clearly needs further investigations.
How does Carter Page's testimony, and we've now read the transcript of that testimony, help explain what we've already learned from the George Papadopoulos guilty plea and the charges against Paul Manafort and Rick Gates, other top Trump campaign officials? Paul Manafort was the campaign chairman.
Well, here we have another person associated with the Trump campaign, Carter Page, who met with Russian officials. The Trump campaign came up during that discussion. One would believe that Russia thought that the Trump administration be more favorable to their cause. That raises major concerns.
Does Carter Page's testimony, from your assessment, Senator, confirm more of that so-called Russia dossier?
Yes. I mean, I think it points out that there were numerous contacts made by Russia, that Russia had a game plan to influence our election, certainly affect the credibility of our election. We don't know exactly how much cooperation they got from the Trump people, but we know that Russia was actively engaged, and now we know a lot more about it.
The former CIA director, John Brennan, said back in May that, and I'm quoting him now, people who go along a treasonous path do not know they are on a treasonous path until it is too late, close quote. In your opinion, Senator, does that statement, and it's a tough statement, the word treason is obviously very powerful, apply to any people within the Trump orbit?
I think you got to be very naive to believe that Russia was just innocently involved in learning about our campaign. They've had a design to affect our way of life, our democracy, and Americans should understand that in cooperating with Russia, it's not in the interest of the country, and it could very well be against our laws.
I mean, when he uses the word treasonous, Senator, and he's the former CIA director during the Obama administration, the question jumps out in my mind: what does he know? What is he signaling? I assume the same as far as you're concerned.
Oh, absolutely. That's why we think the Mueller investigation, the Intelligence Committee, and their investigations must be allowed to follow all the information. Anyone who is accountable, we need to know about it.
CNN has now reported that the current CIA director, Mike Pompeo, met with someone who argues that the Democratic National Committee hack was really an inside job, flatly contradicting the conclusion of the U.S. intelligence community that Russia was behind the meddling in the presidential election, the cyber attacks, the hacking. And that meeting came at the request of President Trump himself. Is that appropriate, do you believe, for the president to have asked the CIA director to go ahead and speak with this individual who believes that it was an inside job rather than Russia?
We know that the cyber attacks that we saw during this past campaign originated from Russia. They used private contractors to get information to use against our own elections. That has been confirmed by numerous sources within the intelligence community.
Senator Cardin, thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Just ahead, it's election night 2017 as President Trump's popularity reaches new lows. Is that impacting the voting? The first polls are closing soon in Virginia, where we're watching a key race for governor. That's election night 2017. We're following breaking news. Polls close soon in Virginia, where the very closely watched governor's race is seen as a test of President Trump's impact as his approval rating hits a new low in our CNN polling. CNN's Ryan Nobles is covering the campaign of Republican candidate Ed Gillespie. Ryan, he didn't appear once with President Trump during the campaign.
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. And quite frankly, this is a race that even Republicans know they are not expected to win. But somehow, Ed Gillespie, the former aide to George W. Bush, has found a way to close the gap here in the closing days of this campaign. And you make a good point, Wolf. Ed Gillespie found a way to distance himself from Donald Trump. He walked a very tight line with the president, embracing many of his policies without necessarily embracing the president himself. His campaign making the decision not to campaign with President Trump, even at the last minute. So now now Gillespie hoping that a last-minute push from the president through direct mail pieces and a robocall will get Trump voters to the polls, while at the same time not alienating some moderate Republicans and independent voters that may not necessarily support the president. Now, Ed Gillespie has spent all day working the polls across Virginia. We're told that he's just outside Richmond right now in Hanover County, talking to voters right up until the last minute. He will end up here at a Hilton hotel in the suburb of Short Pump, just outside Richmond, to watch the returns with his family. His aides acknowledged to me tonight that even though they believe he can win, that pretty much every scenario has to break in his favor for them to cross the finish line with a victory. But they believe right now, as they look at those exit polls and the returns and the voter turnout, that possibility is certainly something that could happen. Wolf?
All right, Ryan, thanks very much. Ryan Noble's reporting. Let's get to the Democratic candidate, the Lieutenant Governor Ralph Northam. Our senior Washington correspondent, Brianna Keeler, is working that part of the story for us. Brianna, Northam says this is a bellwether election.
That's right, and so many Democrats supporting him. Operatives feel exactly the same way, Wolf, that this is really a test case, and that's the point they're trying to make, especially as Donald Trump showing his support with robocalls with Gillespie. They're hoping that that's something that actually will motivate Democratic voters, but they just don't know at this point. And we are here in Fairfax, Virginia, at the Northam headquarters. The beers are on ice already in the hallway. Volunteers getting ready to come in. Pretty empty at this point in time, although Governor McAuliffe was working the room earlier. And, this really is a night where, even though you have Democrats looking at turnout, hoping that it's going to go their way, weather-wise, this is a terrible day here in Virginia. Cold, rainy, and you could almost argue that it matches the bitter tone that we have seen in this race. Of course, Democrats are hoping that's not going to impact the turnout and that things are going to swing their way. They're feeling pretty good, but this is very, very competitive, Wolf, so this is nail-biting time.
Certainly is. All right, Brianna, thanks very much. Brianna Keeler reporting. Just ahead, we'll have much more of our special coverage for Election Night 2017. A year after sending Donald Trump to the White House, how do voters feel about him right now? Some critical races may give us a clue. And ahead of a major speech he'll be delivering later tonight in South Korea, President Trump is toning down his rhetoric about Kim Jong-un. We're going live to North Korea for a reaction in a CNN Situation Room exclusive.
So I think I got to get my roof repaired. You know anybody?
Yeah, actually I might.
Yeah, great. Can you do a free background check on them, get me some additional quotes, and book it for 2 weeks from now?
You can't expect your neighbors to do everything Home Advisor can. So to find and book a top-rated home pro for free, just ask Home Advisor.
I see evil on this train.
Murder here.
And every one of you is a suspect. The truth of the case is profoundly disturbing. What are you afraid of?
Everything.
Murder on the Orient Express. Rated PG-13.
Imagine a kid who's told his disability will be a lifelong struggle. Now imagine a place where that same kid is told he can do anything. I don't have to imagine, because that kid is me. And that place is Shriners Hospitals for Children.
For over 90 years, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped bring hope to children and their families, regardless of their ability to pay.
Because of Shriners Hospitals for Children, I can play basketball. I can paint.
I can play hockey.
I could climb stairs. I can write my name. $19 a month from people like you let Shriners Hospitals for Children help kids like me.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
You're not just giving a child the care they need. You're giving them
hope,
strength,
joy, independence. But we can't do it without you. Just 63 cents a day can change a kid's life forever, like it did for me.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
Your call says you care.
Your gift, no matter how small it is, can help a kid like me. Like me.
Like Andrea.
When you call today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you for giving.
Because of you, we see lives change every day.
Call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go online to loveshriners.org today. Your call says you care.
Hello. Let's go for a ride on a Peloton. Let's go grab a couple thousand friends and chase each other up a hill. Let's go make a personal best, then beat it with your personal better than best. Let's go bring the world's best instructors right to you. Better yet, let's go bring the entire New York studio live. Let's go anytime, anywhere, with anyone who's willing. And let's go do it all right here. Ready to go? Peloton.
Jeremiah Tower changed the world.
Jeremiah Tower, Sunday night at 9 on CNN.
At one time or another, all of us had wished we had more money. If you have a short-term need for cash, come see me, Jacob.
Or Meow.
At Numis International. The loan is based on jewelry or precious metals, which we hold in collateral until the loan is repaid. It's fast, easy, and costs a small fraction of some of those other loans. Plus, it's regulated by the state of California. If you want the best loan you can get, call us. Numis International. Since 1963.
We must be doing something right.
He is so cute.
Dinner. Throughout history, the one meal when we come together, break bread, share our day, and connect as a family. And connect as a family.
Just 1 second, voice guy.
What?
Hey, I paused it.
Bam. Family time.
So how is everyone?
Find your awesome with Xfinity X-Fi and change the way you Wi-Fi.
A CNN Town Hall, Tipping Point, Sexual Harassment in America, Thursday at 9.
Breaking news on election night 2017. We're standing by for the first results from the governor's race in Virginia, where polls close right at the top of the hour. It's a contest seen as a sort of a gauge of the impact President Trump will have on next year's critical midterm elections. Let's bring in our analysts. And Gloria, let's start with you. The president's approval numbers, as we know, hit a new low. The favorable view of Democrats, though, also hit a 25-year low as well. So how does that play out in tonight's election?
Nobody much likes either party. I think we're seeing that in the early exit polls in Virginia. What's interesting about the early exit polls we're seeing in Virginia is that 49% of the folks this far have said that Trump is not a factor, that was not a factor in this race, that opposing him, only 32% said they came out to oppose Donald Trump, but almost 50% said no. So his approval rating is only about 40-something% in the state, low 40s%. So there is this inescapable backdrop to this election, which is that voters are dissatisfied with both parties, and that Donald Trump is kind of the elephant in the room here for both of these candidates. And the Democrat has tried to tie the Republican, Ed Gillespie, to Donald Trump as much as he can. Ed Gillespie has embraced him on cultural issues, but hasn't invited him to the state to appear for him.
Not yet. There's not much time left.
No.
Maybe what, a half an hour?
Yeah, half an hour.
If that.
Better
All right.
hurry.
What are you
Except
looking?
the president's far away.
He's in Seoul, South Korea. What are you looking for tonight, Rebecca?
Well, Wolf, I think this is going to tell us a lot potentially about how both parties are running for office in the age of Donald Trump. So on the Democratic side, the question many of us are asking is, will the anti-Trump feeling among Democrats buoy Northam as much as, potentially Democrats have expected their candidates to be buoyed? And on the Republican side, does Donald Trump act as sort of an anchor around the neck of someone like Ed Gillespie or Republicans in general moving into 2018 and the midterm elections? What we have seen, though, is that Ed Gillespie has embraced Donald Trump in many ways, has tried to harness the support among the Republican base for Donald Trump, which is really counter to the conventional wisdom that a lot of us have been hearing in Republican and Democratic circles.
Well, and he picked an issue. I mean, the issue that he has pushed in his advertisements as much as possible is, anti-sanctuary cities, anti-immigration, threats of gang violence, none of which is particularly relevant to Virginia. There are no sanctuary cities, but it is a cultural issue that is very much in the Trump wheelhouse, and the question is, will that work? I mean, I think that's going to be, if it works, if Gillespie wins an upset victory, I think next year you are going to hear so much about sanctuary cities from Republican candidates everywhere.
Also, the NFL taking a knee,
Right.
that became an issue. So you have this establishment Republican who has suddenly become a cultural conservative in the era of Donald Trump.
How do you see it, David?
If Democrats can't have success tonight, they're going to have to really reevaluate. A state where at the presidential level, they've had success in the last 3 presidentials, a diverse state, a big state that they've trended toward blue, they're going to have to say to themselves, we need better candidates, a better platform, better everything at the party.
Northam has a wonderful resume. I mean, this guy's a physician. He has, an impeccable character. He's been pretty boring as a candidate.
He's not a good retail politician.
He's not, but I mean, it's hard to imagine a better resume for an electorate that doesn't much care for politicians.
Well, that's right, because he's against a Washington, D.C. lobbyist who also happened to be, of course, the head of the RNC and a senior advisor to both W. Bush and Mitt Romney. But so he is establishment, but also the sort of lobbyist whom, by the way, Donald Trump is supporting in this race.
In our new poll, Jeffrey, we see that 44% of the American people, according to our poll, are very concerned about Russia right now. And now we've got the transcript of Carter Page, a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign, providing some new details about his contacts, his visit to Moscow, meeting not just with a bunch of academics, the deputy prime minister, and then reporting back to senior Trump campaign officials about that, which was something that so many of them earlier denied.
Well, what's so peculiar about how all these Trump campaign officials have behaved from Jeff Sessions on down is that they have all, let's put it politely, dissembled about their conduct, of their contacts. However, it should be pointed out, Carter Page, Jeff Sessions, all the rest of them, it's not illegal. I mean, it's not illegal to talk to Russians during the campaign. So the fact that all of them have not been fully forthcoming is just, an example of how Washington scandals always work, which is that the underlying issue often gets swallowed up into an issue of who's telling the truth.
Rebecca, how do you see it?
Peculiar.
Well, agree with you, Jeffrey. I mean, you have to look at the statements that have been made over the course of this whole controversy and how they stack up with what we're learning now. And there are major inconsistencies, and the public is going to see that and start to recognize that, and that starts to play into the public opinion of this.
There was another, David, major development today. When I say major, I mean major development. Twitter now doubling the character limit on tweets from 140 characters to 280 characters, a pretty significant development right now.
Yeah, 2 things. First of all, I consider this a sacrilege, Wolf. It's like turning haikus to 34 syllables. It's a bad idea, in my opinion. As far as the president goes, look, if he's had success with these, it's been because he's been able to be succinct and punchy. I don't know if he's going to do that as effectively when he's got more running room on these, so we'll just see how it goes.
The good news is, my mentions, they'll be able to say something other than I'm a moron and that I'm an idiot. There's sort of more room for criticism,
Well,
I think.
and the bad news is that we're going to waste twice as much time on Twitter.
You don't have to go the full length. You
Okay,
can,
I'll just stop reading.
Keep it to 140, even though you have you can go up to 200.
And the president is known for moderation.
Yeah. Well, sometimes he, when the limit was 140, he'd have two or three tweets in a row, and he would continue.
Tweet storm.
And we get the point. All right, guys, everyone stand by. Much more ahead here in the Situation Room. Our breaking news coverage of election night 2017 continues, plus a CNN exclusive. We'll go live to North Korea's capital for the latest on the Kim Jong-un regime's reaction to President Trump's South Korea visit. Our special situation room coverage of election night 2017 continues. President Trump is set to address the South Korean National Assembly later tonight as North Korea is vowing to boost its nuclear weapons program, accusing the United States of raising tensions on the Korean peninsula to an extreme level. Let's get an exclusive report right now from CNN's Will Ripley. He's inside North Korea on this, his 17th trip to the capital, Pyongyang. Will, what will North Korea be listening for in the president's major address before the South Korean Assembly later tonight?
They'll be listening very closely, Wolf. One, for any insight on U.S. policy towards North Korea. Specifically, will they be re-added to the list of state sponsors of terrorism? Also listening to the president's tone. Will they get fire and fury Trump or let's make a deal Trump, the kind of rhetoric that we heard yesterday in South Korea?
Any indications, Will, that the Kim regime is preparing for a launch of a missile, another nuclear test, while the president is in Asia, in the region?
One thing we know about North Korea is that they pride themselves on being unpredictable. When everyone thinks they're going to do something, they often don't do it. But that said, Kim Jong-un is under a lot of pressure to send a very strong message to show North Korean strength, given that President Trump is here in the region. So it's really anyone's guess. That's why we're here watching and waiting.
We heard, Will, President Trump say that progress is being made with diplomacy. Have you seen any progress on that front?
Indications on the ground here are no, Wolf. Obviously, there are still 3 American citizens being held in North Korea, and the U.S. says any discussions about a deal would have to involve the release of those U.S. citizens. North Korea says that's not on the table. Also not on the table, denuclearization, which is something that North Korea wants. They feel that they're very close to, in their words, rounding off their nuclear capability, which likely means more nuclear tests and missile launches in the very near future. Kim Jong-un gave a speech about a month ago hinting that North Koreans should brace for even more sanctions as a result of the tests that he is likely to order perhaps very soon.
We know that the president is delivering this speech not very far away in Seoul, which is about 30 or 35 miles just south of the demilitarized zone. You're north of the demilitarized zone in Pyongyang. Do we anticipate that the North Koreans will react to the president's speech shortly after his remarks? Because you're our man on the scene right now.
We're going to be relaying information as we hear it from the president to North Korean officials, but an instant response may be difficult because often these kinds of things have to go through multiple layers of bureaucracy before an official statement is made. However, we have been having a lot of discussions with the North Koreans, and they are anticipating President Trump's speech, and we will bring you the reaction from here inside North Korea just as soon as we get it.
Over the past few years, you've made many trips. This is your 17th trip, Will, to North Korea. Do you sense any change, any dramatic change in the way you're being received, in the attitude of the North Korean government?
The temperature here gets hotter and hotter with each trip. Even though things behind me seem relatively normal, beneath the surface, officials say it's extremely tense. A bad situation with the United States has gotten worse, and they're also furious about the fact that in just a matter of days, major naval drills will once again resume in the Pacific involving 3 U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups. You could have dozens of ships just on the U.S. side, and that's exactly the kind of show of force that North Korea tries to respond to with their own demonstration of military strength. And we know in recent weeks they threatened an above-ground nuclear tests. They've threatened to fire a salvo of missiles towards the U.S. territory of Guam. They haven't followed through on those threats yet. It could be posturing, or they could be preparing to send a major message to President Trump, and he still has a lot of time here in the region. He heads to China later today.
Well, speaking of China, any indication that China's squeezing the North Koreans to become more restrained in their tests, their missile tests, their nuclear tests?
Well, we have seen exports from North Korea drop off sharply in the areas that have been banned by UN Security Council sanctions, everything from textiles to coal and iron. But China also has had some friendly communications, or at least cordial communications as of late, between Chinese President Xi Jinping and North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un. There were letters exchanged between the two of them just within the last 2 weeks. Wolf?
Will Ripley, we'll get back to you after the president's speech. Thank you so much. We're also counting down to the polls closing in Virginia. The first results From the closely watched governor's race, our Situation Room special election coverage continues right after this. Welcome back to a special edition of the Situation Room. I'm Will Flitzer in the CNN Election Center. 1 full year after President Trump's stunning election victory, he's being tested in new ways tonight in key political races here at home and in a high-stakes speech overseas. We're awaiting the president's remarks on the Korean Peninsula, addressing the urgent threat from one of America's most dangerous adversaries, Kim Jong-un. We're also counting down to the first election results of the night in state and local races across much of the country, including the battles for governor in Virginia and New Jersey, the New York City mayor's race, and a special congressional election in Utah. Just minutes from now, polls close in Virginia, where the Trump factor could be decisive in the governor's race, the most competitive contest tonight. The Democratic Lieutenant Governor Ralph Northam is vying for the top job, getting an assist on the campaign trail from former President Obama. For his opponent, former Republican National Committee Chairman Ed Gillespie, he has notably avoided campaigning with President Trump, but he has embraced some of Mr. Trump's tactics and signature issues. That race and this night will give us an early read on whether the Democrats' loss to President Trump last year has fired them up enough to make gains next year in the important midterm congressional elections. As we await the first polls to close, let's go over to Jake Tapper. Jake?
Wolf, as we headed into this evening, the Virginia governor's race tightened in the closing weeks of the campaign, with the Democrats losing some of their early advantage. We have reporters at the headquarters of both candidates in Virginia. First to CNN's Brianna Keeler. She's covering the Democratic candidate, Lieutenant Governor Ralph Northam. Brianna, they're hoping for a win, of course, this evening, but the polls have been tightening and not in the direction Ralph Northam wants them to.
That's exactly right, Jake, and that is one of the reasons why Democrats involved in this race are nervous, but they are hopeful, because I spoke with one Democrat very deeply involved in this race who said that in every internal poll for the last 3 months, Ralph Northam has been leading. Some of those leads have been small, but it has been consistent. He hasn't been behind Gillespie in a single one, they say, and that's different when you compare it to the public polling, but at the same time, that is based on the assumption that their polling model is correct, and that is the specter of 2016 that is hanging over this race. I also understand that Democrats involved in this race are looking at the turnout in Northern Virginia. They think it is higher than 2013, which is really what they are modeling this race off of, and they think that is going to be very good for them. But what's really nail-biting is they haven't been able to get a really good handle on what's going on in southwestern Virginia. So they're concerned that there could be some gains there, which of course would favor Ed Gillespie, that could eclipse some of the gains they're expecting in Northern Virginia. That is why they are watching these polls so closely tonight, Jake.
Worried Democrats haunted by the ghosts of Election Day past. Brianna Keeler. Let's go now to Ryan Nobles. He's with the Ed Gillespie campaign in Richmond, Virginia. And Ed Gillespie, no matter what happens this evening, he has been closing strong.
No doubt about that, Jake. And I think the story of the Ed Gillespie campaign after this election is all over is how he responded to Donald Trump and his support for the bulk of his campaign. And he's been running for more than a year. Ed Gillespie really kept Donald Trump at an arm's length. He ran on many of the policies that the president has championed. He really got on board with the culture war that Donald Trump has talked a lot about. But in terms of the president himself, Ed Gillespie didn't talk a whole lot about Donald Trump. That changed in the closing days of this campaign. His campaign sent out a targeted direct mail piece that showed the numerous tweets that Donald Trump set out in support of Ed Gillespie. And then just last night, his campaign sent out a robocall to specific voters in areas where Republicans are strong. That's Southwest Virginia and the Shenandoah Valley. I'm told by the campaign that that call went out to 155,000 voters last night. And then a second call this morning went to another 155,000 voters. And it was Donald Trump himself encouraging his supporters to get to the polls and help Ed Gillespie. They're hoping that that pushes their candidate over the top tonight. Jake?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. much. Let me bring in my colleague, Dana Bash. And of course, President Trump has also been doing some international tweeting on behalf of Ed Gillespie. It is interesting how he has run a Trump-like campaign, although he has not campaigned with Donald Trump himself and has kept the president himself at a distance.
And think about who Ed Gillespie is. We've all known him for some time. He was chairman of the Republican National Committee. He worked for George W. Bush. He kind of has been the ultimate Republican insider.
Washington lobbyist.
Washington lobbyist for big business. So he's been the ultimate insider, the ultimate establishment Republican, very un-Trump-like in terms of what the now president appealed to voters with, that sort of draining the swamp and things like that. He has, as Ryan was talking about, embraced some of the president's tactics recently, particularly on cultural, social issues, on immigration, on sanctuary cities. So if Ed Gillespie comes from behind and wins, having closed with some of those themes, it is going to be a real indicator to a lot of Republicans running in 2018 that maybe they should try that too.
And Democrats are terrified. I talked to one Democrat who was talking about whether or not the Democrats are going to compete in the Alabama Senate race, where a very far-right candidate, Roy Moore, got the Republican nomination. And this Democrat told me that that depends on what happens in Virginia today. If Democrats win, then maybe Democrats will feel momentum. They'll go into Alabama. But if they do not win, if they can't even pick up a state the Democrats carried in the last 3 presidential elections, that the momentum will be gone.
And that's an important point, is that Hillary Clinton didn't lose the White House, didn't win the White House, but she did win Virginia. It has gone Democratic for the past several cycles.
All right, Dana, we're getting some early clues from our exit polls about what voters are thinking as they cast their ballots. CNN political director David Chalian has some brand new information for us. David, what are you being told? What are you learning?
We're talking about the Trump factor in Virginia, Jake. You guys were just talking about it. We asked voters in Virginia today in the exit poll if they approve or disapprove of the job Donald Trump is doing as president. Look at that. 42% approve of Donald Trump's job performance, 55% disapprove. Now, that 42% is a little bit better than what we've seen nationally in polls of late. Our poll just out yesterday showed him at 36%, but that is still underwater and underwater by 13 points. So that's not exactly where any Republican candidate would want their Republican president to be on Election Day. We also asked, how big of a factor is Donald Trump in your decision making? Look at this, 47% at the bottom there, Trump not a factor at all. But take a look above, Jake. 17% said he was a factor and I went out to vote in favor of him, support him. 33%. A third of Virginia voters today are telling us in the exit polls that they went out to vote to cast a message in opposition to Donald Trump. That's 2-1 in opposition versus support for those that do consider Donald Trump a factor in their vote.
That's interesting. Ed Gillespie, of course, has run statewide before. So the question is it possible that enough people who oppose Donald Trump still would have voted for Ed Gillespie in Virginia? Let me bring in my colleague, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf.
You know, I want to go over to John King. Jake, John, you've been looking closely, studying Virginia. We always watch Virginia in presidential contests. Tonight is going to be significant. What happens in various parts of the state?
Very close race in a state that has been trending more and more blue. The challenge for Ed Gillespie, and these votes tend to come in early, Wolf. Run it up big. Run it up big out here in rural Virginia, especially southwestern Virginia. Not just win, but win big to prove that he can get the Trump voters out. Remember, during the primaries, he ran against a Trump-like candidate. He was establishment Ed to a lot of these Republican voters in the primary. They have to come out tonight, and he has to win these areas, Wolf, not just win them, but by big margins. The key for the Democratic candidate, right up here, right across the river, the Washington suburbs, the biggest area of the state. If you've been through this before, let's go back. This is 2013, the last gubernatorial election, a close race. Terry McAuliffe won with 48%. Ken Cuccinelli did just fine out here, ran it up well, but was not competitive at all in the Washington suburbs. Go back to the last time Republicans won statewide was Bob McDonnell when he won the governor's race in 2009. Notice the difference. See how competitive he is up here? Terry McAuliffe ran through the suburbs. Bob McDonnell was competitive. This is the changing demographics of Virginia. And we see it in presidential races as well. If you go back to the 2016 race, in a very close national election, Hillary Clinton won quite comfortably here in the state of Virginia. Why? Because even though Donald Trump did fine down here where Ed Gillespie has to do well tonight, Hillary Clinton ran it up in the Washington suburbs. This is the story of Virginia in the last 17 years. The Washington suburbs, look at the voter registration growth, up 37%, up 27%, up 132% in the formerly Republican, now blue Lanning-Loudoun County, Prince William County up 72%. If Ed Gillespie is going to have a chance tonight, Wolf, he's going to have to do well in suburban Washington, especially in these big counties. That's what we'll be watching most closely.
We certainly will. Right now, the polls are closing in Virginia. We're only seconds away. We're standing by for the first results in the close and hard-fought governor's contest. It's a race to watch tonight. Will have significant potential ramifications down the road. We have a key race alert right now in Virginia. The governor's race too early to call. No projection, no ability yet to take a look. We're getting early results. We're going to share those results with our viewers. Ralph Northam, the Democratic candidate, Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate. We'll get those numbers and we'll share them with you as soon as they start coming in. In the meantime, let's go over to Aaron.
And welcome to a special edition of Out Front. Thank you, Wolf, as we are continuing our election night coverage in this crucial race. Now that the polls are closing at this instant in Virginia, we can reveal some more of our exit poll results. And there are some crucial numbers here. Our political director, David Chalian, is back with new information. And David, what more can you tell us now?
Well, Aaron, you remember how the incidents in Charlottesville over the summer injected into, of course, the Virginia governor's race. So we asked voters today about which candidate, both candidates, how they would handle race relations. Take a look here. Voters today, would you trust Ralph Northam, the Democrat, on race relations? 55% of voters today say yes, 40% say no. How does Gillespie fare on this score? We asked, do you trust Ed Gillespie on race relations? It's the complete flip. 40% say yes, 55% say no. So on race relations, advantage Northam. But then we also asked about the monuments issue. Should they be removed or should these Confederate monuments be left in place? Look at those numbers there on your screen. 37% of Virginia voters today say they should be removed. 59% of Virginia voters say they should be left in place. And you remember that Ralph Northam, he said he wanted this to be left to the localities, but he also made it clear his preference was that they would be removed.
All right, David Chalian, thank you very much. And let's go straight to our team of expert here as more information comes in. Let me start with you, Chris Cillizza, on the point that David was just making. Confederate statues, an important issue here. When you look at the Democratic candidate, this is something he had been, get rid of the statues, and had sort of tried to back off of that a little bit. But you look at this, 6 in 10 voters support keeping them where they are.
Yeah, fascinating. I think there's a tendency to assume when you think of Virginia that it's Northern Virginia. Now, I live in Northern Virginia. My guess is 6 in 10 people that I know who live around me are not in favor of keeping up the monuments. You drive 20 minutes in west, you get a very different place. So Northern Virginia has, John touched on this, Northern Virginia has grown so much population-wise that it can be the dominant factor, but we forget that Barack Obama was the first Democratic presidential candidate to carry Virginia in 2008 since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So there are still very elements that are not progressive in that regard. It's why I think you saw Ed Gillespie turn to MS-13. I'm for keeping them up. He's for taking them down. That's literally an ad from Ed Gillespie. Sanctuary cities, which, by the way, there are none in Virginia, because cultural conservatism outside of Northern Virginia plays quite well. Now, the question is, what has happened to Democrats in the past is that Northern Virginia is so dominant in terms of vote share, it doesn't really matter all that much unless you lose overwhelmingly everywhere else, and typically that doesn't happen.
So I want to go over here just to get the partisan view of where we stand. So, Ryan, let me start with you. 42% of the voters from these latest exit polls, and they are changing moment by moment, but from what we have right now, 42% of the voters today in Virginia approve of President Trump. Well underwater among people who are voting. Now, that's a better approval rating than in CNN's national poll, 36%, but it is well underwater. Does that make you think this is going to go for Northam?
I think you look at what this number represents, and it's, after a year of what's happened in the national stage of President Trump, sort of these broad attacks, these culture issues being brought back up, and to be at 42, 43%, I think that's not probably, it's probably
So you're
close to
spinning that as a
historic.
good thing?
I think it's a good thing. I mean, it's absolutely in a swing state like this, and the state's not even a swing. This is a state that goes Democrat. Democratic governors, Democratic lieutenant
Well, it's the
governors.
only southern state Trump lost.
And it's a state that is run by Democrats. You know, the 2 U.S. senators are Democrats, the statewide are Democrats, and so for Trump to be at this standing, it says that the last year of sort of demagoguing him hasn't worked because he really hasn't moved much in numbers here in this individual state.
Robbie, do you think the Democrats have it? Does Northam have it?
Well, no, this is going to be a very close race. You know, the Democrats come in with some advantages in this, namely Trump, as you mentioned, his bad numbers. The economy and Governor McAuliffe, the economy's doing well. Governor McAuliffe's numbers are very strong. Those are advantages. Two disadvantages. It's all about turnout for Democrats. The electorate is less Democratic in these off years, and these wedge issues work. The MS-13 immigration attacks, the statue attacks, they work. So the real question here is, can the Democrats run on let's continue going the way we are, let's resist President Trump, or can the Republicans successfully divide the electorate on cultural issues?
And
that's the question.
Bukhari, cultural issues may matter, but you have people coming in with these bad approval rating for President Trump. Let's just be honest, it's bad. But nearly half of the people who voted today said the President of the United States was not a factor in their vote. So they may come in and say, I disapprove, but they might still vote for the Republican.
Because what we're seeing is that this may not necessarily be a vote about the man. And I think oftentimes, especially in the media, we get caught up in the personality that is Donald Trump. And people are either voting for him or voting against him. But instead, I believe this is what he stands for. And what Ed Gillespie became, because many of us have known Ed Gillespie since he was at the RNC, but what he became was a candidate who ran on fear and white nationalism. Those were the planks of his campaign. And the question is whether or not those things have value, and if you tread in those things, can you be successful? And my concern is that those things have value, and if he wins tonight, then that's a horrible indicator for the rest of the country.
Fear and white nationalism? Kirsten, fair?
Well, I mean, I think definitely the Republicans are testing something out here in this race, and they're testing out the immigration issue and whether or not people are going to be scared enough. MS-13 is an issue in Virginia. The question is, how big of an issue is it? I do think Democrats make a mistake when they just dismiss that and sort of write that off to racism, because I do think there are a lot of voters who are sincerely concerned about this who aren't actually racist. So I think that, if Ed Gillespie ends up winning, what the lesson's going to be here for the Republicans is that this was something that worked. It has been a race that he hasn't been favored to win. So I think if he wins, we're probably going to be able to say that this did play some sort of role in that win.
And on this whole point, right, of does he have to win in a sense, right? Jake and Dana were talking about this, that, winning would be incredible for the Republicans, right? This would be a huge statement. But how close does he have to get? I mean, you're just looking at the situation here in these exit polls, that half of the people decided who they were going to vote for just a few weeks, 1 in 3 in the past month, and half of those in the past week.
Well, I think the results tonight, the one group of people that are going to be looking at these results are Republicans running next year. They want to know, was Trump and Trumpism a leading indicator? Is this where the Republican Party is going? Is this a roadmap to win in America now in many states? Or was Trump sort of a one-off, and that you won't actually see a lot of candidates like him moving forward? And Gillespie, in the last 3 weeks, he adopted a campaign platform that, as Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's former political strategy, called Trumpism without Trump. He knew that Trump personally is not that popular among some voters he needed to capture, but the issues of immigration, of race, of the Confederate monuments, really issues that Republicans, frankly, did not touch in recent elections, that Donald Trump has resurrected, and that Ed Gillespie, a very establishment Washington guy, to a lot of people's surprise, embraced. And I think, if he comes close or if he wins, a lot of Republicans are going to say, this set of issues can work for me too.
And Abby, to the point, when Ryan mentions Trumpism without Trump, Steve Bannon, to the New York Times, here's the quote. He said, I think the big lesson for Tuesday is that in Gillespie's case, Trumpism without Trump can show the way forward. If that's the case, Democrats better be very, very worried. Can Steve Bannon be right if Ed Gillespie comes close but does not win?
I think if the results show that Ed Gillespie made some progress among Trump voters, I mean, I think one thing to keep in mind about these numbers on immigration, on on sanctuary cities, on Confederate monuments, is that it's very potent among Republican voters, but it's still a relatively small subsection of the overall electorate.
Yeah.
But for someone like Ed Gillespie, who is a relatively moderate type candidate, they wanted to find out, can he bring out Trump voters? These are the people who are very enthusiastic about President Trump, who may not be willing to go out and vote for a moderate. And I think that if the results are that he can get pretty close to winning, it might actually be a validation for that strategy. There are a lot of Republicans out there who need to find out if they can get Trump voters out, and this is definitely a test case.
I just want to, I'm not disagreeing with Abby, but my view is, look, in politics, you can like it or you can hate it, but like winning is winning and losing is losing. And so, yes, there are moral victories, but like at the end of the day, if Ed Gillespie doesn't win, I'm not sure that it does as much as you might think.
We hit pause there. I remember George W. Bush mandate. That's all right. You start something too big. That's all right. We have a lot more time. But we're going to take a quick break. We do, though, the breaking news here. New results in the Virginia governor's race as we're waiting to find out who can pull it out. And we just learned about a surprising move by President Trump. He's on the Korean Peninsula tonight. Some breaking news from there, what he just tried and failed to do ahead.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we are back with our special election night coverage and some breaking news on President Trump's trip to the Korean Peninsula. Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. He is traveling with the president in South Korea. And Jim, look, there had been discussion, and then they had taken the wind out of its sails about the president possibly going to the DMZ, that border zone between South and North Korea. And there is a big development on that front at this hour.
That's right, Aaron. The White House had indicated that the president was not going to be visiting the DMZ during this trip to South Korea. But in fact, earlier this morning, the president did attempt to do just that. Some fascinating details on this mission that was not accomplished. Earlier this morning, according to the White House pool reporters that travel with President Trump, they were summoned earlier this morning around 7 o'clock local time here in Seoul. Those reporters were told by Sarah Huckabee Sanders that they were heading to the DMZ, and as a matter of fact, she informed them of where they were going by scrawling on a piece of paper and holding it up to them the letters DMZ, and then they were hustled into vans and brought out to a nearby area where they were loaded onto helicopters, Chinook helicopters, and then they started flying to the DMZ with the president. And according to one of the pool reporters traveling with the president, when they got about 5 minutes outside of the DMZ, the weather was just so bad, according to this pool report that we're receiving from our colleagues traveling with the president, that they decided to turn around. Aaron, when they turned around, they went back, they landed, they waited a little bit longer and then tried. They were going to try again, but then ultimately the pool reporters traveling with the president were told, you know what, the weather is not going to work out, and so we're not going to make this trip. But fascinating in that the president appears to have, at least on this trip, put aside a lot of the fiery rhetoric, fire and fury, referring to Kim Jong-un as little rocket man and so on. But yet, just hours before this speech that he was going to be giving to the South Korean Assembly here in Seoul, he was going to unveil this very dramatic moment of him and his team going to the DMZ to essentially send that message to Kim Jong-un that the United States has the backing of the South Koreans and vice versa. It would have been a dramatic moment, but it didn't happen because of the weather here in Seoul.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim Acosta. And certainly would have been a very dramatic moment, Chris. I mean, yeah.
So, I mean, look, in one way we're surprised. In a more honest way, we shouldn't be surprised, because what do we know about this president? Number one, he loves showmanship. Right? He loves the steely-eyed, I stared across the DMZ and they saw the resolve in my face type of moment. And we know, I always remind people, like, he's a reality TV host. That's who he has been in his life prior to being in the White House. What is better than the unexpected twist? He wasn't going, but now he is, right? I mean, this is all, there is a theatrical element to every presidency. This president embraces it, I think, more than others. So we should not be all that surprised that he had it in mind to do it.
Let's just be clear, bad weather, okay. It's a short drive. I've done it. There is a way to drive it. If he had really wanted to go, right, it takes a half an hour, right? But he wanted the Chinook arrival and the whole, he clearly did.
Yeah, and I think they wanted to have a moment in which the U.S. president and the South Korean president would appear there together. According to the White House, it would have been the first time that had been done. So it would have been a big deal, historic in a real way, and also in a sort of symbolic way. But I think that given where Trump is with that relationship with South Korea, there is some shoring up to do, and I think it would have been an opportunity for him to show that they were walking hand in hand, literally, in the DMZ. Bad weather.
I'm just so curious.
Nature
There's
is
these
not gonna
blue
let it
houses,
happen.
everyone, between the border between North and South. And then you're in there, you can actually walk into North Korea. And you stand next to a North Korean soldier. It's a pretty incredible thing. I wonder if the president would have done it and literally what that eye-to-eye stare would have been. All right, let's get over to Wolf, because Wolf, in this breaking election night, we have some vote results. What do you have?
Very, very early. We have a key race alert, Aaron. Take a look right now. Extremely early, not even 1% of the vote in. But right now, the first numbers coming in. Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate for governor of Virginia, he's got 64.4%. He's ahead of Ralph Northam, the Democratic candidate, 34.9%. Cliff Hyra is the Libertarian candidate. There you see the numbers changing a little bit. Once again, very, very early in this contest. Ed Gillespie is ahead. Ralph Northam, the Democratic candidate, in second place right now, but it's still extremely, extremely early. We're going to get results coming in relatively quickly, fairly soon. I'm going to go over and speak with John King over at the Magic Wall. Much more of our special election night coverage coming up right after a quick break. Welcome back. We've got another key race alert. Take a look at the numbers coming in. 3% of the vote in Virginia now in Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate. He has a slight lead over Ralph Northam, the Democratic candidate. 50.8% for Gillespie, 48.1% for Ralph Northam. But clearly, it's still very, very early, but the numbers are coming in. Looks like a pretty close race so far. John King is over here at the Magic Wall. This is a bellwether state, Virginia. What happens in Virginia today could give us a lot of clues what could happen down the road.
Especially given the fact Virginia is trending more and more blue. If Ed Gillespie, 1 year after the Trump election, when, as we heard in the exit polls, the president is largely unpopular in this state, that Hillary Clinton won quite comfortably. If a Republican win this state, it will send shockwaves nationally and to the Democratic Party. But as you noted, 3%. Everybody take a breath, strap in. But what does this tell you? It tells you we have a very competitive race. It also tells you, and it's very early, but one of the key questions is, will the Trump Republicans come out and vote for Ed Gillespie, who's more of a Washington, D.C. establishment guy? 83%. It's only 13% of the vote, but 83% in this county. If those margins hold up, Ed Gillespie is doing exactly what he needs to do in Southwest Virginia. Let's look at more of this down here. Just stay down here. Now, these are small counties. Look, 0.4% of the state population, but 75%. If he's above 70%, then he is running better than Ken Cuccinelli, who's across the room at the table, who ran a very strong race 4 years ago, was at high 60, 70% in most of these counties. That's what Ed Gillespie has to do. And if he's up near 80%, that means he's getting normal Republicans and Trump Republicans, and he's running it up. But here is where we're going to watch even more closely. Fauquier County, in the D.C. suburbs. This is where you're starting to get into the more exurban areas. Ed Gillespie right now running at 58%. If he can keep that red, he's in contention. You move over here, now you're looking at Prince William County. This was red just a few minutes ago. Now it has swung back to blue, 60%. We're only at 16% here. This one here, watch this one, see if it goes back and forth. If Ralph Northam can keep Prince William blue, he's probably the next governor of Virginia. Now, as you watch this, I just want to play this out. You see it right now, we're at 3%. One of the most eerie things for Ed Gillespie, Wolf, has to be he has lived this night before, in the sense he was the Senate nominee. Let's go back to 2014. 49-48. He just barely lost a race, surprisingly close to the Democrat Mark Warner. Remember that night? Ed Gillespie ran it up early here. He was leading most of the night. He was leading in some of these D.C. suburbs, and then most of them, not all of them, but most of them went back to blue. Ed Gillespie was able to carry Loudoun County, but just barely. Watch that as the night goes on tonight. In Prince William County, I just showed you, I remember Ed Gillespie was leading for a lot of the night here, and he just barely lost. So if you're Ed Gillespie, you're having a little deja vu as you look at the early results here in 2017. 3% in, it is very close. He's ahead, just like he was in that Senate race, but he knows he has to keep running it up down here. The key will be when we're counting the votes up here.
So, and those counties outside of Washington, D.C., they come in relatively late, the numbers, and those are largely, what, Democratic counties?
Yes, and we went through this again. President Trump, then candidate Trump, ran it up pretty strong on election night in 2016, and Hillary Clinton ended up winning Virginia by a pretty good margin. But when we were at this point in 2016 and the results were starting to come in, they were mostly down here, and the Republican nominee, Mr. Trump, was ahead. Hillary Clinton ran it up really strong if you look at the suburbs in D.C. And again, this is how Virginia has changed. If you go back to when the last Republican president, George W. Bush, won Virginia twice. And again, I just want to show you these numbers. This is why Virginia is so different and so hard for Republicans unless they can be more competitive in the suburbs. This is since 2000. Up 72% voter registration in Prince William County. It used to be red, now it trends blue. Loudoun County used to be solid red, 132% the population growth, voter registration growth in just 17 years. The other D.C. suburbs as well. A state that used to be red is blue because of this area right here. But because it's blue doesn't mean it's not winnable for a Republican. So that's why we're going to keep checking this vote count at 4% right now. We got a long night of counting.
Yeah, we certainly do, and we'll see what happens. We'll stay on top of all of these numbers. Aaron, there's other important news we're following as well.
All right, Wolf, and of course, as we have that long night of counting, these results starting to come in, we are also following breaking news in the Russia investigation at this hour. We have new information on something very unusual that the president asked his CIA director to do. It is raising red flags tonight. Our chief national security correspondent, Jim Sciutto, is with me. And unusual is one word that we could use to describe this. What exactly happened?
Unusual, alarming, frankly, to people inside the agency. So this is the director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, who took a meeting with someone who's basically seen as a conspiracy theorist in a large part of the intelligence community, a man named William Binney, who does not accept the intelligence community's assessment that Russia was behind the interference in the election. He says that the hacking of the DNC was, in effect, an inside job, something that the intelligence community has not found and has found no evidence of. But Mike Pompeo sat down with him, and I spoke to both intelligence officials and to this gentleman himself. His name is William Binney. He's a former NSA official. Mike Pompeo sat down with him for an hour on October 24th, and I'm told by multiple sources that this was at the strong urging of the president over the course of 6 to 8 weeks. He was pushing his director to sit down with him, and the FBI and the CIA director did. And his first words to William Binney when he sat down with him were, "The president told me I should talk to you." And I will tell you this as well. The meeting ended, I'm told, by William Binney, who was in the room, with Pompeo saying to him, "Would you be interested in meeting with the NSA and the FBI as well?"
Wow, so they take this very seriously. Now, one follow here, though. 6 to 8 weeks of the president urging his CIA director to take this meeting. Should we infer from that the CIA director felt it was inappropriate, felt he did not want to meet with a conspiracy theorist, and was pushing back, or would that be a step too far?
It's possible. I think it's fair to say that he was not excited about taking this meeting. And the CIA said on the record today to us that Director Mike Pompeo believes that Russia interfered in the election. And I've been told by others inside the building that the CIA director does not believe that the DNC hack was an inside job. That said, he took the time to sit down with this gentleman who has what, again, like I said, viewed as a conspiracy theorist largely by people inside the intelligence.
But certainly someone the President of the United States takes seriously and wanted a CIA director to meet with, and now offering the NSA and others. More breaking news coming from Keith Schiller, a longtime bodyguard and formerly Oval Office chief. Testifying today.
And someone very close to the president for years, both today and prior to President Trump's time in office, someone who has been with him, who traveled with him, for instance, on his trips to Russia. Natural that the committees would be interested in talking to him. I should say that it's our reporting that Schiller told the committee that the portions of the dossier that said that President Trump was in compromising situations there, et cetera, he denied that those were true. He denied that those portions of the dossier were true.
The salacious allegations within. All right, thank you very much, Jim Sciutto. Let's go over here. Ken, let me start with you. 6 to 8 weeks, the President of the United States urges his CIA director to take a meeting with a conspiracy theorist who believes that it was an inside job and it wasn't the Russians involving the DNC hack. How big of an issue is this?
I don't think it's a big issue. I think it's weird. You know, and I would agree that you can infer that Pompeo wasn't terribly enthusiastic about it. But there's no indication it's changing anything the intelligence community is doing or concluding. And that's my main concern in something like that. I don't have a problem with him.
But it is, Robbie, sending a very clear signal to the world. Not as if, I mean, everyone knows how the president has questioned this. But at this very moment, he spent the past 6 to 8 weeks asking his CIA director to take the meeting with a conspiracy theorist. He is not letting this go.
No, he's definitely not letting. I mean, he fired the director of the FBI. He's made very clear he wants to potentially get rid of Jeff Sessions because an independent investigator was appointed. I assume that Director Pompeo took this meeting under duress. You know, his job could be next if he doesn't do what the president insists. So I think as this investigation gets deeper and deeper, as the ties become more real to the public, I assume the president will get more desperate.
I mean, Brian, he's spending time on this.
We don't know how much time. I mean, him saying, hey, look into this.
6 to 8 weeks of urging his CIA director to take a meeting like this.
We're not saying, you know, urging was never used. Somebody just saying, hey, take a look into this.
But he's the president of the United States. He's wasting time telling his CIA director to meet with a conspiracy theorist who says the Russians didn't have to hack the election.
He watches cable news. You guys are focused.
Not this channel. We're not putting bumps like that out there. I'm serious.
I didn't realize you could block people.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's clearly a focus of his. He expressed his concern to the CIA director, and the CIA director saw enough into it that he had to interview this person, and he stated and then he stated that potentially the FBI and other people will investigate. There's nothing wrong with reviewing what took place for a very horrific crime. And I think the family wants something to be settled. I think America wants something to be settled.
But it's a really big deal if the current head of the CIA is going to come out and say that what the rest of the intelligence community, including his own agency, said is true is not true. If he's going to open that door. That is a big deal. It doesn't seem like that's what he's doing, but he ends the meeting, as Jim's reporting, saying, guess what? You want to meet with the head of the NSA? You want to go ahead.
I think nothing this president does should shock us any longer. I mean, the president doesn't have respect for normal institutions, and so he doesn't understand that the president of the United States should not be interfering in investigations, should not be telling his CIA director or the Department of Justice what to do and who to prosecute and who to investigate. But on a more fundamental level, I mean, there has to be some humanity, because this conspiracy theory is a very vile and despicable conspiracy theory that they're chasing, where someone lost their lives and their parents are having to deal with that. And so I just think that, you know, and to my colleagues on the right, and it's not just the two that are here, but the Republican Party has literally set his hair on fire anytime you talk about Barack Obama, Loretta Lynch, and Eric Holder. Anytime you mention that. And I just think, I do a what if. What if Barack Obama instructed the CIA director to do something like this, like investigate the RNC? I mean, Republicans would literally be setting themselves on fire.
More point. Imagine Barack Obama.
I have to just interrupt because we do have a key race alert, and I want to get over to Wolf. Wolf, Virginia.
Yes, we do have a key race alert right now, and take a look at this. 10% of the vote, 11% of the vote now actually in. Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate for governor of Virginia, still maintaining an advantage, a lead over Ralph Northam, the Democratic candidate, 51.7%, 47% for Ralph Northam. Gillespie's up by 12,906 votes right now. You can see a slight advantage. Still early, only 11% of the vote in, but it's coming in relatively quickly. We'll have a lot more numbers coming in. There's much more ahead. More election results. We're going to bring you the president's big speech, a major address in South Korea after he tried and failed to visit the heavily armed demilitarized zone. We'll be right back. We've got another key race alert right now. Take a look at this. 11% of the vote is in. The Republican candidate for governor of Virginia, Ed Gillespie, still maintaining a slight lead over Ralph Northam, 51.8%, 46.9%. He's ahead by 13,588 votes. 11% of the vote is in. Still early. Could be a long night. Aaron?
All right. Thank you very much, Wolf. And out front now, the current governor of Virginia, Democrat Terry McAuliffe, also the former chairman of the Democratic National Committee. And appreciate your time, Governor. Look, we've got Ken Cuccinelli sitting on set with us here talking about this race. You guys had a hard-fought race. What was it? He was just telling me. It ended up 47.5 to 45. Tonight's race, do you think it will be that close?
I don't think he heard you.
Governor, can you hear me?
I hear you now, Aaron.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
I'm
a lot
sorry.
of noise in there.
Yeah, I know there is. I was saying, how close do you think tonight will be, right? You pulled it out by a couple, 2.5 percentage points tonight. Northam Gillespie, how close do you think it will be?
Well, I think if you look at the numbers who've showed up, voted today, it's a record vote turnout, more than we've ever had in a gubernatorial election. You look at the votes, Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, the largest they've ever had. This is going to be a big night. The Democrats are going to sweep all three statewides tonight. And I do believe we're going to pick up a bunch of House of Delegates as well. But you can't have that kind of turnout that we're having in Northern Virginia, Richmond, and Hampton Roads. This is going to be a great night for the Democrats. Just look at the raw data on how many people have voted. It's going to be an incredible night. And tonight, We're going to have a new governor in Ralph Northam.
So let me ask you, Governor, Steve Bannon said that this just needs to be close in order for it to be a game changer and empowering for Republicans. He said Trumpism without Trump, referring to Gillespie, who, of course, campaigned on Trumpism without using Trump's personal support. He said it can show the way forward. If that's the case, Democrats better be very, very worried. And, of course, Governor, you're well aware when you look at the national numbers, even in your own party, Democrats' perception of Democrats is terrible. It's been dropping. It was 82% in March. It's dropped to 69. Right now, only 37% of the country have a positive view of Democrats. Isn't this of great concern to you?
Well, I can speak about Virginia, Aaron. I mean, a poll came out the other day. I had a 56% approval rating, which is a very high approval rating. Donald Trump was at 31%. The reason is a record amount of jobs, the largest investment, $18.7 billion of new capital. $6 billion more than any governor in the history of the Commonwealth, record investment in K-12. So here in Virginia, people are very happy. We're safe. And tonight, I'm telling you, we're going to reject Bannon, we're going to reject Trump, we're going to reject Eddie Gillespie, campaign of fear, the campaign he had of fear and division. It just doesn't work here. The gutter politics that they ran in this campaign, just not who Virginians are. It is going to be a big night. We're going to sweep all three because people are happy. We're safe in Virginia. And the ridiculous ads that Ed Gillespie, he couldn't run on the economy, he couldn't run on education, he couldn't run on health care, so he had to get in the gutter and run these horrible ads, and he's going to get rejected tonight. Donald Trump will get rejected. He did robocalls here today. Steve Bannon, no place for their politics. Tonight, the message for Democrats and for the country is the fear and division and hatred do not work. They don't work here in Virginia, and they're not going to work in America.
Governor McAuliffe, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And as we are watching these results come in here right now, just looking over, we're about a percentage point apart. In Virginia, a crucial night. North Korea also making new threats at this hour. President Trump is about to speak on Kim Jong-un's doorstep, a major speech tonight. We're going to go live there ahead.
We've got a key race alert. Take a look at this. The Democrat Ralph Northam now in the lead. 25% of the vote is now in. Quarter of the vote is now in. Ralph Northam with 50.2%. Ed Gillespie with 48.6%. Northam is ahead by 10,000 votes right now. Let's go over to John King. They're counting the votes pretty quickly over there in Virginia, John.
It is a count coming in faster than we've seen in prior elections. It is a count that in the last few minutes has shifted dramatically in favor of the Democrat, Ralph Northam. What do we mean by that? Let's just start up here where it counts in the D.C. suburbs. Loudoun County, look at the margin there, 59 to 39. And again, this is right now. This is the vote in 2017. You just had the governor of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe, talking about it. In his race, a close race 4 years ago, he just got 50% in Loudoun County. Again, the Democrat getting their 60% this time, and the population there has been growing. That's good news for the Democrats. 65%. Fairfax County, one of the big counties just outside of Washington, D.C. Again, very early in the vote count here, but Ralph Northam getting 65%. Go back 4 years. Terry McAuliffe getting 58%. So the Democrat at the moment overperforming in the vote-rich Washington suburbs. Arlington County, 72% for Terry McAuliffe 4 years ago, 78% for Ralph Northam right now. So we got a lot of counting to do. But as you look at the early map, normally, Wolf, the early count in a Virginia race statewide, the Republican is leading, and we're waiting to see what happens in the Washington suburbs. If you're in the Northam campaign right now, you're not ready to celebrate, but you're happy with the early count. A very close race. But where the votes count up here, he's running well ahead of the Democratic governor. And down here in the Virginia Beach area, an area that's normally more of a swing area, this is where Ralph Northam is from down here, 50% there. Go back in time 4 years, the Republican, Ken Cuccinelli, narrowly won down here. So the early map looks good for the Democrat, Ralph Northam, but we'll keep counting.
You see 30% of the vote is now in, and Northam is slightly ahead. Aaron, over to you.
All right, thank you, Wolf. And let's go over here, Kirsten. You hear John going through these crucial vote-rich Washington suburb county, Loudoun, Fairfax, Arlington, and in all of them right now, the Democrat outperforming what the Democratic governor did just 4 years ago.
Right, which sounds like good news for the Democrats. I think that we have to remember he was favored to win this race. This is a Democratic state. And if you look at the returns, the little information that we have, and if we take also that with what Governor McAuliffe is saying, then it would suggest a good night for the Democrat. I mean, if you're getting those kinds of numbers in Northern Virginia, then it's a good night. And I think then the question is, what will Democrats take away from this? We've been talking a lot about what will Republicans take away from it if they won. And in this case, there's this fight going on in the Democratic Party about what kind of Democrat you should run. And in this case, they ran a Democrat that fit the state. And the progressives turned against him at the end. And I think so this will be sort of on the side of the people saying we need to pick a more centrist person for a centrist state. that would be seen as a win.
And Ryan, how much does the margin matter here? Right, we expected this to be very close, and likely it will be. But you know, all of a sudden, if you're looking at 5 points versus 3 points, it starts to make a bigger statement.
Well, it's breaking a bit of tradition here, because usually on election night, Virginia, what happens is the Republican candidate has a huge lead early on, and then Northern Virginia comes in very, very late. And if the Democrats win, it all comes in late in the night. That's not happening now. But it also seems like Northern Virginia is actually just returning earlier than usual, and so. I mean, I think, look, the Democrats, it was just assumed, sort of the default story out of tonight was, well, the Democrats are going to win Virginia because Virginia is now a Democratic state. So I think the idea in the run-up to this race, as it tightened, that the Democrats, 1 year into Trump, and with Trump's approval ratings where they are, that the Democrats might lose this race and lose it to a candidate who ran on this set of issues that a lot of people in politics thought are toxic. So I think, you know, you'd have a lot of Democrats slitting their wrists if they lost this. Now the data looks a little bit
at this moment, it certainly does.
And I think one of the questions is, was this a referendum on Trumpism, and what does that mean going forward?
So Ken, on that point, okay, we were looking at the numbers 4 years ago,
right?
And right now, Ralph Northam is doing better than Terry McAuliffe did against you in some of these crucial northern counties,
right?
But you've been talking about how a few weeks ago no one cared about this race in Virginia.
Yeah.
And now you just heard Governor McAuliffe say he thinks we're looking at record turnout. What does that mean if you get record turnout and Northam wins strongly?
Well, first of all, until 3 weeks ago, I can't tell you how many reporters were calling me, asking me a version of this question: why is this so boring? And I was struck by how much that was getting repeated. Well, in the last 3 weeks, that has not happened, and the open fire has taken place. Now, Virginia races break late. People think of the political season being after Labor Day. In these odd year elections in Virginia, it's really October. And the first few days, of course, in November running up to Election Day. It's really kind of a 5-week election, typically, that really swings the state. And it lit up here in the last 3 weeks.
Well, it certainly did light up. All right, pause there, and we're getting closer, not just to more results coming in here in Virginia, but the other big breaking news this night. The president's speech in South Korea live tonight. Stay with us for that. And the polls also about to close in New Jersey, another governor's race testing President Trump's political clout.
We've got another key race alert in Virginia. The governor race, take a look, 36% of the vote is now in. The Democrat, Ralph Northam, maintaining his lead over the Republican, Ed Gillespie. He's got a lead of 50.8% to 48.1%. Got a lead of almost 25,000 votes. 36% of the vote is in Virginia. We're nearing the top of the hour when polls close in one of the key races tonight. That could send a message to President Trump and to both political parties about the mood of voters in the country right now. In New Jersey, the former Goldman Sachs executive Phil Murphy is hoping to take back the governor's office for the Democrats after 2 terms under Republican Chris Christie. Faces Republican Lieutenant Governor Kim Guadagno. Both Christie and President Trump and the controversies surrounding them are casting shadows over this race. We're also following a major story overseas. President Trump is in South Korea. He's preparing to give a highly anticipated speech about the nuclear and missile threats from North Korea. How far will he go to put pressure on Kim Jong-un and his regime in the dictator's own backyard? We're going to carry the president's speech live. That's a little over an hour from now. In the meantime, let's bring in Anderson Cooper. Anderson.
Well, thanks very much. Welcome to a special edition of AC 360. We are now just moments away from the first results in the New Jersey's governor's race. I want to check in with CNN's Athena Jones at the headquarters of the Democratic candidate, Phil Murphy. Athena?
Hi, Anderson. A short while ago, we spoke with a member of Murphy's team. He said that they were in the war room checking numbers. This official says that early turnout numbers are good. Rain has been a concern. I've been hearing that from the campaign all day. But this official said we're confident that we have had a strong, thorough statewide campaign with tens of thousands of volunteers canvassing the state in ponchos to get out the vote. I also spoke with a campaign, an official from the Guadagno campaign. They also said that they are confident. I was told just a few minutes ago that that campaign is hitting their targets. Confident our voters are motivated to get to the polls despite the weather. But as we heard Wolf mention, one key factor dragging down Guadagno is Chris Christie's unpopularity, his approval rating in the teens. Guadagno, of course, was his lieutenant governor for 8 years.
Yeah.
Anderson?
Polls set to close there at 8 o'clock in New Jersey. They closed at 7 o'clock in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's go back to Wolf and John.
Thanks very much, Anderson. You know, John, in Virginia, this race now 42% of the vote in. They're counting the votes pretty quickly. Ralph Northam, the Democrats, still maintaining a slight advantage.
Slight advantage, and you would say right now advantage Democrats, in part because as you see the votes come in here in vote-rich Washington suburbs. Loudoun County used to be a bellwether, used to be very competitive. Actually, not too long ago, used to be Republican. We got 99% of the vote in. Expected vote, nearly 60% for the Democratic candidate. Again, just go back to the governor's race 4 years ago, which was a close race. Terry McAuliffe got 50. The Democrat tonight getting 59. Again, we're just moving through the Washington suburbs. It appears to us right now, Wolf, we'll keep counting, the Democrats did what they needed to do most, turn out voters in their most Democratic areas up here, and the margins are overwhelming. One other thing we're going to keep an eye on, I'm seeing this in more and more of these counties down here in the South. This is Smythe County down here. It's tiny, 0.4% of the population. That looks great for Ed Gillespie right there. 76% of the vote. But so far in a lot of these small counties, he's either just matching or slightly behind the vote total. Never mind the percentage for a minute. The question here is, are Republicans coming out to vote? I look back at Ken Cuccinelli's performance 4 years ago. Ed Gillespie either just matching and in some of these small counties trailing the vote performance. So there could be an indication there that voters aren't turning up. But if you're looking at the map now and you're at the Northam campaign, you're doing what you need to do in the Richmond suburbs here. Big margin. You're doing what you need to do in Richmond proper, the African-American vote, the Democratic base right there. And you're looking at the map filling in early. We're up to 42% of the vote, and you are ahead. Traditionally in Virginia races, the Republican takes an early lead, and the Northern Virginia suburbs tilt it back for the Democrats. If you're Ralph Northam right now, you're nervous because this is close, but the map is filling in just how you want it to.
Approaching half of the vote in Virginia. What about New Jersey? The polls are about to close within a minute or two in New Jersey.
And remember 4 years ago. Right now, this is Chris Christie's lieutenant governor. She is not favored to win in this race. The Democrat Phil Murphy is favored in this race. If you go back 4 years ago, this was the stunning victory for Chris Christie we were all talking about. How could a moderate Republican win in a traditional blue state by such a huge margin right there? 4 years later, Wolf, it is Chris Christie's legacy that has the Democrats so heavily favored in New Jersey as we get ready to count the votes, Wolf.
All right, John, thanks very much. We have a key race alert right now. Take a look at this, the CNN projection. CNN projects that Phil Murphy, the Democratic candidate for governor of New Jersey, will be elected the new New Jersey governor. Phil Murphy, the Democratic candidate, will succeed Chris Christie as governor of New Jersey, a major win for the Democrats. Jake and Dana, this is something that was anticipated, especially because Chris Christie and Donald Trump in New Jersey right now, not all that popular.
It's a blue state. 4 years ago, I was covering Governor Christie's reelection, and it was a staggering night for his numbers. You can see he won with 60% of the vote. But, you know, 4 years is several lifetimes in politics, and right now, it is tough for New Jersey Republicans, and I heard several commenting that they think it's going to be tough for several years, in part because of Chris Christie ending his term as unpopular as he is.
Yes, there's no question. Look, the person who is his lieutenant governor was the one running. The two of them weren't exactly thick as thieves, but she still had to deal with the fact that the governor, Chris Christie, was a kind of an albatross, a political albatross around her neck. Having said that, I think you're right, Jake, that what New Jersey has done has gone back to the kind of natural way of things, because it is a blue state. And Chris Christie, in recent history, has been an anomaly. What we're going to see now is a Democratic governor who is a Goldman Sachs executive, who is a former ambassador under a Democratic president, under Obama, to Germany. And he is somebody who is going to follow in the footsteps of another Goldman Sachs executive who didn't end his term and end his career as New Jersey governor very well. And so the question is whether he's going to have a different kind of a forecast. And obviously, he's done so well right now. that the voters have a lot of confidence in.
It's a good news for Democrats who are looking for any good news in what has been an abysmal year with Democrats in the worst position they've been for several generations. We should also take a look at the fact that the lieutenant governor, the Republican, who we are projecting is not going to win this evening, she ran the kind of nationalistic light campaign that we've seen Ed Gillespie in Virginia and others run, talking a lot about crime, talking a lot about MS-13, talking a lot about sanctuary cities. Republicans are trying to figure out if this is a way for them to win in the future, and we're seeing that not in New Jersey at the very least.
Yeah. The one thing also to keep in mind, and this is a reminder of, that you were mentioning talking about covering Chris Christie 4 years ago, and it was such a landslide, and we were all talking about how a Republican won so big in a blue state, and also talking about 2016, looking ahead at that point to the presidential race and thinking, how can anybody possibly, come up against him? Well, look what happened in that presidential election. So it also shows how quickly things change in politics.
Yeah, Phil Murphy, the Democrat, will be the next governor of New Jersey. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. Ryan Nobles is standing by at Gillespie headquarters in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Ryan, what's the scene there?
Well, it's not a very positive one for Republicans here in Virginia. They do not feel encouraged at all by the numbers that are coming in. In fact, I've been in contact with a senior Republican advisor. This is someone who has direct knowledge of the campaign and is also looking very closely at these numbers. And this person described this to me tonight as a total Dem sweep. He said crushing numbers, and he also said that it is over. This advisor also telling me that this is a referendum on Donald Trump and his presidency. This is completely a national result, and likely Dems who are federal are the only ones turning out, meaning that these are voters that are coming out in big numbers, basically in opposition to Donald Trump. So this is an important development in this race tonight. We did not expect that this was going to be a race that we could call so early tonight. Not that we've called it yet, but right now I can tell you, Anderson, Republicans here in Richmond not encouraged at all by what they're seeing with these vote totals.
I just want to make sure, that was a Republican saying that stuff to you?
Yes, yeah, and this is a senior Republican advisor. This is someone that's in the room who is seeing these numbers come in. This is not somebody far down the chain. This is somebody that understands what's happening with this race, and he told me tonight that it is over.
Okay, well, at this point, we should just point out it is too early for us to call, certainly, as we continue to look at the votes coming in. Still a lot of votes to come in. Let's go to the panel. Certainly the news for Democrats good in New Jersey, still to be determined in Virginia.
Right, and they're optimistic. I've been talking to somebody in the Northam campaign who is very optimistic this evening. And he said something interesting to me. He said while Trump is the inescapable backdrop to all of this, races are about candidates. And, hard to say that, but it is about candidates. And you had in Northam an a doctor, a pediatrician, running against a former D.C. lobbyist. And this is not the year for lobbyists. Yes, he was also chair of the Republican National Committee, and he worked for George W. Bush, and he was a senior advisor to the Romney campaign. So people weren't quite sure who he was because he was running a Trump campaign, but he was an establishment Republican lobbyist. And Northam is just a very attractive candidate. So, this is coming from a Democrat. And the Northam campaign says, yes, it's about Trump. But if you look at the exit polls, at this point, only 33% say they came to vote to oppose Trump. 47% said Trump not a factor. So we can't forget that.
David,
I would say you have two candidates who weren't particularly compelling, especially to the bases of their parties. And it really was about Trump. It was whether Ed Gillespie, by embracing some of the cultural issues that Donald Trump has championed, could rally his base without losing votes in Northern Virginia. And on the other side, whether all of this energy we've heard Democrats express would translate into turnout. And I think one of the things that we've seen in these early numbers is a very strong turnout in Northern Virginia, to the point where some Republicans in Virginia tell me that they're really a little bit concerned about the Virginia House. They have a 2-to-1 margin in the Virginia House, but they expect to take heavy losses tonight in the Virginia House. So I think this has been a race about Donald Trump. and the news isn't particularly good for him tonight.
Newt?
No, I think that's right. I mean, most of the Democrats I talked to in Virginia, not so as bullish on Northam as the folks you talked to.
Well,
I mean,
work
he was.
for him.
Yeah. So you're right. I mean, especially down the stretch, he seemed to sort of lose whatever sort of momentum he had. The early polls, he was doing well. He seemed to get really tripped up on a lot of the cultural issues. Often seemed unsteady on his feet in a lot of the debates. But I think, we're going to see. Everybody talks about demographics, right? Demographics being destiny. I think one of the things we want to look at in this race particularly is the African American vote. Is about 20% the last go round. We'll see if it's 20% this go round. Northam had some challenges, right, in terms of race, in terms of whether or not to embrace the lieutenant governor candidate, who was Justin Fairfax. We'll see what that did, if anything, to the African American vote. But I think overall we're seeing how difficult it is often for Democrats to run in this culture war environment, the kind that Donald Trump has created this go round around the NFL, around statues, the Robert E. Lee statues, around sanctuary cities.
And that's really something Ed Gillespie embraced, really, in the final. Now, we got to take a quick break. Stay with us as we follow the results in the Virginia governor's race, what it could mean for the president, and we're less than an hour away from President Trump's speech near the front lines of the North Korean nuclear crisis.
Welcome back. We have a key race alert right now in Virginia. 61% of the vote is in. Ralph Northam, the lieutenant governor, the Democratic candidate, building up his lead over the Republican Ed Gillespie. Right now, Northam has 51.2% to Ed Gillespie, 47.6%. He's ahead by 56,000 votes. Let's go over to John King here at the Magic Wall. You're looking at some key counties. If you're Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate, what does he need to do right now? Can he come back?
Can he come back? No, is the short answer as you look at this. And I don't mean that we haven't counted all the votes yet, but if you look at this, he's doing what he needs to do in these small rural counties, running it up with big numbers. But Wolf, look, most of the vote is in these rural counties, and it's not a lot of votes. If you look, you're winning with 68% of the vote. You're winning here with 80% of the vote. There's just not a lot of votes out here for Ed Gillespie. And here's what's happening if you look at the race. Doing what he needs to do here, but look at this. For a Republican to win statewide in today's Virginia, the population growth up here in the D.C. suburbs, you have to either win or break even, just barely lose. Loudoun County, he's losing by 20 points almost in Loudoun County. You have to do better in Fairfax County. You're not going to win Fairfax County if you're the Republican, but you can't get blown out like that. Republicans to win statewide in Virginia, they'll tell you you probably have to win Prince William County. Again, if you lose it, it has to be 50-49, not 60-39. So in the vote-rich D.C. suburbs, Ralph Northam is running it up. This is also key. Down here in Richmond, Democratic base, the capital city, African-American turnout, the Richmond suburbs. One more quick one for you, Wolf. Down here, Ralph Northam lives in Norfolk. We don't even have any votes from Norfolk yet. He's winning in Virginia Beach. The Republican won here 4 years ago. This map is filling in a big Democratic way.
Looks like a very, very big night for the Democrats. So, John, we've got a major projection right now. And CNN projects that Ralph Northam, the lieutenant governor of Virginia, will be elected governor of Virginia, beating the Republican candidate Ed Gillespie. The Democrats continue to win in Virginia. Ralph Northam will be the next governor of Virginia. Let's go over to Brianna Keeler. She's over at Northam headquarters right now. The projection has been made. Brianna.
Well, and there's a delay here, Wolf, so it's about to be made, and you're going to hear this crowd going wild right now. But they were going wild earlier when you asked John King, could Gillespie come back from this, and he said no. There were a lot of nerves coming from Democrats backing Ralph Northam, and that was because they thought the social issues, Confederate monuments, might actually play in favor of Ed Gillespie. And in the end, they feel like it didn't, that he would have benefited if he'd stuck to more of an economic message. And then in the end, sort of going towards more of the culture wars and some of the positions backed by President Trump didn't do Ed Gillespie well, but they were certainly worried that it could be the reverse, Wolf.
All right, Brianna, stand by. We're going to get back to you. I want to go over to Jake and Dan. A big win for the Democrats in Virginia and in New Jersey.
Democrats have not had a good night in quite some time, and this is going to be good for them. Not only, of course, did they pick up that governor's race in New Jersey, which CNN is projecting, and that was 8 years of a Republican in that seat before that. Now, of course, in a very competitive state, or Commonwealth rather, Virginia, CNN projecting the Ralph Northam, the Democratic lieutenant governor, will win. And it has to be seen to a degree, I think, as a rejection of President Trump, who is the strongest prevailing political figure in the country. If you look at who turned out, according to the exit polls, and how often people who supported Trump voted for Gillespie, and how often people who opposed Trump voted for Northam, that is a very strong sign of a rejection of Trump. But also the campaign that Ed Gillespie, who, as Dan and I were talking about earlier, is pretty much up until the last 2 months known as a member of the Republican establishment, somebody who worked for George W. Bush's White House, somebody who was the Republican National Committee chairman, but in the last couple months ran a campaign, at least when it comes to the television ad campaigns, that was very much devoted not to a message of jobs and not to a message of tourism in Virginia or education, but a message of culture wars and issues that divide people, especially in Virginia, where there was that horrific murder by a white supremacist of a protester in the Charlottesville riots. So I do think to a degree this has to be perceived that way. It's just one state. It's a Democratic-leaning state. This is not the entire nation, but it's a good night for Democrats, and I think a rejection to a degree of Trump, and perhaps even more than Trump, Trumpism.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm not so sure how much we can say it is a rejection of Trump per se, since he didn't win there.
Or campaign.
Or campaign there, very much. Oh, well,
for Gillespie, I mean. For
Excuse
Gillespie.
me, he didn't campaign for Gillespie. He did some robocalls. But last year, a year ago, it is one of those blue states of late that he didn't turn red. But the question that you and I started talking about going into this evening is whether or not a Gillespie win would allow and really propel other Republicans who are going to be on the ballot next year to wrap themselves in the cultural Trumpism.
Yeah, and talk about MS-13.
About MS-13 and about immigration and so forth. And so the fact that Ed Gillespie, who was not a natural Trump-like candidate at all, did try that in the last few weeks, and it didn't win, will probably make a lot of Republicans who don't naturally fit into that think twice about it. But I do also think we should look at the Democratic side, because the question has been whether or not Democrats can get their act together and whether they can have a win. And the answer tonight is yes, and they did it with a candidate who was not the liberal darling, who wasn't the, for lack of a better way to say it, the Bernie Sanders kind of candidate. That kind of candidate, Tom Perriello, lost in the primary. So the Democrats won with a more moderate version of a candidate, and that also could be a suggestion to the party as they are really trying to find themselves. They're having a real identity crisis, that in a purple state, that's the kind of Democrat you run.
And remember, Wolf, there were five House seat special elections, or six possibly, and Democrats won one of them and lost five in the competitive seats. So since Donald Trump won, Democrats have had bad election night after bad election night. Finally, Democrats have a good election.
Not tonight. Two important wins for the Democrats right now. Democrats have won the political races tonight in Virginia and New Jersey, the gubernatorial contest. Two more races, by the way, to go, and a major address by the President of the United States in Seoul, South Korea. It's all coming up.
And there you see big wins for the candidates, Democratic candidates, both in the state of New Jersey as well as in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's go back to our panel. David Jellings, I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise that the Democrats are able to win in both states.
Right. So what I think we're learning tonight is that some old rules of politics actually still apply. You have a woefully unpopular Republican president who's at the lowest in approval ratings in modern history at this point in the presidency, and you're having a voter reaction to that. It's actually not that complicated.
And you think this does have something to do with Trump?
Without doubt. So just take a look. A third of voters, 33% of voters that went to the polls today in Virginia said they went to the polls in opposition to Donald Trump. Obviously, those voters overwhelmingly, 98% of them, voted for Northam. Only 17%, half the amount of those that went in opposition, went in support they overwhelmingly went to Gillespie, but they were a far smaller share. So there is clearly a Trump factor here. He's underwater by 13 points in Virginia. There's a Trump factor in New Jersey, as well as a Chris Christie factor. But some old rules apply. If you have a really unpopular president of one party, the other party is responding.
And here's another rule. This was Northam's race to lose, and he didn't lose it. No. And good for him, but he didn't lose it, right?
David? And so to echo what Gloria had said earlier, amazingly, political races are about the candidates. Right?
But I didn't let Trump off the hook.
But to echo Gloria's point and put an emphasis on it, I don't see this as being a huge victory for the Democratic Party. They just forestalled defeat, and now they're going to have an internal war because Ralph Northam, as everyone points out, pretty right, what used to be called a blue dog Democrat, went to VMI, served in the military, voted for George Bush twice, is a right-of-center Democrat who beat the Sanders-Warren candidate. And so when Democrats sit around congratulating themselves tomorrow, they got to think about who do we pick as our candidates in the future.
Van, is there a lesson here for the Democratic Party?
Well, I see it differently. It is true that my wing of the party got beat in this one, and yet this was the first real test for the resistance. If we lost here, this was going to be a complete disaster, and you're going to have a Democratic Party fall apart. And there was a real danger that anti-Trump revulsion could have curdled into anti-political revulsion. And people would be so outraged that they wouldn't even come out. What we showed was this party is maturing now under the weight of this Trump presidency. You got a party now that's starting to mature. Yes, we can have our differences, all this stuff with Donna Brazile, whatever, but we still showed up when it mattered. And that's a big deal for us tonight.
We got to take a break. We only have 2.5 hours more to discuss this. Just hold that thought. We are closing in on President Trump's high-stakes speech about the North Korean nuclear threat. We're going to go live to the Korean Peninsula for that with new information on President Trump's remarks and also how Kim Jong-un may respond, if he will. It's all ahead.
Welcome back. Virginia, major win for the Democrats tonight, John King. How did they do it? The Democrats won in Virginia. They did it relatively easily, it looks like.
Sometimes politics is complicated. Sometimes it's basic arithmetic. You turn out votes where the people are. That's what the Democrats did in the population centers in the Washington, D.C. suburbs that have become more and more Democratic, more Latino, more young people, more college educated, more women, more Democratic voters in the past 10, 15 years. Look at this. Loudoun County used to be a swing county, 59% for the Democrat Ralph Northam. A Republican cannot win statewide if you're getting beat by almost 20 points in Loudoun County, Virginia. It just doesn't happen. Fairfax County, this one has moved much more Democratic. And again, look at it, 66, 32%. The Republican cannot expect to win Fairfax County, but you can't get beat by 30 points because of the number of people who live in this part. This one here, if you're the Republicans, this is most disappointing. Prince William County, as you start to go close-in suburbs, further out suburbs, this is more ex-urban areas, although they're getting much more crowded. This used to be farms. Now it's an ex-urban area. You get out here, again, for a Republican to win statewide in Virginia, you want to win Prince William County. To lose it, it's got to be 50-49 to still have a chance, 60-38. It's just not happening. Ed Gillespie did what he needed to do down here. We're still waiting for some of these rural counties, running up pretty big numbers down here. Just not a lot of people, Wolf. You see the numbers. There's 6,000 votes. You're getting 75% of the vote with 6,300 votes. But then to come back up here, you're getting 59% of the vote. That's 53,000. Just the people live up here. The math is just overwhelming for the Democrats. Other places they needed to turn them out, they did. Down here in Roanoke, you move down here, Roanoke City, overwhelming numbers there. In the part of Southwest Virginia where Democrats can be competitive, you come over here to the capital city, Richmond, overwhelming margins there. We still have a lot of votes to count. That's how we were able to call this race, where the votes are still out. Most of those areas are Democratic centers. Big numbers there. Big numbers in the suburbs around Richmond, an area Republicans have to be competitive in to win statewide. And Ralph Northam lives down here in Norfolk. Norfolk always goes Democratic, but he's winning by big numbers there, and the votes are just starting to come in, so his margin's going to get even bigger. This Virginia Beach area usually goes Republican for governor. It did 4 years ago. Ralph Northam winning there. He practices medicine down here in Norfolk, so he's very familiar with the shore area here. It's you just look at the map, and Van made this point earlier, Democrats did what they needed to do after a very competitive primary. They put it together. After a very competitive primary, Republicans are going to be looking down here and looking at the turnout numbers. Ed Gillespie got the margins, the high percentages out here. It'll be interesting to study over the next few days the vote totals in this election compared to 4 years ago. Republicans will be studying that quite a bit.
Big win for Ralph Northam. The lieutenant governor will become the next governor of Virginia. Go ahead.
One other quick point. He's getting 51% right now with 70% of the vote in. Hillary Clinton got 50% of the vote. This is a huge win for Democrats, but let's not forget, this is a state that is trending blue. She won it 4 years ago for president. Ralph Northam is essentially matching those votes.
Especially in those Washington, D.C. suburbs where a lot of the people have moved in recent years. Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, well, thanks. John just said that Republicans are going to be studying what happened in the Commonwealth of Virginia for in the days to come. I assume Democrats are going to be as well. What's the lesson for Democrats, John?
Democrats should be, and they should celebrate tonight. We certainly needed a morale victory, so thank goodness for tonight. However, Ralph Northam didn't run a campaign that was burning Trump at the stake. One of his most memorable ads is when he talked about working with Trump. He's a moderate. He voted for Bush twice. He fit the district. So in this battle within the Democratic Party, one of the takeaways here is we need candidates who fit the district, not who meet litmus tests that are on the progressive wing of the party. That's part of the reason why he won, and that's who we should be looking for to run in districts around the country.
Jen, you sound like me on that one there.
Now, we agree. I don't know if he wants the same outcome, but
no one's really talking about how Republicans are looking at this, and I think what the line will be is certainly from the conservatives as well. You know, Ed was a lobbyist. Ed was a moderate. You know, he's someone who just embraced Trump at the end. That's when he started to get the momentum, and so we have nothing to learn from this. That we're fine.
Do you think that's true?
I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true for two reasons. Number one, Ed actually fit the state very well, and he's not a hardcore conservative, but he's conservative on a lot of issues that conservatives care about. He's pro-life. I mean, he's a pretty good conservative. He's establishment, and people sometimes mix establishment with conservative. Sometimes they think, well, if you're an establishment guy, you're not a conservative. No. Ed was an establishment guy, but he was also a conservative, and he embraced a lot of Trump's issues.
He'd come very close in a Senate race in the past against Warner.
Yeah, he did. Like I said, he's a good candidate. He fits the state. People know him. Maybe he was a little out of character doing some of that stuff at the end that may have hurt him in places like Loudoun. I mean, seeing those numbers in Loudoun sort of surprised me, and that may have hurt Ed trying to be someone who he really isn't.
The story tonight, though. One party was going to be saying, well, if we had nominated someone from the other faction, we would have done better. And we're going to hear some of that here. If Northam had lost, you would have heard that from Democrats. But on this question of Trump, one of the most interesting things in this exit poll is when you said issues mattered most to you in your vote for governor. By far and away, the most important issue was health care. Well, health care wasn't an issue in the governor's race. And that tells me that a lot of people were motivated not by the state issues as much as...
That's actually the point I wanted to make, which is the Republicans should take from this race that the underlying issues in this that made it really hard for Ed Gillespie to win. Yes, it was Trump's, Twitter and all that kind of... But they didn't get health care done. They haven't gotten taxes done. And in fact, the reports on taxes in the last week have not been favorable. I mean, the tax bill has gotten beaten up pretty badly. And he doesn't look like he's effectively governing. I think that is the hope if I'm a Republican. Well, that if I can get my act together here, actually get some things done, then the base will turn out again and things will be okay.
I hope you actually learn just something else, too, which is that sometimes throwing these nasty, divisive things out on the table to try to supercharge or jumpstart something actually is not good for the country, it's not good for the state, and it may not be good for your party. Because but the sad thing is, you did have a decent Republican who decided the only chance he had was to become an indecent Republican, and it didn't work for him. And I think that's important for Republicans to pay attention to across the country.
Well, that's where the immigration issue comes in. Just to add on what David was saying, not only did 37% believe health care was important, but only 13% thought immigration was important. And we know that this race got pretty nasty on the issue of gang violence, for example. And also sanctuary cities was a big issue in this campaign, which the Democrat kind of flipped on in the end. But did flip on in the end. But that was an issue that made a lot of noise in political ads, but the voters cared more about what was going to happen with their health care, whether it was Republicans caring about Republicans
when the president makes a robocall and says, if you vote for Ed Gillespie, there will be no more crime. Does anyone actually, obviously that's not factually going to happen.
I think everyone now understands the president speaks differently than most politicians.
or more third graders.
Or maybe even most people. And so, yes, when he says these hyperbolic things, people take it with a grain of salt. They understand what he means, and they just discount the rest.
But
We'll take a quick break. We'll have more of this. We're going to see President Trump soon in the South Korean National Assembly. Kim Jong-un may be watching as well. We're covering a pivotal moment in an urgent nuclear standoff live. We'll be right back. Well, the president is in South Korea, but he just tweeted about the race in the Commonwealth of Virginia. He said, quote, Ed Gillespie worked hard, but did not embrace me or what I stand for. Don't forget, Republicans won 4 out of 4 House seats. And with the economy doing record numbers, we will continue to win even bigger than before, exclamation mark. And he's expected to make a speech very shortly. We'll see if he actually mentions this.
That's a short romance.
Well, he has your back. He's tracking.
You said that was a short romance?
Yes,
yeah. Because he did make robocalls over the last
yesterday.
2 days.
Why did he support him and say it was great and crime would be down and he'd be a
He said there would be no crime.
Oh, right. I forgot.
He seems very focused on his upcoming speech in the...
Yes, exactly.
For any Republican who wonders whether this guy will have your back.
Yeah.
Gloria, I think the president, what you said earlier, right, that Ed Gillespie wasn't out strong and in full force for President Trump during the campaign, didn't help him, didn't lift a finger. And I think Virginia voters didn't forget that. Republican voters didn't forget it, and they didn't show up to support Ed.
So you think he should have embraced the president?
No, I'm just saying that I think that to a large extent, right, you look at those far-flung counties where he's running up 80% of the vote. And, I'm just going to say, like, in Pennsylvania, that's how we won in Pennsylvania, was all those counties that people had forgotten, 500, 700, 350, all those extra people showing up put the president over. That's what Ed Gillespie needed to do to win Virginia, and he didn't do it.
So he actually got the same turnout in terms of raw numbers that past gubernatorial candidates.
But you can't do that.
What happened was there was a surge of voters in Democratic areas.
Right, you can't do that and win.
This is, if we're drawing lessons from this, this would make me very uncomfortable if I were a Republican running in 2018, because this is what people fear, that somehow this resistance, as it were, would translate into votes. And it translated into votes today.
And I got to tell you, it was not obvious that would happen. I mean, part of the thing is that when you talk to the actual base, you have a lot of people who sometimes seem like they don't know the difference between tweeting and organizing. There's this whole thing that's happened inside the Democratic Party where there's a lot of social media, there's a lot of complaining, there's a lot of fanning, there's a lot of fainting. It's like, guys, are you knocking on any doors? Are you doing the actual work? And there was a real concern that this thing was just going to be a marching movement, not a voting movement. This thing is becoming a voting movement, and that's a big, big deal in America tonight.
We should also, we're able to report the Democrats are going to win the lieutenant governor in Virginia and the attorney general in Virginia.
And another area to watch, I
Democratic
think,
sweep
is going
and
to be
some history made there in the lieutenant governor's race.
So Andrew, just to talk to David, what he needed to do, I wasn't saying that what you need to do in Virginia is just play the old handbook that the playbook, take it out and dust it off to win. You need to exceed. That's what you had to do in Pennsylvania to win. That's what Trump had to do for the first time in 30 years. He had to outperform historic numbers in those outlying.
Right, but wasn't the balance for Gillespie that if he did embrace the president too much, it would drive it way more?
But that's the problem, right? So Ed Gillespie couldn't be too hot or too cold, right? If he was too hot, the folks in Northern Virginia, Loud and Fairfax, run the other direction. If he's too cold, the folks in the outlying counties would run the other direction.
He ran the Trump playbook on messaging.
Right.
He treated Northam like he was...
It was Trumpism without Trump.
Trumpism without Trump.
Well,
He was...
that's
Let
what
me
Steve
finish.
Bannon has.
He ran as if Northam was supporting pedophiles and he was supporting gangs. Those were his ads. They were very powerful and strong, though they were mean and harsh and nasty. And Northam was on his back most of the race trying to say, I don't support pedophiles. I don't support gangs. That was a lot of what he had to say publicly.
And Northam wore a military uniform and was served in the military, went to VMI, was a pretty right-of-center Democrat, and so people were able to see through that.
Senator, I'm wondering what you think of what David is saying.
Yeah, look, I think this is, you're giving way too much credit to the actual race. I mean, this is not a presidential race that people have on their mind that is really going to drive turnout like you have a presidential race. I hate to say it, but I agree with Axelrod on this one in that I think there's the fundamental issue here is what's going on in the country, is the base, which base is motivated, and right now I think it's clear. Van's right. The Democrats were motivated.
Right. That's what I said, Senator. I said that the folks in the exurbs in the rural counties didn't show up for Ed.
So let me ask you.
But it's not Ed's fault. You're blaming it on Ed, and I just don't think it's Ed's fault. I think the bottom line is Donald Trump is not delivering on what he said he was going to deliver on. And that's the problem. And he needs to deliver. And if there's a message for Republicans, they better get that message that they better start passing stuff and looking like they can govern.
So here's my question, and I'll ask it of the two Republicans. Would it have made a difference if Donald Trump had gone to the state of Virginia? Would that have helped Ed Gillespie get over the line?
No.
As the president says.
No. I think just pure demographics, right? The numbers in Virginia, it's a purple, state. Just put it mildly. You look in the D.C. exurbs, you're not going to win Loudoun, Fairfax. It's no coincidence that Donald Trump golfed at Trump National, right in Virginia, 15 times since Ed Gillespie's been the nominee. But they didn't
Never
appear
with
together.
Ed Gillespie.
They didn't appear together once during those 15 visits to Virginia. So no coincidence.
There are some dangers for Democrats I'd just like to point out, and I'm curious to see if you agree with me on this. It does seem that our response, whenever these culturally divisive things become culturally divisive, I don't know a better word for it, when they come up, our response is basically to either duck or call names. And that we don't yet have a good way to talk about sanctuary cities and talk about how they actually are a public safety measure. In other words, if you have a bunch of immigrants who feel like if they call the cops, the deportation police are going to show up, they're not going to call the cops for anything. I don't know if we're defending some of these things adequately. If we think, well, all you have to do is duck or call names, we may be surprised by the strength of some of these cultural issues down the road.
I think that's fair and that's true. I think.
Sorry, the strength of these cultural issues for Democrats?
Against Democrats. In other words, there's a danger.
I hope you make those arguments because I think they're losing arguments. So please engage those arguments.
But I think the challenging, which I bet you agree with me on, one of the challenges we have within the party now is that one of the lessons people have learned from 2016 is that unless you are 100% anti-gun, unless you're 100% for abortion rights, unless you're 100% defending sanctuary cities, you can't be a part of our party. And that's not a winning message or strategy either. So I guess I'm agreeing with you.
So for you, the key for Democrats is tailoring to the state, to the country.
I think the key for Democrats is getting out of Washington, D.C., listening to what people are saying in districts and states across the country, figuring out who we are and what we stand for. We can be for health care and equality without saying there have to be these...
If Tom Perriello had run, this would have been a different race, different tone, different message,
and
different
he
outcome.
would have lost. He would have lost.
We've got to take a quick break. So far, tonight's election results are not going well for President Trump. The question, of course, is how is he going to do when he delivers a major address on North Korea's nuclear threat? We are standing by for his speech at the South Korean National Assembly. We'll be right back. And welcome back. I'm Anderson Cooper. This is a special edition of AC 360. We are watching live pictures from the South Korean National Assembly, where President Trump is about to deliver a big speech on the the nuclear threat from North Korea. What he says, how he says it, may have serious implications for the security of the United States and the region. Wolf Blitzer standing by with that. Wolf?
You know, Anderson, the president says North Korea is a worldwide threat that demands an international response. This speech tonight is his best opportunity while he's in Asia to lay out his plan for dealing with Kim Jong-un and his rapidly developing weapons program. Aides say President Trump will turn up the heat on China and Russia to try to isolate Kim's regime, while also emphasizing the importance of the U.S. alliance with South Korea. North Korea is warning President Trump against using any warlike rhetoric. Will the president taunt the dictator he's called Rocket Man in the past, or will he continue to tone down his language, as we heard from him earlier in the day? Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. He's got new information on all of that just outside the National Assembly, where the president will deliver this major address.
That's right, Wolf. And I talked to a senior administration official who has helped work on this speech. This official says that the president is expected to avoid some of those rhetorical flourishes, that brinkmanship language like Rocket Man, and claiming he could totally destroy North Korea that we've seen from the president in past speeches about the communist regime. But according to this senior administration official, Trump being Trump, one can't predict that. So this official saying that right now you can't really guarantee 100% that the president is not going to engage in that kind of rhetoric during this speech to the Korean National Assembly. Now, we should point out this official also said the president, as you mentioned, Wolf, he is going to lay out the contrast between the two Koreas. He is going to once again state, as he has stated throughout this trip, that the United States has the back of the South Koreans, that the U.S. would come to the defense of the South Koreans during any kind of military attack from the North. But at the same time, this official said they need help. They need help from China. They need help from Russia. And so we should expect to hear the president talk about that as well. Wolf, one thing we should note, earlier this morning, the president attempted to make a very dramatic trip up to the DMZ that separates North and South Korea. Before this trip, South Korean President Moon was there waiting for him for the president to arrive. Because of foggy weather here in Seoul, the president had to scrap that trip. So it's unclear whether or not the president, who was looking for some drama in that symbolic trip up to the DMZ, will be looking to inject some of that drama into his speech at the last minute. We've seen this happen before, where officials have told us, well, we think we know what's in the speech, but then the president ad-libs something at the last second. That could happen in this speech to the South Korean National Assembly, Wolf.
We'll watch it very closely together with you, Jim Acosta, outside the National Assembly in Seoul. Jake, we've been hearing a little bit of a different tone from the president over the past day or so.
That's right. It's difficult to tell with this president and this administration how much is strategic in terms of the mixed messages and how much is purposeful versus how much is just ad-libbed and born from the chaos that President Trump, I think it's fair to say in some cases, likes, a certain competition of different power centers around him. He has had some very, very harsh rhetoric at the UN, terms like fire and fury, terms like Rocket Man. Since he's been on this Asia trip, Wolf, he has taken a much more measured approach, talking about how he wants diplomacy to work. He hopes to God he wants it to work, Dana. And so I think it's fair to say that we don't know exactly what we're going to get tonight. But let's bring in the former Director of National Intelligence in the Obama administration, retired Air Force General James Clapper. What are you hoping to hear from President Trump tonight at the South Korean Assembly? And what are you hoping to God you do not hear?
Well, I'm hoping, I think, as most everyone is that he will adapt a more conciliatory tone, as was indicated in his press conference. So the fact that he wants to make a deal, I think that's a message that will be heard in North Korea. Because what we've done to this point is basically a lot of threats, and our incentive is, well, we'll be less punitive if you do what we tell you to do. So the fact that he's kind of thrown an olive branch out here, I hope that tone and content is continued in the speech. I also might comment, I think it's regrettable he didn't get up to the DMZ. I think it would have been very instructive for him on two counts. One, just the experience, see the geography, experience the feeling up there, and as well to get educated on the very dense urban landscape that exists, that Seoul is a megalopolis that spreads all the way up to the DMZ. However, I was on a helicopter that strayed into North Korea, and that's not a good place to fly to get lost in. So they're being discretion, better part of valor here.
Right, he tried to get there, but the helicopter mission was turned back
because of the weather.
Do you think that there's a message, because you mentioned the failed attempt because of weather to get to the DMZ? Do you think that Kim Jong-un is, because he reads messages, he kind of seizes on things? Do you think that he will do that?
Well, I do think, no, I think it would have been useful, assuming there were no inflammatory rhetoric while he was up there. But just to go up and see it and observe it, great message to the Republic of Korea, reassurance to them, and a great message to the troops, both U.S. and Republic of Korea. So, and not to mention, as I said earlier, I think it'd be instructive for him.
I was actually there earlier this year with Vice President Pence, and you could see that kind of recognition in him, no question. Well, you mentioned that the president was more conciliatory in his tone earlier today. The question, though, is whether or not he will be that way in terms of policy. He said, we're making a lot of progress. What do you think he meant?
Well, I don't know what it means. I caught that as well. I thought it was very intriguing. Unless something going on in the background, but perhaps with the Chinese, all of which is a good thing. So I think both tone and content are going to be really important in this speech.
If you're just joining us, we are waiting for President Trump to deliver an address before the South Korean Assembly. It is an important speech, obviously, right across the demilitarized zone. Kim Jong-un will be watching and listening. General Clapper, let me ask you, one of the things that our reporter, Will Ripley, who is in North Korea right now, says the number one thing that the North Koreans are going to be looking for is an announcement from President Trump about whether or not he's going to put North Korea back on the list of state sponsors of terror. That country was originally on the list. Right. George W. Bush and that administration took him off in 2008 as part of the deal that they were working on then as a diplomatic gesture. What decision do you think President Trump should make?
I frankly, personally don't think that he should do that. I don't see the intrinsic gain by putting him back on the terrorist list. We're certainly not going to treat him much differently than we're already treating him with all the sanctions that we've imposed on him. And of course, it does carry a lot of, I think it's more symbolic and a very negative message to the North Koreans. So if on the one hand, he is reaching out, let's make a deal, I wouldn't do that. I'd hold that back as a stick, but not do it right now.
You have made very clear that you don't believe that the North Koreans will ever give up their nuclear ambitions. And the question is, when you hear the president, like he said today, say that he hopes North Korea will come to the table for what, to what end? If it is true that North Korea, that's their whole reason for existence right now is their nuclear capability.
What I would have suggested is not to hold denuclearization out as a precondition for negotiation. It's still a long-term great objective, but I wouldn't hold it out as we're not going to talk to you unless you denuclearize. As I learned when I was there, they're not going to do that. And the more of this rhetoric, threatening rhetoric, what that does is heighten their paranoia and will make them cling to those nuclear weapons even more. So I would just accept that, try to cap it, try to stop the tests, and then enter into some dialogue with them. I did not find unreasonable their request, their demand to me when I was there for entering into negotiations for a peace treaty, because all we have is a ceasefire. Everybody stopped shooting 64 years ago on the 27th of July, 1953. From the North Korean perspective, what they see is a very formidable, overwhelmingly formidable force looking, when they're sitting in Pyongyang looking south, which they think is on a hair trigger to invade the North and overturn the regime. So I don't think it's unreasonable to have a path towards a peace treaty.
Well, I want to show some video right now, if we can. They just removed a protester, I believe, from the South Korean Assembly. Let's just show that video if we can. And as we watch this video, I'm going to throw it back to Anderson Cooper.
We're waiting for the president's speech. Obviously, they're in South Korea. And as we mentioned earlier, the president did tweet about the race in the Commonwealth of Virginia, essentially saying Ed Gillespie, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but essentially saying, there it is, Ed Gillespie worked hard, but did not embrace me or what I stand for. Don't forget, Republicans won 4 out of 4 House seats. With the economy doing record numbers, we will continue to win even bigger than before. David Chellian, you're getting some more information about some other seats in the Commonwealth.
Well, the House of Delegates is getting quite competitive here. Democrats have flipped somewhere between 8 and 11 seats so far. They need to get 17 to win control. And we're going to be tracking these state legislative races all night. But just think of what's happening here, Anderson. Democrats have swept all 3 of the statewide elections in Virginia today. The Democrats are now on the hunt and closing in on potentially flipping the House of Delegates. It evokes a little bit of what we saw in 2005 after President Bush was reelected and the state Senate in Virginia on a big Democratic night for Virginia that sort of foreshadowed the story of 2006 when Democrats, Jen knows this all too well, swept, you know it well, Senator, there's no doubt about that, swept into control in both the Senate and the House. So it is this kind of, and you just look, Anderson, 41% of the electorate today that showed up identified themselves as Democratic. It's just a huge growth from what we've seen just in the makeup of the electorate. This story tonight is about an energized Democratic Party in a battleground state showing up to make their voices.
You're obviously seeing Jared Kushner there, Dina Powell, the Deputy National Security Advisor. They are starting to take their seats waiting for this speech. David?
You know, I think the thing we should start looking at is what's happening elsewhere. There's nothing on this scale here, but for example, in Maine, there's a referendum on whether Medicaid should be expanded there. The governor, Paul LePage, has Republican governors refused to do that. Right now, it looks like voters are going to overturn his verdict on this. There was a Democratic mayor elected in Manchester, New Hampshire for the first time since 2005. So around the country, you're seeing these things happening. And I make this as a clinical point because I've seen both sides of these kinds of trends. But in 2009, you could sort of feel that in 2010, it was going to be a very long night for Democrats. And I think for Republicans, the thing they need to contemplate is how do you deal with, do you embrace Trump? Or it's very hard to run from a president of your own party. And a lot of these races that are coming up that are swing districts, for example, in the U.S. House, are in suburban areas like the ones that we have seen go Democratic tonight.
Does this Ed Gillespie notion of sort of running on policies of the president but not embracing the man himself, is that I mean, given what happened to Ed Gillespie, is that something you think we're going to be seeing more of, or is it?
So Anderson, and just to address David's point, you know, I think in the midterms, right, that the Congress needs to do something to run on, right? I think that's what you say. To echo Senator Santorum's earlier point, health care hasn't passed, tax reform may stall. We have December 9th rapidly approaching, where there could be a government shutdown, maybe not. You have DACA. There's a precipitous cliff coming up on December 9th that has to be dealt with. And so lots of things, not too many days on the legislative calendar. Long time ago in this town, they used to go regular order, pass bills, things got done. And I think what you see in America is a lot of people just frustrated with the inability of the government to function.
Well, Senator, so you referenced 2006, and I just want to ask you, to this point that David was just making, how did you make the calculation about an unpopular President Bush at the time? You were running in a blue state, Pennsylvania. Was it a daily calculation about how to run away, how to embrace? How did you deal with that in 2006? And
you know, I think I'm different because, as my buddy Van will know, I mean, I don't do this every morning when I get up. And so I felt like, you know, I'm just going to run.
That's why you're a TV commentator.
That's maybe best suited for it. But no, I didn't. But a lot of folks did. I mean, a lot of folks tacked away from President Bush. I didn't do that. But look, I think to reemphasize the point, Congress is up for election in 2018, not Donald Trump. And so whether they embrace Trump or not, I don't think really matters. You know, what matters to them is that they've got to show a record of accomplishment and that will benefit Donald Trump, but it will benefit more them than Donald Trump.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, given what we see with Democrats tonight, do you think we're going to see more retirements of Republicans in the House?
Well, we saw a New Jersey seat that should be a Democratic seat. Just the retirement today.
But I don't think Lobiondo got pushed out because of. I mean, Lobiondo was he was safe. He would have been safe there for 100 years. I think it was a personal decision.
It's a very good question because what happened in 2005 and 6 was there was a wave of retirements, and that was one of the reasons why Democrats were able to take over the House.
Now, that could just be because it's no fun to be in Congress anymore, right? That could be
all of a sudden. The other
Gloria, that's also no fun to run in a tough year.
It's been coming for a long time. I mean, this didn't happen overnight, right?
No.
We passed, the spending bills have been slowing down. Regular order has ceased to exist.
But there's something happening beyond just what's happening in Washington, D.C. and the dysfunction in Congress. There are real movements out there in the country that candidates have to deal with on the left and the right. And some of those movements are very, very tough on people that they don't think are towing the right party line. And I think that makes it a lot tougher. If you come to Washington, D.C. and you want to get something done, you're looking over your left shoulder, your right shoulder
absolutely,
at all times because of these movements, what you've been talking about.
I would say there's one other big tactical lesson, I think, for Democrats or anyone to take away from tonight. If we look at the House of Delegates, there's 17 seats there that Hillary Clinton won. So looking at those and seeing how Democrats do in those seats is interesting because we've been talking about those seats in congressional races as the ones where we have an opportunity. And there's 22, I think, if I get my numbers.
Yeah.
23, if I get my numbers correct. So that would be a real roadmap for Democrats. Those are a lot of suburban districts. Those are similar to some of these House delegate districts. And that's a place where we could say, oh, wow, we actually could.
Well, does this make, there's going to be a lot of Democrats watching this tonight when suddenly get exuberant, whether irrationally or not. Does this make Dems favored to win in 2018?
The House of Delegates races tell you more about the wins of the political wins, I think, than actually the governor's races, as much as I welcome the governor's wins as well, because they're more about generic Democrat and generic Republican and less about big candidates on television who are running against each other on major issues.
But let's just talk about, who turned out, and that would also give Democrats some hope. You had a good African-American turnout here, and everybody knows that was crucial to Northam winning in Virginia. But also, it's kind of the revenge of the white college graduate voters. Northam won 51%, and that's really high. That's really high. That's higher than Hillary Clinton won, I believe. You guys might correct me on that. And so if there are implications here for members of Congress in white collar districts who could look at this and say, okay, my people are motivated. My people are motivated this time to come out, and I think that'll make a difference to them, how they fight on the tax bill, for example. And I think this also may imperil tax reform to some degree. I know the senator talked about that earlier, but do people feel that they need to be as tied to Donald Trump as
it's not
they
Donald
were?
Trump tax bill.
No.
I mean, that's what people don't understand.
Really?
I mean, this
wasn't
not
Donald Trump's candidate either?
Look,
You better tell him because he keeps saying it is.
Republicans were for tax reform before Donald Trump was. So this is more important to the Republican Congress than it was to Donald Trump, and it is to Donald Trump. So they need to learn the lesson that minority turnout in congressional elections in 2018 mean nothing to the Republican Party. That it doesn't matter. So it may matter to the governors.
It
doesn't matters to Democrats.
It matter. I'm talking about congressional Republicans.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because they're not heavy minority districts.
Mm-hmm.
So what does matter is college-educated folks. I agree that does matter, but also blue-collar workers who are very disenchanted right now with the Republican Congress, and that's why adopting Donald Trump's message in part and delivering on the core things that they promised is the 1-2 punch they need.
What you would have for this Congress to do what you want is for you to actually have a conservative Republican Party. And what you have is an anti-liberal Republican Party, and that's not the same. And because what you've got now is just an anti-liberal bunch of folks, they can't govern. And I think that...
What is the difference?
Well, conservatives have... Here's a conservative. He actually has principles. There's stuff he actually believes in, whether it's popular or not, and he's willing to actually sacrifice to get there. What you see with the Republicans now, especially in their media, is what are the liberals for? We're against it. Whatever you are for, we're against. So we are not going to compromise with you. We will not find any common ground with you. If you give me a deal that gives me 99% what I want, but it helps 1% helps a Muslim, I'm against it because I'm just against you guys. You can't govern with that. And so what's going to happen is they are not going to be able to deliver, and it's going to open a door, I think, for Democrats.
Well, it's interesting. Ed Gillespie probably was kind of the portrait of the sort of governing conservative. That's who he is. He believes in the process. He was chairman of the Republican National Committee. He was a senior advisor in the White House. And he went down that road. I think he thought Hillary Clinton was going to be president this year, and that would have made his job a lot easier running for governor. But what happened was he got a challenge from a Trump guy, Corey Stewart, and almost lost the primary. And so in order to rally the base, he essentially, he jumped in the back seat of the car. He's the class nerd who jumped in the back seat of the car with the bad boys, and he drove off. But, you can't heal the party that easily. I think there are deep fissures. And Rick's right. It's not conservative versus moderate so much as establishment versus populists.
I just want to remind our viewers, we're looking at the South Korean National Assembly where President Trump is about to speak any moment. We're obviously going to bring that to you live. That's why what you're looking at the screen, you just saw General McMaster, National Security Advisor, arriving. Jared Kushner is there. Looks like most of the president's people are coming in. And there's obviously the Chief of Staff. So we obviously will bring you his remarks as soon as the president starts to speak. We can continue. Oh, well, as you were. Oh, I mean, so again, I think you talked about the jumping in the car and run off the cliff. I think the Republican dog caught the car of government and doesn't know what to do with it. And I think it's starting to actually help Republicans see. Wait, hold on a second. I've got a father-in-law who's a conservative Republican. But he's heartbroken by what he sees with the Republicans, not just because of what he hears from Donald Trump, but because he just doesn't see a seriousness about governing. And I think you're going to wind up depressing your own base possibly if this doesn't turn around.
Look, they're going to pass a tax bill because they have to, and not because they want to. They like everything that's in it, but they're going to get a real dose of governing. Hopefully, Virginia tonight will put a marker on this.
You think that's going to motivate the tax bill?
I don't know how it can't. They were panicked before Virginia. Mm-hmm. They're going to be panicked even. Look, there are a lot of Republicans in Washington who believed Ed was going to win this race, and he had the momentum, and he was going to come back, and we were going to show him. And the fact that it's not all that close, and that the House seats, the delegate races are. Look, this is another wake-up call. Not that they needed one, but there's another wake-up call for Republicans in the House and Senate that you've got to put these, really, in my mind, petty differences aside on some of these policies things. Learn to step up and take a bullet, because maybe this isn't perfect for my district. Well, I'll tell you what's not perfect for your district. Having a Democrat represented after you lose in the general election.
So do they care if Trump has their back then? I mean, he's low in the polls, but say they take a bullet. What happens? But does the president?
If he takes a bullet and wins, of course Trump will have their back. Yeah, but if they take a bullet and lose,
then they'll get an Ed Gillespie.
Absolutely.
Their care for Trump also may decrease dramatically. If a tax bill happens or doesn't happen, a lot of them are gritting their teeth and just saying, "We want this tax bill to happen. We need him with us." Right? That's going to happen or not happen. His political power has just been proven to be not that powerful. So what do they need him for after this? I think is going to be a big question.
I think the tax bill will rise or fall under its own weight. Now, the president has nothing to do with it. You see the National Association of Home Builders, NFIB coming against the tax bill, traditional Republican stalwarts who support the party opposing this bill. This bill has serious problems. It will rise or fall on its own merits. The president has nothing to do with it.
Jen, you say what do they need him for? They need him because he has the hearts and minds of a large number of Republicans in their base, and they're worried about walking away. Why did Ed Gillespie, who was a champion of immigration reform and in many ways on the moderate side of some of these issues, why did he choose to embrace the cultural agenda he did at the end? He did it because he needed to earn his bona fides with the base. So it's not easy to walk away from the base of
But I think, David, I think that you'll agree with this, that if you pass a tax bill, you'll see ads talking about tax cuts, regulation reform, the stock market, increased change in people's pockets. It's every unemployment at a historic low, $5 trillion. That'll be the commercial to run the midterm.
They'll have a narrative.
But now here's. If that happens,
would you run on that, guys?
Hey, listen, if that happens, that's great. But I don't think you guys take enough of account of the fact that you have a very nasty movement inside of your party that doesn't talk about that stuff, that really does want to talk about this divisive stuff, be scared of people. These people are going to get you. The gangs are coming.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
And that is a real thing. And guess what? That motivates us. As long as if the stuff you're talking about, everybody can be for.
I can tell you that the stuff also calling Republicans, racist and bigots.
Which I didn't say.
You're not saying it now. I agree with you, but it's been said for a long time, and a lot of ads, and including an ad in this Virginia's race, which the now governor-elect had to back away from. So this is not just one side. This is not just Republicans out there. It's both sides are in the gutter on these issues.
All I'm saying is that. You just gave a great story about having some actual accomplishments, which would be wonderful, some of them I would be against, and being able to run on actual substantive stuff.
And I'm saying if that happened, then we would be in a very different place in this country. My fear is that there is this other movement out there that, and you don't like it when people call you names about it. I like it better when conservatives stand up to it. But there is a nativist, nasty thing out here that does seem to have a real effect, and you saw it in this race. I'm not making it up. I just saw it.
And Van, Van, you have a point, obviously. Look, it is easier to run on accomplishments than it is on fear. And I think that when you pass this tax cut, you'll see the stool of tax cuts, regulation reform, economy churning along. That's going to be the narrative. Fuzzy puppies and rainbows. Lots of.
Listen, Donald Trump got elected not on accomplishments and not on. He got elected as an anti-establishment insurgent.
Who was going
the real
to Washington
challenge
to
is how do you govern that way?
Right.
And now he's run into real obstacles.
Revolutionaries don't make great leaders. Often.
I will say something about what the senator just said, though. I think that we have gotten in this logjam now, where if somebody says, I'm concerned about Mexican gangs, somebody on my side will say, well, then you're just a racist.
And just so our viewers, the president and the first lady have entered the room. They're not speaking right away, so you can continue. I just want to.
Good. But and that's not going to work because
it's the same thing as saying I want to reform Social Security, and you want to cut grandma off and throw off a cliff. I mean, so
or I say I want to help kids, and you call me a socialist. I mean, so there's this name calling that goes back and forth. I agree with you, that's bad. But at the same time, your concern, rightfully so, with being wrongfully labeled, can sometimes mean you don't fight hard enough against the real nasties out there. And that
I would make the argument the same is true on the left. I would argue the same is true on the left and has been for quite some time. And that's one of the reasons Trump has done as well as he has, is because, the left has condescendingly looked down at the folks, from Texas who shot that guy in the church. I mean, they look down their nose at those two guys.
Or people from Western Pennsylvania. Or people from Western Pennsylvania clings the gun really.
That's how they feel.
Let's continue this discussion after the president's speech. David Axelrod, on a trip like this, as the president is being introduced, and we'll obviously bring it our viewers as soon as he starts to speak. How much preparation is there in terms of the words that go into what the president says?
Well, there should be enormous preparation because every word actually matters, and you've got multiple audiences. The Chinese, the North Koreans, the South Koreans, and our own country. So, the speeches when President Obama gave them were very much the discussion of the subject of debate. Discussion, words were measured very carefully, and I hope and I trust that is the case here.
Although we did see that just, a half hour before the speech or whatever it was, he was tweeting about Ed Gillespie.
But a speech like this is written in advance more than that.
But you work on David knows this better than anybody, but you tend to work on these things.
My guess is what isn't happening is that Donald Trump is reading over the speech and carefully. Right. I think I like the sound of this word or that word better. I think the staff is working this over and giving him that
Jen,
speech.
Is that your experience?
No, absolutely. I think in this speech, we've heard him speak quite a bit about North Korea, right? And every time he seems to escalate the rhetoric. Now, what was interesting today is he kind of dialed the rhetoric back a little bit as he was standing next to the president of South Korea. But people have heard him say, we've all heard him say many, many times, I'm going to pressure the Chinese. I'm going to work with the Chinese. Well, he's going to China. He's going to meet with Putin. So at a certain point, the rubber meets the road. I mean, he has to do something. Is there a diplomatic strategy happening? Are we going to learn some more details about that? What is the military plan? What are the conditions for that? There's some very specific details in my experience with President Obama, where you'd expect to lay out, you'd expect to move the ball forward on one of those.
These are opportunities. These are forums to advance that agenda.
And you also worked with John Kerry. So the question is, what's the Secretary of State's role in crafting a speech like this? And what is Rex Tillerson's role in crafting? Well, the typical role would be that he would be very involved, and you'd be keying off of the Secretary of State's active diplomacy. You'd be maybe giving some hints of what is happening behind the scenes. Now, that is not the typical relationship. Donald Trump has criticized
Tillerson. He's also criticized a diplomatic path forward. So if he changes on that note, that's a very positive sign, because you're not going to move forward on a diplomatic path without the support of the President of the United States. That's another piece to look out for in the speech. But if it's just more rhetoric about Rocket Man and this, that, and the other, I think it will be disappointing to people in Asia and people he's going to meet with over the next couple of days.
I would just say, Jen, and to everybody, how all that those traditional things have got us where we are today. Existential threat to the world with a maniac with nuclear weapons. I think the old ways of dealing with this gentleman, thinking you're going to sit down and cross the table and have a meal and be able to negotiate something, is ludicrous.
So what do you want, war?
Well, that's a fine.
Listen, man, I've sat in the desert. I've been to a war. No, I don't want to see a war.
So what's the solution? I mean,
I think the solution is to try to figure out a different approach with the Chinese and the Russians and others.
Different.
But clearly, listen, we've been
now the president's about to speak. So let's listen in.
Assembly Speaker Chung, distinguished members of this assembly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the extraordinary privilege to speak in this great chamber and to address your people on behalf of the people of the United States of America. In our short time in your country, Melania and I have been awed by its ancient, modern wonders, and we are deeply moved by the warmth of your welcome. Last night, President and Mrs. Moon showed us incredible hospitality in a beautiful reception at the Blue House. We had productive discussions on increasing military cooperation and improving the trade relationship between our nations on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. Through this entire visit, it has been both our pleasure and our honor to create and celebrate a long friendship between the United States and the Republic of Korea. This alliance between our nations was forged in the crucible of war and strengthened by the trials of history. From the Incheon landings to Pork Chop Hill, American and South Korean soldiers have fought together, sacrificed together, and triumphed together. Almost 67 years ago, in the spring of 1951, they recaptured what remained of this city where we are gathered so proudly today. It was the second time in a year that our combined forces took on steep casualties to retake this capital from the communists. Over the next weeks and months, the men soldiered through steep mountains and bloody, bloody battles. Driven back at times, they will their way north to form the line that today divides the oppressed and the free. And there, American and South Korean troops have remained together holding that line for nearly 7 decades. By the time the armistice was signed in 1953, more than 36,000 Americans had died in the Korean War, with more than 100,000 others very badly wounded. They are heroes, and we honor them. We also honor and remember the terrible price the people of your country paid for their freedom. You lost hundreds of thousands of brave soldiers and countless innocent civilians in that gruesome war. Much of this great city of Seoul was reduced to rubble. Large portions of the country were scarred, severely, severely hurt by this horrible war. The economy of this nation was demolished. But as the entire world knows, over the next 2 generations, something miraculous happened on the southern half of this peninsula. Family by family, city by city, the people of South Korea built this country into what is today one of the great nations of the world, and I congratulate you. In less than one lifetime, South Korea climbed from total devastation to among the wealthiest nations on earth. Today, your economy is more than 350 times larger than what it was in 1960. Trade has increased 1,900 times. Life expectancy has risen from just 53 years to more than 82 years today. Like Korea, and since my election exactly 1 year ago today, I celebrate with you. The United States is going through something of a miracle itself. Our stock market is at an all-time high. Unemployment is at a 17-year low. We are defeating ISIS. We are strengthening our judiciary, including a brilliant Supreme Court justice, and on and on and on. Currently stationed in the vicinity of this peninsula are the 3 largest aircraft carriers in the world, loaded to the maximum with magnificent F-35 and F-18 fighter jets. In addition, we have nuclear submarines appropriately positioned. The United States, under my administration, is completely rebuilding its military and is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to the newest and finest military equipment anywhere in the world being built right now. I want peace through strength. We are helping the Republic of Korea far beyond what any other country has ever done. And in the end, we will work things out far better than anybody understands or can even appreciate. I know that the Republic of Korea, which has become a tremendously successful nation, will be a faithful ally of the United States very long into the future. What you have built is truly an inspiration. Your economic transformation was linked to a political one. The proud, sovereign, and independent people of your nation demanded the right to govern themselves. You secured free parliamentary elections in 1988, the same year you hosted your first Olympics. Soon after, you elected your first civilian president in more than 3 decades. And when the republic you won faced financial crisis, you lined up by the millions to give your most prized possessions, your wedding rings, heirlooms, and gold luck keys, to restore the promise of a better future for your children. Your wealth is measured in more than money. It is measured in achievements of the mind and achievements of spirit. Over the last several decades, your scientists have engineered so many magnificent things. You've pushed the boundaries of technology, pioneered miraculous medical treatments, and emerged as leaders in unlocking the mysteries of our universe. Korean authors penned roughly 40,000 books this year. Korean musicians fill concert halls all around the world. Young Korean students graduate from college at the highest rates of any country. And Korean golfers are some of the best on earth. In fact, and you know what I'm going to say, the women's U.S. Open was held this year at Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, and it just happened to be won by a great Korean golfer, Sung Hyun Park, and 8 of the top 10 players were from Korea. And the top 4 golfers, 1, 2, 3, 4, the top 4 were from Korea. Congratulations. Congratulations. And that's something. That is really something. Here in Seoul, architectural wonders like the 63 building and the Lotte World Tower, very beautiful, grace the sky and house the workers of many growing industries. Your citizens now help to feed the hungry, fight terrorism, and solve problems all over the world. And in a few months, you will host the world, and you will do a magnificent job at the 23rd Olympic Winter Games. Good luck. The Korean miracle extends exactly as far as the armies of free nations advanced in 1953, 25 miles to the north. There it stops. It all comes to an end. Dead stop. The flourishing ends, and the prison state of North Korea sadly begins. Workers in North Korea labor grueling hours in unbearable conditions for almost no pay. Recently, the entire working population was ordered to work for 70 days straight, or else pay for a day of rest. Families live in homes without plumbing, and fewer than half have electricity. Parents bribe teachers in hopes of saving their sons and daughters from forced labor. More than 1 million North Koreans died of famine in the 1990s, and more continue to die of hunger today. Among children under the age of 5, nearly 30% of afflicted and are afflicted by stunted growth due to malnutrition. And yet, in 2012 and 2013, the regime spent an estimated $200 million, or almost half the money that it allocated to improve living standards for its people, to instead build even more monuments, towers, and statues to glorify its dictators. What remains of the meager harvest of the North Korean economy is distributed according to perceived loyalty to a twisted regime. Far from valuing its people as equal citizens, this cruel dictatorship measures them, scores them, and ranks them based on the most arbitrary indications of their allegiance to the state. Those who score the highest in loyalty may live in the capital city. Those who score the lowest starve. A small infraction by one citizen, such as accidentally staining a picture of the tyrant printed in a discarded newspaper, can wreck the social credit rank of his entire family for many decades. An estimated 100,000 North Koreans suffer in gulags, toiling in forced labor, and enduring torture, starvation, rape, and murder on a constant basis. In one known instance, a 9-year-old boy was imprisoned for 10 years because his grandfather was accused of treason. In another, a student was beaten in school for forgetting a single detail about the life of Kim Jong-un. Soldiers have kidnapped foreigners and forced them to work as language tutors for North Korean spies. In the part of Korea that was a stronghold for Christianity before the war, Christians and other people of faith who were found praying or holding a religious book of any kind are now detained, tortured, and in many cases, even executed. North Korean women are forced to abort babies that are considered ethnically inferior. And if these babies are born, the newborns are murdered. One woman's baby, born to a Chinese father, was taken away in a bucket. The guard said it did not deserve to live because it was impure. So why would China feel an obligation to help North Korea? The horror of life in North Korea is so complete that citizens pay bribes to government officials to have themselves exported aboard as slaves. They would rather be slaves than live in North Korea. To attempt to flee is a crime punishable by death. One person who escaped remarked, "When I think about it now, I was not a human being. I was more like an animal. Only after leaving North Korea did I realize what life was supposed to be." And so, on this peninsula, we have watched the results of a tragic experiment in a laboratory of history. It is a tale of one people, but two Koreas. One Korea in which the people took control of their lives and their country and chose a future of freedom and justice, of civilization and incredible achievement. And another Korea in which leaders imprisoned their people under the banner of tyranny, fascism, and oppression. The result of this experiment are in, and they are totally conclusive. When the Korean War began in 1950, the two Koreas were approximately equal in GDP per capita. But by the 1990s, South Korea's wealth had surpassed North Korea's by more than 10 times. And today, the South's economy is over 40 times larger. So you started the same a short while ago, and now you're 40 times larger. You're doing something right. Considering the misery wrought by the North Korean dictatorship, it is no surprise that it has been forced to take increasingly desperate measures to prevent its people from understanding this brutal contrast. Because the regime fears the truth above all else, it forbids virtually all contact with the outside world. Not just my speech today, but even the most commonplace facts of South Korean life are forbidden knowledge to the North Korean people. Western and South Korean music is banned. Possession of foreign media is a crime, punishable by death. Citizens spy on fellow citizens. Their homes are subject to search at any time, and their every action is subject to surveillance. In place of a vibrant society, the people of North Korea are bombarded by state propaganda practically every waking hour of the day. North Korea is a country ruled as a cult. At the center of this military cult is a deranged belief in the leader's destiny to rule as parent protector over a conquered Korean peninsula and an enslaved Korean people. The more successful South Korea becomes, the more decisively you discredit the dark fantasy at the heart of the Kim regime. In this way, the very existence of a thriving South Korean republic threatens the very survival of the North Korean dictatorship. This city and this assembly are living proof that a free and independent Korea not only can, but does stand strong, sovereign, and proud among the nations of the world. Here, the strength of the nation does not come from the false glory of a tyrant. It comes from the true and powerful glory of a strong and great people, the people of the Republic of Korea. A Korean people who are free to live, to flourish, to worship, to love, to build, and to grow their own destiny. In this republic, the people have done what no dictator ever could. You took, with the help of the United States, responsibility for yourselves and ownership of your future. You had a dream, a Korean dream, and you built that dream into a great reality. In so doing, you performed the miracle on the Han that we see all around us, from the stunning skyline of Seoul to the plains and peaks of this beautiful landscape. You have done it freely. You have done it happily. And you have done it in your own very beautiful way. This reality, this wonderful place, your success, is the greatest cause of anxiety, alarm, and even panic to the North Korean regime. That is why the Kim regime seeks conflict abroad to distract from total failure that they suffer at home. Since the so-called armistice, there have been hundreds of North Korean attacks on Americans and South Koreans. These attacks have included the capture and torture of the brave American soldiers of the USS Pueblo, repeated assaults on American helicopters, and the 1969 drowning of a U.S. surveillance plane that killed 31 American servicemen. The regime has made numerous lethal incursions in South Korea, attempted to assassinate senior leaders, attacked South Korean ships, and tortured Otto Warmbier, ultimately leading to that fine young man's death. All the while, the regime has pursued nuclear weapons with the deluded hope that it could blackmail its way to the ultimate objective. And that objective, we are not going to let it have. We are not going to let it have. All of Korea is under that spell, divided in half. South Korea will never allow what's going on in North Korea to continue to happen. The North Korean regime has pursued its nuclear and ballistic missile programs in defiance of every assurance, agreement, and commitment it has made to the United States and its allies. It's broken all of those commitments. After promising to freeze its plutonium program in 1994, it repeated the benefits of the deal and then immediately continued its illicit nuclear activities. In 2005, after years of diplomacy, the dictatorship agreed to ultimately abandon its nuclear programs and return to the Treaty on Non-Proliferation. But it never did, and worse, it tested the very weapons it said it was going to give up. In 2009, the United States gave negotiations yet another chance and offered North Korea the open hand of engagement. The regime responded by sinking a South Korean Navy ship, killing 46 Korean sailors. To this day, it continues to launch missiles over the sovereign territory of Japan and all other neighbors, test nuclear devices, and develop ICBMs to threaten the United States itself. The regime has interpreted America's past restraint as weakness. This would be a fatal miscalculation. This is a very different administration than the United States has had in the past. Today, I hope I speak not only for our countries, but for all civilized nations when I say to the North, do not underestimate us and do not try us. We will defend our common security, our shared prosperity, and our sacred liberty. We did not choose to draw here on this peninsula. This magnificent peninsula, the thin line of civilization that runs around the world and down through time. But here it was drawn, and here it remains to this day. It is the line between peace and war, between decency and depravity, between law and tyranny, between hope and total despair. It is a line that has been drawn many times in many places throughout history. To hold that line is a choice free nations have always had to make. We have learned together the high cost of weakness and the high stakes of its defense. America's men and women in uniform have given their lives in the fight against Nazism, imperialism, communism, and terrorism. America does not seek conflict or confrontation, but we will never run from it. History is filled with discarded regimes that have foolishly tested America's resolve. Anyone who doubts the strength or determination of the United States should look to our past, and you will doubt it no longer. We will not permit America or our allies to be blackmailed or attacked. We will not allow American cities to be threatened with destruction. We will not be intimidated, and we will not let the worst atrocities in history be repeated here on this ground we fought and died so hard to secure. That is why I come here to the heart of a free and flourishing Korea with a message for the peace-loving nations of the world. The time for excuses is over. Now is the time for strength. If you want peace, you must stand strong at all times. The world cannot tolerate the menace of a rogue regime that threatens with nuclear devastation. All responsible nations must join forces to isolate the brutal regime of North Korea, to deny it and any form of it. You cannot support, you cannot supply, you cannot accept. We call on every nation, including China and Russia, to fully implement UN Security Council resolutions downgrade diplomatic relations with the regime, and sever all ties of trade and technology. It is our responsibility and our duty to confront this danger together, because the longer we wait, the greater the danger grows and the fewer the options become. And to those nations that choose to ignore this threat, or worse still, to enable it, the weight of this crisis is on your conscience. I also have come here to this peninsula to deliver a message directly to the leader of the North Korean dictatorship. The weapons you are acquiring are not making you safer. They are putting your regime in grave danger. Every step you take down this dark path increases the peril you face. North Korea is not the paradise your grandfather envisioned. It is a hell that no person deserves. Yet, despite every crime you have committed against God and man, you are ready to offer, and we will do that. We will offer a path to a much better future. It begins with an end to the aggression of your regime, a stop to your development of ballistic missiles, and complete, verifiable, and total denuclearization. A sky-top view of this peninsula shows a nation of dazzling light in the south and a mass of impenetrable darkness in the north. We seek a future of light, prosperity, and peace, but we are only prepared to discuss this brighter path for North Korea if its leaders cease their threats and dismantle their nuclear program. The sinister regime of North Korea is right about only one thing. The Korean people do have a glorious destiny, but they could not be more wrong about what that destiny looks like. The destiny of the Korean people is not to suffer in the bondage of oppression, but to thrive in the glory of freedom. What South Koreans have achieved on this peninsula is more than a victory for your nation. It is a victory for every nation that believes in the human spirit. And it is our hope that someday soon, all of your brothers and sisters in the North will be able to enjoy the fullest of life intended by God. Your republic shows us all of what is possible. In just a few decades, with only the hard work, courage, and talents of your people, you turned this war-torn land into a nation blessed with wealth, rich in culture, and deep in spirit. You built a home where all families can flourish and where all children can shine and be happy. This Korea stands strong and tall among the great community of independent, confident, and peace-loving nations. We are nations that respect our citizens, cherish our liberty, treasure our sovereignty, and control our own destiny. We affirm the dignity of every person and embrace the full potential of every soul. And we are always prepared to defend the vital interests of our people against the cruel ambition of tyrants. Together we dream of a Korea that is free, a peninsula that is safe, and families that are reunited once again. We dream of highways connecting north and south, of cousins embracing cousins, and this nuclear nightmare replaced with the beautiful promise of peace. Until that day comes, we stand strong and alert. Our eyes are fixed to the north and our hearts praying for the day when all Koreans can live in freedom. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Korean people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very strong speech by the President of the United States before the Korean National Assembly in Seoul, South Korea, but his message was directly aimed at the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. The President of the United States warning him he must give up its North Korean nuclear program, otherwise it will face a disaster. This is a very different administration than the U.S. has had in the past. The President said, do not underestimate us, do not try us. Jake, strong words from the President directly aimed at the North Korean leader.
Well, there was also a lot that was aimed at the South Korean government and the South Korean Assembly and the people of South Korea, a lot of praise for what they've been able to accomplish in a short amount of time. But you're absolutely right, telling Kim Jong-un and his regime in no uncertain terms, do not try us, do not underestimate us. There was also a small portion of the speech where he said that the president, he was ready to offer a path to a much better future for North Korea, but where they could embrace a future of light as opposed to the darkness that they live in now. But it was a very muscular speech, very forceful against what North Korea is. He talked about Otto Warmbier, the American student who was tortured and ultimately died as a result of his captivity with the North Korea. One thing that was interesting, Dan, Will Ripley, our reporter in Pyongyang, said that one of the things that the North Koreans were going to be looking for was whether or not President Trump was going to put North Korea back on the list of state sponsors of terror, which the George W. Bush administration back in 2008 had taken them off that list. He did not mention that. So I suppose, since they were expecting the worst, that also counts as some sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, olive branch to them, that he didn't put them back on the list.
Well, yeah, I mean, who knows if by now that will be kind of in the rearview mirror, because there was so much strong rhetoric from the president here. And it wasn't just the kind of filling in more of the Rocket Man and of how horrible this idea of a nuclear North Korea is, but really going through the human rights atrocities that go on every single day and have for years, for decades, under Kim Jong-un and, of course, his father and grandfather. And look, he was speaking to the South Korean National Assembly. They don't need to be educated on what's going on, 30-something miles north of Seoul. What they do understand is the tough rhetoric, and the message and the audience that the president had obviously was well beyond the people in the room. I thought that the human rights the issues, talking about how people are starved and tortured if they don't know the most basic information about the so-called dear leader, was also aimed at China and in other countries around who the United States and its allies are trying to really kind of rein in and pull into the mix. Unclear if that's really going to happen.
General Hayden, former director of the CIA and NSA, I want to ask you about President Trump seemed to be saying that this brighter path was available, but he seemed to set two preconditions. One, an end to the threats. That would be easy enough to stop for a week or two.
Sure.
But then two, to dismantle the nuclear program. That seems like a non-starter.
I think it is. And I think the broad intelligence judgment was we might be able to cap, we might be able to slow, we might be able to put this under more control, greater transparency, and so on. But the prospect of the North Koreans actually denuclearizing is probably near zero. I mean, they are not irrational in this regard. They've seen what happens to states who have given up their nuclear program.
Gaddafi in Libya.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're trying to hold on to this as a matter of regime survival. Now, the president was quite articulate, and H.R. McMaster has also expressed this. The great fear is that you just can't park this and it's just for regime survival, that they will use it for intimidation. And the president did talk about the kind of the darkening cloud of the North trying to spread over the South. But Jake, this is going to end up at a table somewhere, all right? The only other option to a table is armed conflict. And so when we go and talk to the North Koreans at the table, I don't think we can make a precondition for the talks what it is the negotiations are designed to end up at. Some different status for the North Korean nuclear program.
Do you think that that's just, for want of a better term, this is just rhetoric?
Look, I think it's very useful for the president to act and sound tough on this. A couple of years ago, I made the observation that within our current definition of acceptable risk, we know where this was going, and it was a dark place. So we have actually opted to up the tempo here, to decrease the stability, to increase the risk. I get that, but it's got to be done very, very carefully. Now, I was struck, though, when the president actually talked about a way forward, actions on our side of the ball. It was diplomatic, it was political, it was economic, it was isolation. And so I do think there's a call there to continue to amp up the pressure on the North Korean regime, not the rocket man, not the fire and fury, not this is my first option.
For the past 6 months or so, the line from this administration has been the era of diplomacy. Excuse me, the era of strategic patience is over. Okay, but until now, it has been kind of a line in search of a policy. Do you think that the president found the policy in this speech tonight?
It wasn't clear. All right, I don't know if not this, therefore what. All right, that was left a little unstated, and that's fine. All right, he doesn't have to give his bottom line in a public speech. But there is some ambiguity, and frankly, compared to some of the other things the president has said, I'll take the ambiguity right now in comparison to the overt threats that he had been making, which I don't think were very productive.
General Hayden, always good to hear from you. Thank you so much. Wolf?
You know, the president did say the U.S. will not tolerate a nuclear North Korea, and he added, the longer we wait, the greater the danger grows. I want to go to Pyongyang right now. Our Will Ripley is there, the only Western reporter representing a U.S. TV network. Will, you were listening to the speech, you were watching the speech. I wonder if there's been any immediate reaction from North Korean officials.
We were going over the speech as it was happening with North Korean officials, and they reiterated what they told me just about an hour before President Trump spoke, which is that they were downplaying the significance of his words in Seoul, about 120 miles from where I'm standing right now. Of course, the two countries, as President Trump mentioned, could not be farther apart. And the North Koreans said, and this is a quote here, they don't care about what that mad dog may utter. The mad dog referring to the U.S. president. So while President Trump avoided the kind of nicknames and taunts that he used in the months leading up to this speech in South Korea, the North Koreans are certainly doubling down on their fiery rhetoric, saying that this situation right now is the most tense that it has been since the Korean War. That is the official word from North Korean government officials, and they are accusing the United States and President Trump of trying to ignite another war on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, President Trump talked about those U.S. aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines and military assets assembled just off the waters. What we need to see now is if North Korea will respond in any other way to the president's words.
I assume the words will be harsh. Let's see what the actions on the part of the North Koreans are. Will, I want you to stand by. Anderson, there's a lot to assess right now.
Yeah, there certainly is. Let's turn to Gloria Borger. David Axelrod, what do you think?
I think this was a very strong speech without name calling. And it was very clear what he was saying. He said provocative action by North Korea would be a fatal miscalculation. That is clear. He said this is a different administration, David Axelrod, than he's been dealing with in the past. And he said, do not underestimate us and do not try us. He meant me, as opposed to Barack Obama, obviously. One thing that interested me was he called for the complete and verifiable denuclearization, which James Clapper said is kind of would be impossible. And the other thing he said, he called on China and Russia to sever all ties of trade and technology. So what does that mean? I'm not quite sure what that means and what he was asking for at that particular point. So lots of threats and very clear threats. Not quite sure how we would get the denuclearization or China severing and Russia severing all ties, but he put it out there.
But certainly in terms of the kind of speech this president has given, it was more traditional in the sort of foreign policy.
It was, and the ambiguity was part of that because he went as far as he probably should have gone. He offered the possibility of some diplomatic resolution to this regardless of whether the terms he laid down were the ones that they would accept, he left vague but menacing what the other options were. I guess the only departure from your standard speech was the plug for his golf club at Bedminster. But on the subject of North Korea, he was deadly serious and fairly disciplined, I thought.
Yeah, and he's been, fairly serious and blustery in terms of his rhetoric around this before, the fire and fury. He called him a little rocket man before the UN. The question is, what's sort of the deliverable? Like, what is he actually going to do? Is he going to be able to actually move the ball forward in a way that previous administrations haven't been able to do? He has so much criticism for those, but so far it really has been rhetoric. And this is obviously a disciplined speech. I'm sure he might be less disciplined at some point on Twitter and more fiery. I mean, we do know that North Korea is getting closer and closer to a nuclear weapon that can be delivered, to American shores. And so far, Donald Trump is pretty much making the same speech over and over.
There's also been some sequencing here, right? I mean, if you speak to folks inside the administration, some will argue to you, not that it was always the most thought-out strategy, but some will argue that the fire and fury, the rocket man, the saber rattling allowed the president to then get to this place of a more steady hand, stern message delivering than just random tweets. That he did the saber rattling to capture attention with this on the back end of the messaging. We'll see if he can consistently.
It should be noted that the people who have most at stake were in that audience, the South Koreans. There's a reason that presidents of both parties have found this such a vexing issue, because if you start a military engagement, the results are catastrophic, and it starts on that peninsula.
Yeah, and in that city. Coming up, we're going to turn back to tonight's election results. It has been a difficult night for Republicans on multiple levels. The question, of course, can Democrats keep momentum going? Is that possible? Look at that ahead.
Very big night for Democrats in key states right now. Let's take a closer look. In Virginia, the Democrat Ralph Northam, he wins the gubernatorial contest, defeats Ed Gillespie. He's the winner. In New Jersey, Phil Murphy, he's the winner, beats the Republican Kim Guadagno. Phil Murphy will succeed Chris Christie as the next governor of New Jersey. In New York City, Bill de Blasio, the current mayor, sweeps, wins very big and very easily in New York City. In Virginia, Ralph Northam, once again, the winner. But look at this. The Democrats won everything in Virginia. Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax defeats Jill Vogel. He will be the lieutenant governor. And the attorney general race, Mark Herring, is the winner over John Adams. The Democrats carry all three of those important races. There is some silver lining for the Republicans right now. We have a projection. Let's take a look. CNN projects that John Curtis will be elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in Utah, special election, 3rd District, beating Dr. Kathy Allen. The race was called because Jason Chaffetz resigned from the U.S. House of Representatives. So a win for the Republicans in Utah as expected. Let's go over to John King. You've been studying Virginia. Early in the evening, it looked relatively close, but Northam, the Democrat, went on to win, and he's winning impressively.
And one of the reasons Democrats are celebrating tonight is just because of that fact, celebrating so much and so heartily because of the margin. Virginia has trended blue. Democrats were expected to win this state. They should win this state. But to win it by a margin like this, also at a time, Wolf, we can't show you this. We don't have the breakdown on the map. They're also picking up seats in the House of Delegates with a chance to take control of the House of Delegates. Some of those races be absentee and provisional ballots in the days ahead. But Democrats are very encouraged in the state of Virginia, and Democrats around the country are very encouraged because of what they see in the state of Virginia. And I can tell you, doing some reporting during the president's speech, a lot of jitters in the Republican Party as they look at what happened here. Because you see this vote total right here in the state of Virginia. Ed Gillespie, with 99% in, is just about, he's a little bit short of what Bob McDonnell got, the last Republican to win statewide. So this is not an underperformance by Ed Gillespie. He did essentially what the last Republican to win did. But Ralph Northam got more votes because of the growth up here. The growth of the population in Virginia is in the suburbs. A lot of the House districts Republicans will be defending next year are in the suburbs. And this was a repudiation not only of Ed Gillespie, but of Donald Trump in the suburbs in Northern Virginia. Look at this, 60% here, 67% here. Prince William, more of a swing. This is traditionally more of a swing suburb, this county, Prince William County, 61% for Ralph Northam. So this is a very impressive map in the sense that the Republican did what he needed to do here, but where the people are in the populated suburbs, Ralph Northam, this is a shellacking up here. One more point. We always say all politics is local. This is where Dr. Northam is from, so we expected him to win in Norfolk, but the margin there is huge. If you move over here, though, the Virginia Beach area, this is more of a swing area, won by the Republican candidate for governor 4 years ago, Ralph Northam, getting 52% there. So you add in, this is where he's from, a little bit of local here, to the Democratic Party getting over the wounds of the primary, turning out liberal voters in the northern part of the state. You have a very happy Democratic Party tonight. They'll learn some lessons from this. There's more to study as you go into 2018, but it's a state they needed to win. They thought it was going to be close. The fact that it's not close has a lot of energy in the Democratic conversation tonight.
Chris Christie, 2 terms, the Republican governor of New Jersey, but now there's going to be a Democratic governor in New Jersey. Phil Murphy, the Democrat, he wins in New Jersey tonight.
Yes, and he's winning quite convincingly as well. No surprise if you think of the demographics of New Jersey. The president's not popular in New Jersey. This was Chris Christie's lieutenant governor. Governor Christie is not popular. That's an understatement. He's very unpopular as he goes out. Just remember, though, remember the conversation we were having in this studio on this night 4 years ago because of this. Chris Christie won with 60% of the vote. He won the Latino vote. He won everywhere except for the very urban Democratic areas of Newark and Jersey City. The conversation 4 years ago was, is Chris Christie the future of the Republican Party? Is Chris Christie the front runner for the 2016 presidential nomination? Well, we know how that went. And now we have New Jersey back in Democratic hands with the new governor to take over, and Chris Christie going out of office, incredibly unpopular.
Yeah, and I'm sure the president in New Jersey, a Democratic state, President Trump, not necessarily helping the Republican candidate either.
No, and remember, if you go back to 2016 for president, in both of the states, the Democrats are winning the governor's races tonight. Hillary Clinton won New Jersey. Hillary Clinton won Virginia. So, you know, if the Republicans can make the argument, these are blue states and the Democrats won, so what? But go back in your history and study it. Don't overread it. Don't overhype it. But there's no question, if you're looking at 2018 and you're looking at where the key House races are, and you're just looking at which party has the energy right now to come out to vote tonight, we'll see how it goes forward. Democrats proved they want to play. They're coming out.
Big wins for the Democrats in Virginia and New Jersey. Still ahead, we'll take a deeper dive into the Democrats' big election wins, including in that crucial Virginia governor's race, the Trump factor, and a whole lot more right after a quick break.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the governor's race in New Jersey, as well as in the Commonwealth of Virginia. David Challen, you've been looking at some of the other races that we've been monitoring.
We've been talking about the House of Delegates, the state legislative races in Virginia, and our decision team, Anderson, as you know, Democrats need 17 to flip 17 seats in order to win control. We've projected that Democrats have flipped 13 seats so far, and that there are still 6 seats that are in the hunt for Democrats. So the idea that Democrats may be able to flip control, don't know that they'll get there, is a real possibility. As John mentioned before, this will likely come down to absentee provisional ballots. A lot of those remaining 6 races are within 150 votes. 2 of the wins that Democrats have that they're most excited about and that I am getting a lot of feedback on is the first transgender, publicly, openly transgender state lawmaker in the country, ousted a social conservative. Danica Rome is the Democrat's name, who now has that seat in the state legislature. And then you remember, of course, that horrible event when that reporter was shot and killed on live television. Right. And her boyfriend at the time, Chris Hurst, was an anchor at the station that she was working for. Chris Hurst is now going to be in the House of Delegates, and that is a victory as well for Democrats there. That's one of those pickups.
Anderson, I think it's noteworthy. We were looking at these results from New Jersey and Virginia, and nobody predicted, everybody thought Phil Murphy would win a blowout victory in New Jersey. Nobody predicted this margin for Ralph Northam, and very few people, other than Governor McAuliffe, who's always ebullient, nobody predicted that the House of Delegates would actually turn.
Actually, Northam is speaking now, so let's just listen in.
We'll be on call for the next 4 years. We need to close the wounds that divide and bring unity to Virginia. Whether you voted for me or not, we are all Virginians. And I hope to earn your confidence and support as we move forward. The Virginia way is to work together to get results. I have taken care of a lot of sick children over the years and their families, and nobody has ever asked me whether I'm a Republican or Democrat, nor have I asked them. When someone's life is at stake, they don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. They just want someone to help. That's the way that our administration will govern our Commonwealth. We will put the people of Virginia before politics, before party, and before ideology. And I want to thank so much to Virginia for putting your trust in me. We put a lot of miles on the Sequoia. My man Seth and me. We drove all over this Commonwealth. We listened to a lot of 80s music. And sometime we bumped it up to the 90s. You know, as we've traveled across Virginia, I have seen an outpouring of support. I saw the outpouring of people looking to get involved. To those of you that knocked on doors, who made phone calls, and talked to their neighbors about the principles and values that are so important to us as Virginians, I say thank you so much. And for those of you who supported our campaign financially, the people who scraped $5, $10, $20, your contributions sent a message that will be heard around the country and the globe. I am so proud of my team, led by Brad Comar and Gabrielle Greenfield. I have never been around a team that was more professional, that was more talented, more hardworking. And so, to our team, the ones that got us to where we are today, please join me in giving them a big round of applause.
That's the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Ralph Northam, who won handily in the Commonwealth. You know, Van, we were talking about the sort of the message, not only of the Republicans, but the message for Democrats tonight. You know, there's some. Does this have a message to the larger Democratic Party?
Oh, I think so because Tom Perriello, huge hero for the left wing of this party. A lot of people were enthusiastic about him. He got beaten, and he got beaten by a guy who's a moderate in our party by any stretch of the imagination. And yet people came out anyway. Both wings of the party came together and elected somebody to send a signal that Donald Trump has stirred up something in this country that's going to be heard from electorally. It's not just going to be marches in the street, it's going to be marches to the polling booths. That begins to sort of get people out of this Trump slump. You have had now for a year liberal, Democrats, progressives in need of therapy, waking up every morning, looking at their cell phones and freaking out as if freaking out were a strategy. Now we have a strategy. Fight it hard in the primary and then bury the hatchet and start winning elections. That's what tonight means.
There was an interesting issue that was the other issue in addition to health care that was big with Northam voters was guns, which is fascinating because Virginia is a tricky place on gun issues for Democrats typically. And in addition to that, the House of Delegate, the new member of the House of Delegates, Chris Hurst, who won in Blacksburg, Virginia, which is not a traditionally Democratic area, he ran as a kind of a gun rights or a candidate against somebody with an A rating from the NRA. So it's interesting because that's an issue that Democrats have traditionally thought of as one we have to be very careful around. And this is a race to look at and see what we can learn from it.
But there is this real fight going on in the Democratic Party.
That's what I was going to point out to Van, right? So your point is well taken, Van, right? Fight it hard in the primary and then move on. I don't think your party's listening because they're still fighting it out. And I think that's what's wrong with your party right now is that You haven't had a new standard bearer. You haven't moved on. You're still fighting it out.
Well, if you just
look,
watch...
tonight looks pretty good.
I said that. Northam is an impressive candidate.
No, look, I think Donald Trump motivated people. I mean, look, that's what it was with Obama for 8 years.
Yeah.
We Republicans didn't agree, except on one thing.
Yeah.
We wanted to fight against Barack Obama,
and that was the Tea Party, right?
That was the Tea Party, and there were divisions, but we got through all those divisions, and our people rallied because they were energized.
And Van
let's make it clear:
earlier.
your side was the Democrats were energized tonight. Republicans were not as energized. And if that doesn't change, it's not going to be a good year.
I was going to say, but if you just listen to what Ralph Northam had to say, he didn't say, I won and I'm running because I represent everything Democrats stand for. He said, I'm here to help people and heal people, and no one asked me if I'm a Democrat or Republican. That's interesting because it's maybe a way we should think about running in other parts of the country, and not something that I think traditionally we would have thought of. But that is a battle, hopefully, that when we wake up tomorrow and we feel good about some wins, the Democratic Party can learn from.
You know, if I'm a suburban House Republican right now, I'm a little nervous because you look at the margins that Murphy won with in New Jersey, 54% of college-educated white voters, Northam 51%, winning open seats and beating suburban Republican incumbents down ballot. If I'm a suburban Republican, I'm thinking, you know what? Donald Trump is doing me no good.
But Gloria, I don't agree with that. Here's what I agree. I agree with Van's earlier point about, Democrats did what they had to do. Organization, turnout, door knocks. This was that's what folks do. And Senator Santorum makes the point about a motivated base does that much better than a base that's not motivated. I think if the Congress doesn't pass legislation, that's going to bite them, not Donald Trump. They're going to go home. They have to answer the constituents for their performance.
You don't think any of what happened in Virginia has anything to do with President Trump?
I think down ballot, I really do. I put more credence in the down ballot House of Delegates races. I think that has
winning
much
open
more
seats.
Winning open seats because
but the thing is, organization feeds off of energy, and the energy that is felt out there is being sparked in part by Donald Trump. There were plenty of people out there working precincts for these House of Delegates candidates because they wanted to express themselves through these campaigns. And it is important to note again that a lot of the battlegrounds, particularly for control of the House next year, is going to be in these suburban districts. And I think you're going to see more members retire on the Republican side.
But again, if you pass the tax bill, you have all this, regulatory reform.
Get a health care bill done next year.
Stock market people forget.
I say Barack Obama passed more legislation in his first 2 years than any president since Lyndon Johnson.
It's the economy.
We got our butts kicked in 2010.
But I think and the tax reform bill, I mean, Ed Gillespie was a tax lobbyist. So it's interesting to me that what you're saying is that what you want to run on is a tax bill that is going to help.
Tax bill. I'm saying legislative successes that put Americans in better positions than they were 6 months ago.
Well, I'm going to say this one more time. You've got something in your party that offends a lot of people. Now we overreact and we call people names and it's wrong.
I would argue that you have something in your party that offends a lot of folks.
But we won tonight. We won tonight. We won tonight, so I get to brag. So I want to say to you is this. It sounds to me a little bit like happy talk to say, all you guys got to do is pass some legislation, it's all going to be fine. The reason people came out in droves in the places they came out, including those suburbs, is because they just don't like the divisive rhetoric from Donald Trump, and that there seems to be something else going on there. And if you don't, please don't address it if you don't want to.
Elections are snapshots in time, though, remember this, right? They're snapshots in time. That's today. The election is a long, long way. America has a very short memory. And when I talk about the economy and legislative success, people forget very quickly.
You've got a great economy right now.
I remember saying that in 2008.
I'm going to agree with Van. I want to agree with Van on this point. The rhetoric of this president is the Twitter bombs and the thing. It is hurting him. Yep. It is hurting the Republican Party, and Republicans are telling him that. Democrat, everybody's telling him that. And tonight, the president needs to look at particularly these suburban districts where this type of rhetoric, this type of, schoolboy kind of in-your-face doesn't go over well among college-educated suburban voters. It's not his agenda they don't like. They're for, I guarantee you, when they look at this tax bill, they're going to be for the tax bill that passes. They're going to be for the health reform that passes. But they're not going to countenance a president who continues to demean people in public, and that is just.
So what do you say? What do you say to the Steve Bannons of the world who encourage him to be that way, who encourage him to mine these cultural divides and to torque up his rhetoric?
I would say that I don't know if Steve Bannon is encouraging him to be as offensive as he can be and being the kind of bully he can be in these tweets. I think he is out there pushing very hard to defend the turf as far as the issues, whether it's immigration or whether it's trade or his views on national security. He's pushing on those issues. I don't think he's pushing the rhetoric per se. I think he's pushing the pushback to the media, clearly. And by the way, I don't think that's hurting him. I think him going after the media does not hurt him. No. I think it's the personal attacks and that edge that is just beneath the office of the president, and people are turned off.
But it hurts him with Republicans in Congress also. Now, they're not going to vote against him. You know, if you're Bob Corker, you're not going to vote against the tax bill because you had a fight with Donald Trump. I understand that. But it hurts him with Republicans.
Agree.
So what do they're not going to win one for the Gipper. They're going to do it for their own self-interest.
Their own self-interest, their interests are aligned. That's the benefit.
We got to take another break. We're going to go deeper on the issues that we saw in play tonight. Take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to CNN's Election Night coverage. I'm Jake Tapper. Right now we're going to go to a celebratory Democratic National Committee Chairman, Tom Perez. Mr. Perez, your party hasn't had a lot to celebrate in the last year, but you have some big victories this evening. Why do you think you're having a good night tonight?
Well, we have great candidates with a great message. We have organized in every zip code in New Jersey and Virginia. We've got incredible candidates down ballot. In Virginia, the Democratic Party has never won more than 7 seats at once in a House of Delegates race. We needed 17 to take over the House. We have something like 11 now with about 8 hanging in the balance. This is all about great candidates who had a great message. And the message was, we want leaders who unite. We want to make sure that people have access to health care, affordable education, a future for their children. And we're sick and tired of an America where our leaders are dividing us. The message was sent loudly and clearly in New Jersey and here in Virginia, and frankly in a number of mayor's races across the country. So I'm very excited. We organized heavily across this state. We built great partnerships, and we learned a lot from this lesson. And I'm happy for people who want to see an America in which we are all united.
Obviously, the governor-elect, Mr. Northam, Ralph Northam, is not on the far left of your party. He's more of a center-left candidate. In the week or so before the election, he came out against sanctuary cities. And one of the progressive groups, Democracy for America, founded by Howard Dean, left the race, said that they were disenchanted with what he had done. Is tonight's victory a message to the progressives, the grassroots in your party, that they cannot have purity tests and they need to, in some cases, embrace more moderate candidates?
Well, listen, Ralph Northam is a spectacular candidate. He has fought for immigrant rights. He's fought for workers' rights. He's fought for fairness everywhere. I'm a big fan of his. I worked hard to get him elected. I worked hard in the Latino community. I know he's going to serve every community well. And that's what we're building in the Democratic Party. You know, Ted Kennedy once taught me that if you have someone working with you that you agree with 90% of the time, that's the definition of a friend. And that's what we're about in the Democratic Party. We've built unity here in Virginia. It started in the primary. It continued into the general election. And tonight was another lesson that our unity is our greatest strength. And it's frankly Donald Trump and the culture of corruption Congress that he's working with on the Republican side. It's their worst nightmare.
Well, how much do you think the election results this evening are a referendum on President Trump versus all politics being local?
Well, the thing about it, Jake, is if you look all over the country, Democrats have been winning seats. You know, we thought in the mayor's race in Charlotte, the Republican outspent our candidate something like 10-1, and she was able to win. Here in Virginia, everybody thought it was going to be a nail-biter. It turned out to be an 8-point race. This is a referendum on American values. This is a referendum on whether we are a nation that values health care for all, or whether we're a nation that says that health care is only a privilege for a few. This is a nation where we celebrate our diversity. We feel it's our nation's greatest strength. And when you have people like Donald Trump and Ed Gillespie and Chris Christie and others who are constantly dividing us, the American people are fed up with it. They want an America that we can be proud of. That's what Barack Obama built. That's what Ralph Northam and Phil Murphy are building. And that's what we're building across America. That's what we're doing in our organizing. We're going to every zip code across America. And frankly, we didn't do that for all too long. But the new Democratic Party is playing in every single zip code, and we're leading with those values. And clearly, those values we saw tonight command the respect of the majority of our voters.
All right, DNC Chair Tom Perez having a good night. Thanks so much for talking to us, so we appreciate it. We're going to talk more about this big night for Democrats and what it means for 2018 and perhaps even 2020 after this quick break. Stay with us.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the governor's race in the Commonwealth of Virginia. There was a disturbance during Governor-elect Northam's victory speech. Just want to show you the video. He was actually taken off the stage by security for a moment as I believe it was protester was removed from the crowd. He was then brought back on the stage and continued the speech. So you were talking about
unity.
Unity.
well, I mean, apparently, to your point, apparently the reason the protest happened is because in the middle of this race, our candidate did flip-flop on the question of sanctuary cities, and so people were there saying sanctuary for all. So listen, nobody is saying that because we did well tonight, everything is good, everything has been healed. There still needs to be more airing of the differences. I, for one, am proud that Donna Brazile was willing to come forward and speak her truth, and I think she's gotten treated badly for it. I think we've got to look deeply into this party and tell the truth about what has worked and what has not worked and move forward. But tonight we saw a formula where you can have a real serious division in our party, and yet on election day you put it to one side, everybody goes and votes, and it makes a big difference, and people are going to be happy in the morning.
And in many ways, what we saw was it was back to basics because the ground game was very strong. We obviously turned out more people than we have in Virginia in the past, which is great news. We had a candidate who was more down the middle, but we always think there needs to be a brand new strategy. Of course, after Trump won, it was like Democrats need to rip everything up and do something totally different. We need to nominate The Rock in 2020. We can't conclude what we need to do at this point, but we did have a strong ground game. We ran a strong campaign in Virginia, and some of the traditional tactics we've used worked.
What's going to be interesting in the congressional races in 2018 is there's been an absolute explosion of candidates all over the country, and they're going to be one after another multi-candidate races, and it's not clear who's going to prevail in those races, and some will be candidates of the left, some will be more candidates of the center, and so this notion, Van, of the party coming together will be challenged again in 2018, but this was certainly a good harbinger.
How do you see what's going on in the Democratic Party right now in terms of sort of the battles between the left and the center? David, I mean,
well, look, I think, Jen, there is an establishment versus sort of insurgent dynamic within the Democratic Party, just as there is within the Republican Party. I happen to think it's a less wrenching than the one the Republican Party is going through, because in the main, I think people share goals. But I do think that the danger for both parties are absolutists who insist on 100% fidelity on every issue, as Jen was saying, and that can rip a party apart. And so this was heartening in the sense that there was the sense that maybe Democratic enthusiasm would be a little bit muted by the fact that there had been this primary. And that didn't turn out to be the case. Now, I will say that Tom Perriello campaigned very, very
Did an
hard
amazing job.
for Ralph Northam. So,
and he set that example. And part of the thing, too, it wasn't just that the primary was tough. It was that then as the race went on, our candidate did some stuff that offended some people, like not including the African-American lieutenant governor in the mailer. Some people said, well, are African-Americans now going to be offended and sit down? Flip-flopping on the sanctuary thing, does that mean that Latinos are going to sit down? I think people are going to have to learn, unfortunately, that sometimes you gotta take a little bit of frustration inside the coalition, stick together and win, and then try to fix this stuff later.
It's also true that we're a big, diverse country.
Yeah.
We're a big, diverse country, and what may be popular in your neck of the woods may not be popular in someone else's. And candidates who are going to succeed are the ones who reflect their communities.
Well,
and if you insist,
You're suggesting that security tests are going to be gone from your party, right?
No.
Can you imagine your 2020 nominee being able to be that nominee without being in favor of single payer and in favor of impeachment?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. I don't know that.
Yeah,
I don't know that a Democratic candidate's going to run for president on the impeachment platform in 2020.
But in 2018, what the Democrats have is a mutual enemy, and that's Trump and Trumpism.
But is there a danger in that for the Democrats? I mean, isn't that what?
The danger is that you rely solely on that crutch, and that you run solely. No, but in 2018, you run solely against Trump. And when people say, "Oh, we don't really love the Republicans, we don't really love Trump, but we're not really sure about what these guys stand for," you want to have something that you're standing for.
But that is very hard to do without a candidate.
Exactly.
I mean, candidates define parties.
Yes.
So the question is who emerges as the nominee of the Democratic Party, because that candidate will have a lot to say about what the party's program is going into that election.
And again, let's leave Kamala out of this. And
I was just going to say, again, let's not forget that midterms, historically terrible for the party in power, right? So we all know that they're going to be big losses.
Are you making excuses already?
Gloria, I'm stating the facts. They're not excuses. 2 times, as you all know.
Expectations.
Anybody who looks at anything in politics knows only 2 times in the history of this republic has the party in power gained seats. So there are going to be losses. It's up to you guys how many, right? It's up to whether or not you get good candidates to make that number.
We got to take a quick break. A big night for Democrats. Our election coverage continues right after this.
At 11 p.m. on the nose here on the East Coast. This is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon. Thank you for joining us. We have some breaking news for you tonight. An anti-Trump wave sweeps Democrats to victory in Virginia. Ralph Northam claiming a huge win in the governor's race, at least 13 seats in the state house flipped from red to blue. Many other local races going to Democrats tonight as well. The big question, will that wave hit President Trump and the GOP in 2018? My political dream team is here, but I want to start with CNN's national correspondent, Mr. John King. John, good evening to you. You're at the Magic Wall for us. What happened tonight?
Well, Don, we don't even talk about New Jersey there. We don't have to talk about New Jersey at all. A huge win there for the Democrats. So let's look at Virginia. We thought this would be a close race. This is almost a 9-point race as you look at the results right now at 99%. It's not just the size of the Democratic win, Don. It's how it happened, where it happened, and who it happened to. Let's go back and look at this race. We're here in the northern D.C. suburbs, Loudoun County. Used to be a Republican county. It's now a Democratic county, but look at the margin here for Ed Gillespie. He lost by 20 points in a swing county. You need to win that county. Move over here, the more populous Democratic area of Fairfax County, a shellacking. Ralph Northam getting 67, 68% of the vote to 31%. Come down here, anyone who knows Virginia, say you want to win statewide if you're a Republican, you better at least break even in Prince William County. Look at the shellacking, 61% to 38%. Interesting when you look at this, Don, because I want to take you back. Ed Gillespie ran a very close race for Senate just a few years ago. Here's Prince William County tonight. 60%, almost 61% to 38%. Ed Gillespie in this same county a couple of years ago was competitive, right? Let's move over here to Loudoun County a couple of years ago. Ed Gillespie was tied in this county just a couple of years ago. He got whipped tonight. This is a message to Republicans. This is a message because if you look at Ed Gillespie's numbers tonight in the Washington, D.C. suburbs, they look nothing like Ed Gillespie's numbers just 3 years ago in that competitive Senate race, but they look a lot like Donald Trump's numbers in the 2016 presidential race. The Republicans under Donald Trump have a problem in the suburbs. It hurt them tonight big time, Don.
John King, thank you very much. Now I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta, who is in South Korea traveling with the president. Jim, good morning to you there. Good evening here. First, what's the reaction from the president to the election results here at home?
Well, Don, as you might expect, the president did put out a tweet. He almost, it seems, threw Ed Gillespie under the bus in more than 140 characters. In a lengthy tweet, he went after Ed Gillespie, saying that he had basically did not embrace him during this campaign, but with the economy doing well, he feels like the Republican Party will continue to win. Don, we should point out, I talked to a Republican source who advises the White House, close to the White House, just a short while ago, and in the words of this Republican source, the GOP got owned tonight by the Democrats. This source went on to say that Ed Gillespie made a critical strategic mistake by embracing Trumpism, but not embracing the president himself. And we saw that during that race in Virginia. The source also said, Don, that it's likely the president will want to take a look at his political team, not only inside the White House, but over at the RNC, because obviously this is going to create some nervousness inside the Republican Party, because they're going to wonder whether or not what happened in Virginia is some kind of bellwether for the 2018 midterms. And so this source told me earlier, Don, that the president was looking for leadership from the RNC, from his White House political team, and did not get it. So the sense, Don, is that talking to people tonight who are close to the White House, there are some real concerns about how this Republican Party is going to go forward after what happened tonight in Virginia.
Yeah, we're going to discuss that in a little bit with all the folks here, my dream team, political dream team. But Jim, I want to ask you, the president gave a big speech over there and tried for a pretty big photo op as well. How did that go?
This was, truth is stranger than fiction sometimes, covering this president, Don. Yes, earlier this morning, the president he made an attempt to go to the DMZ, the demilitarized zone that separates North and South Korea. He tried to bring the press along with him, but because of fog, he did not make it. So he was looking for a big symbolic, dramatic move before this speech that he delivered earlier this evening to the South Korean National Assembly. Don, it was interesting in that speech, the president did bring some heat, you could say, but not fire and fury. He did not refer to Kim Jong-un, the North Korean dictator, as a little rocket man. He did not threaten to totally destroy North Korea, but he did say at one point in the speech, do not try us. And so the president was trying to make the case to the South Koreans here that he does have their back if the North Koreans were to do something drastic here in the coming months. But this was no question about it, and we were hearing this from sources before the speech. This was not the kind of rhetoric that you've heard from the president in the past about North Korea. Although there was some tough talk in the speech, it just didn't escalate to that kind of brinkmanship that we've seen in the past, Don.
All right, Jim Acosta traveling with the president in South Korea. Jim, thank you very much. And we're going to have more on the president's warning to North Korea in just a little bit. But I want to begin with a big story here at home. Big wins for Democrats on election night. Let's discuss now. Senior political analyst Joshua Green, a national correspondent for Bloomberg News, Bloomberg Business Week. He joins us. Chris Cillizza, CNN political reporter and editor-at-large. Political analyst Kirsten Powers. Senior political commentator David Axelrod, a former senior advisor to President Obama. And political commentators Paul Begala, Simone Sanders, and Jason Miller, former senior communications advisor for the Trump campaign, and political commentator Amanda Carpenter. I guess you can say, gangs, is the show over now with all those introductions? So,
nicely done.
What a night for the Democrats. Welcome, by the way. Good evening, everyone. What's the takeaway, David?
Well, look, there's meaning in this. This was not an isolated event. The fact that Ralph Northam, who many people thought was going to be in a very close race tonight, wins a blowout. The fact that the Virginia House of Delegates is very much in question tonight. Going into today, there was a 66-34 Republican edge. The fact that in Georgia, where there are special legislative elections, in New Hampshire, where Democrats took Republican seats, the fact that in Maine, the Medicaid referendum, expanding Medicaid, overriding a Republican governor, passed rather handily. All of these are bad augurings, I think, for the GOP. Ed Gillespie didn't embrace Donald Trump, but he embraced Trumpism at the end of that campaign. Ralph Northam was counting on Donald Trump to bring out voters on the Democratic side. Northam won that bet.
Yeah.
Voters came out in large numbers in Northern Virginia and made a huge difference.
Jason, I'm going to bring you in because you saw the president's tweet. Ouch. So you think if Gillespie had, does the president have a point? If Ed Gillespie had embraced him sooner, it may have been different here? Because you heard him say it wasn't Trump, a rejection of Trump, maybe himself, but Trumpism.
Well, I think Ed Gillespie needed to give people something to be excited about. I think that was probably the biggest shortcoming of his campaign. For all the talk about Trump voters, I think one of the things that's really missed is the fact that Trump voters are pretty sophisticated. And if the candidates who are running can't connect with them at both, not just on the issues, but in an emotional level, that these voters aren't going to go out and vote for. We saw it in Alabama, and we saw it
Explain
again.
that. What do you mean on the emotional level?
Because you can't just, the comment was made a moment ago that toward the end of this campaign that Ed Gillespie tried to adopt a couple of Trumpian positions, so to speak. But he clearly wasn't someone who fully bought into the Trump agenda, who wasn't someone who really embraced it, wasn't someone who the Trump voters really got behind. And I think the voters really saw through it, so they didn't get excited. I mean, at a minimum, he was running 10 points behind where Trump was with many of these same voters. I think there's also a campaign 101 aspect of this, that when you get down to the home stretch of a campaign in your closing message, you have to give people something to be for. Gillespie had a great negative message attacking Northam to close out, but he wasn't giving people something before, which is a mistake that Hillary Clinton made. The final thing, and I think that's really important to make for all the talk of Republicans trying to figure out what's next, as we look ahead to 2018. Just going and simply passing tax reform is not going to go and get Trump voters excited. What gets Trump voters excited it's the emotion. When you talk about tearing up bad trade deals, tearing up the Iran deal, the wall, when you talk about taking action on DACA, these are the types of things that actually excite
even
Trump
sanctuary
voters.
cities and immigration, that appeals to Trump voters. I mean, you heard what he said, but is this about Trump, Amanda?
Here's the thing that Republicans are going to look at. Ed Gillespie tried to have it both ways with Trump. The Trump train has gone barreling through the Republican Party. He tried to keep one foot on, one foot off, and he found out that that didn't work. What's the reason? Because he didn't run Trumpy enough? I don't think so. The Trump playbook only works against Hillary Clinton. He was running against a moderate Dem who didn't activate as an angry vote among Republican voters in Virginia. So that playbook is not going to work. So Republicans, when they look ahead towards 2018 and 2020, they have to decide whether they're going to choose the Trump playbook. Will that work maybe for Roy Moore in Alabama? Maybe. In Virginia, not so much.
But Josh Gillespie, he is an establishment Republican, and as you heard, he embraced some of the things, the culture war, sanctuary cities, immigration, and on and on and on. Was that a mistake for him?
Well, it didn't help. He didn't win. But I think the criticism that Trump made, that he didn't embrace Trump fully enough, is completely wrong. If you look at where Gillespie performed well, he did very well in the most conservative, red areas of the state. I think he outperformed Trump.
Outperformed Cuccinelli, too, the past nominee as well.
And he got slaughtered in the more moderate suburbs outside of Washington, D.C. So the idea that more Trump would have served him well, I think, it doesn't make any sense.
And where is Cuccinelli, who was predicting that
he was here earlier.
I'm just messing. He's not here to defend himself. I'm just having a little fun with you, Ken. But go on, Chris.
I
say this has implications even in Alabama with Roy Moore.
Here's what I would say. I would say if you are now national Democrats, you're going to come under a lot of pressure to fund the Democratic candidate in Alabama against Roy Moore, because the argument will be what Virginia proved is the anti-Trump vote is very strong. I'm sort of with Amanda there. Virginia is not Alabama. I think we have to be very careful about the anti-Trump vote could be very strong, and it could only still be 33% of the electorate in that December 12th special election. The big takeaway I think for 2018 is Loudoun County, which is suburban, exurban. David mentioned this. This is a county that 10 years ago was a Republican stronghold. If you told Mark Warner in 2001, hey, Loudoun County is going to be where the race gets, you would never ever think that. But I think that's where you see the Trump backlash. These are not liberal Democrats. This is not Arlington, Virginia, where Democrats are going to win 80% of the vote. In Loudoun County, this is not sort of, for people who are not from around here, this is not a liberal area, right? This is an exurban area, a lot of business people who work in Washington, D.C. The idea that Ralph Northam, who is from the eastern shore of Virginia, has a southern. The idea that he would win that by 20 points.
We should put a fun.
I mean, that's stunning.
Just to accentuate your point, Ed Gillespie carried Loudoun County against Mark Warner. In 2000.
Now you guys are just showing off, going back to 2001.
No, but seriously, look at that number. None of us would have said, no one, I don't think, would have said, yeah, Northam will probably win. If you told any Democrat Northam would Loudoun by 20, you could get 500 to 1 odds, and they wouldn't take it.
But Kirsten, what has been predictable lately, though? I mean, because this has been politics is not usual. This is sort of going back to traditional politics, traditional polling, and what people sort of expected to happen rather than what happened in 2016, no?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
No, well, look, I mean, I think it was actually expected that he would win. And maybe it wasn't expected he would win by this margin, but the expectation he would win. It's a Democratic state. And and it happened in the end is a little bit what happened with Alabama, where because it started to look to tighten up, people started having these expectations that the race was going to go in a different way. And then it was like, oh, it looked like maybe the Republican was going to win. And then we didn't. It was like, oh, my gosh. This is amazing, and in fact, it's a Democratic state, and he actually should win. You know, that said, it does look like there are voters that are being mobilized by Trump.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at the #1 issue there, it was health care, and you know, people are clearly upset, and there was a historic turnout. So I think you could take that away from it, but it's always dangerous to overread these sorts of things.
I know everyone wants to get in, and we will get to this side of the table. Don't worry, a little more on this side of the table, but I got to get to a break, so stay with me, everyone. When we come back, a lot to cover tonight. Ahead with the GOP candidates. What do GOP candidates do as we head into next year's midterm races? Will they embrace President Trump or keep him at a distance? We'll be right back. Back now with our election night coverage. Breaking news here, an anti-Trump wave giving Democrats a big victory in Virginia and winning the governor's race in New Jersey as well. Back with my political dream team. And it's a big dream. Look how many people I have.
When does it become a night?
I know, yeah. Pretty soon, depending on how late we have to go this evening. But I want to ask you, Simone, are Democrats, I shouldn't say overplaying their hands, but are they celebrating a little too much? Because they had a lot of losses since President Trump was elected.
Yeah, but these were the elections today that actually mattered. These were the real bellwethers, if you will, the real litmus
The other ones
test.
didn't matter.
I'm not saying they didn't necessarily matter, but what I am saying is that this was the real litmus test for Democrats to see where we are, where's the pulse in the country. I would say the resistance was electoralized tonight. You saw groups like Run for Something, the Collective PAC, lots of folks who were participating in the Women's March jump up and put their names on the ballot and run for office and support candidates. And that's important going into 2018. Folks are wondering, will this grassroots energy materialize into votes? And today, in places not just in Virginia, but New Jersey and all across this country, we saw that they did.
Well, and speaking of that, because it's a transgender candidate winning.
Yes,
someone tweeted said that
District 13 in
that
Northern
Virginia is woke AF, as they were saying.
Virginia is woke AF. Google it, y'all. I mean, it matters because
after hours.
Danica Roem was running against what did you say? Bob Marshall.
Who described himself as a proud homophobe.
He authored the ballot
bragged about his prejudice.
Well, refused to call her she. That was it. Not only would he not debate her, but he wouldn't call her she. He sent out a flyer reminding voters that Danica Roem was born male. That's an actual quote from his voters.
Yeah, how much did that work for him?
It didn't work at all. Danica Roem, now she is the first transgender state legislator in this country. So today was a win for Democrats, and I'm here for the celebration, but tomorrow we need to get back to work.
Yeah. Well, Paul, I've come to you last because you could put a big bow on it for us. I'm just saying that. But is tonight about Trump? Is this a rejection of Trump or Trumpism?
It is in part, but it's also a way forward for the Democrats, right? It's a team sport. And you saw, David talked about all across the country, in Manchester, New Hampshire, in Maine, in Charlotte, North Carolina, progressive Democrats winning and Democrats reuniting. It's a team sport. I will say Ralph Northam had a great team, terrific team in Virginia. Most important member of that team was his deputy regional political director, rising political star, tall, handsome, gifted, brilliant, my son, John Bagala. Johnny,
I was going to say, stop talking about me like
I'm so proud of you, baby.
Yeah. That's your son, but seriously, say again, I stepped on you.
That is my son, John Bagala, tall, most important player in this election. No, but what Ralph did was really interesting. Okay, he won the primary against a more progressive candidate that Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren endorsed, came into the state. Big fight. He won. And then he reunited the party. Tom Perriello is that guy he defeated. Tom busted his tail every day for Ralph Northam, while Elizabeth Warren was sitting in Washington saying that the DNC is rigged, right? While Bernie Sanders was refusing to come into Virginia, Tom Perriello is the model. This is a guy who's a progressive who lost, who then got back to work, and he is really central to this victory for Democrats.
But late in the race, some liberal groups did reject him, especially because of the sanctuary city thing and other things. So did he make a mistake late in the race, you think?
Did he? Well, I think he did. Or
did they make a mistake?
They made a bigger mistake. And this is about winning or losing. This is about whether you have progressive change or you have a Trumpist victory. And the progressives, led by Tom Perriello, and Indivisible and all these other groups Simone named, they got in there. This wasn't their preferred candidate in the primary, but they acted like grown-ups. And this is a big deal for them.
Is this an example, though, for Democrats around the country not to get someone to nominate or get a moderate candidate in there instead of someone who is too far, instead of the extreme?
You know, this is a big, diverse country. And every state is different. Every district is different. It may be an indication that you should get candidates who best reflect their communities. And he reflected this community. But there are larger lessons. By the way, while we were sitting here, someone emailed me to say that the Democrat won the state Senate race in the state of Washington, flipping control of the state Senate in Washington. So that's just the last piece of a good night for Democrats, bad night for Republicans. What's interesting about this was the dominance of Democratic candidates, not just at the top of the ticket, but the House of Delegate candidates in these suburban areas, because these are going to be largely the battlegrounds on which the House is going to be decided in 2018. And if I were a Republican strategist today, I would be concerned about whether the president is a heavyweight to carry into these districts.
Hold that thought, because I want to ask that to Jason. Jason, considering the poll numbers of the president now lowest in any modern history at this point, what do Republicans do now? Do they embrace the president in their elections, or what do they do?
I think they need to embrace the issues that he ran on and that he won on. I mean, right now they haven't gotten anything done. I think probably look at Washington, much in the way that there's a lot of dysfunction. But as we talk about candidates going into 2018, I mean, Democrats are in a real pickle when it comes to the U.S. Senate. When we talk about the 10 Democrats that are up in states where Trump won, 5 of them that were by double digits or almost 20 points. I mean, Democrats have some candidates that are way out of step with their states. You look at Indiana, Missouri, there are a couple that come to mind immediately. These are real concerns for the Democrats, and so a year is a long time, but also candidates matter, and Democrats shouldn't get too cocky just from tonight.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Chris.
I was just a name that we're not talking about and is not related to tonight, but I think is important going forward, Frank Lo-Biondo. Now, if you're not from New Jersey, you probably don't know who Frank Lo-Biondo is, right? But Frank Lo-Biondo announced that he was retiring today. Now, he represents a district that is very swing. He's a Republican, represents districts very swing. His statement, which I have not committed to memory, but is a statement that we have heard from Charlie Dent in Pennsylvania, Dave Reichert in Washington State, Ileana Ros-Lehtinen in Florida, Dave Trott in Michigan. These are all people who represent districts that are somewhere between swing districts and slightly Republican leaning, essentially saying, I came here to try to get things done. We're not getting anything done. Small groups of ideologues control both parties. This isn't what we signed up for. Right. So if you are one of those people, and there are more of those people in Washington than people who write me on Twitter, or all of us on Twitter would like you to believe, there are a lot of those people in that kind of broad, pragmatic middle. You see tonight, and I think what is difficult if you are a Republican is this. Let's not forget, Ed Gillespie almost lost the Republican primary to a guy named Corey Stewart, who was a former Donald Trump guy. Now, no one thought that Corey Stewart had any chance, including all the people who work for Ed Gillespie. He almost loses. And then he loses badly tonight. What does that tell you? It tells you that Donald Trump remains extremely popular in the Republican Party, but at least in a swing state like Virginia, Donald Trump isn't selling all that well. That's a very hard circle to square if you're a Republican.
But it's also a state where they've elected Democratic governors.
Democrats turn out their vote tonight everywhere in Virginia. It's not just a hatred for Trump. It's that if you look at the competitive delegate races, Democratic turn up anywhere from 30 to 80%, and that is going to be key going into 2018.
Hate is such a strong word, but
well, but as it relates to Trump, it's in the Democratic base. I don't think it's wrong.
All right, stand by, everyone. Stay with me. When we come back, President Trump warning North Korea that their nuclear program will put their country in grave danger. CNN's Will Ripley, the only American reporter inside North Korea right now, he's going to join us live with the rogue nation's response. Plus, former CIA and NSA Director Michael Hayden will join me. I'm going to ask him what he thinks about the potential war in that region. President Trump took a hard line against North Korea tonight, speaking in front of the South Korean National Assembly in Seoul.
The regime has interpreted America's past restraint as weakness. This would be a fatal miscalculation. This is a very different administration than the United States has had in the past. Today, I hope I speak not only for our countries, but for all civilized nations when I say to the North, do not underestimate us and do not try us.
So how did the speech play in Pyongyang? I want to bring in now CNN's international correspondent, Will Ripley. He is the only American network correspondent in North Korea's capital. Hello to you, Will. What's the reaction in North Korea to the president's speech?
Hi, Don. Well, we spoke with North Korean officials as the president was speaking, and immediately after we passed along what was said, and they reiterated something that they told me just about an hour before he spoke. And I'll read you this quote. They said, "We don't care what that mad dog may utter. We've heard enough." So the North Koreans essentially, before the president even spoke, were trying to downplay the significance of his words. The North Koreans talked about the military buildup in the Pacific, those 3 U.S. aircraft carriers, the ballistic missile submarines, all of the fighter jets. And while President Trump used that as an example of peace through strength, the North Koreans say that the United States, by assembling those military assets, is pushing the situation in this part of the world closer to the brink of war, which is an argument that we've heard them make before, and there are going to be joint military exercises kicking off in the coming days. We haven't gotten a response yet to the larger argument that the President Trump made about the economic disparities between the North and the South and the human rights, alleged human rights abuses here in this country, but we will certainly pass along any official remarks to that regard as soon as they come in. Obviously, that's a very touchy, sensitive subject here in North Korea. They blame the United States for a lot of their economic hardship, even though many in the outside world believe it's this country and its system that has led to very difficult living conditions for many millions of people here in this country, certainly in the rural areas outside of this showpiece capital city of Pyongyang.
Well, that said, is there any indication the Kim regime is preparing for a launch while President Trump is in the region?
You know, it's really anyone's guess. North Korea prides itself, Don, on being unpredictable. They don't like to do things when everyone is expecting them to do it. But we do know, and the North Koreans have indeed said, even just today, that in fact more launches and more military, more nuclear tests are coming. They say they need to round off their nuclear force. They're doubling down on that promise. But the big question, are they going to do it while President Trump is here in the region?
Will Ripley, thank you very much. Let's bring in now CNN national security analyst Michael Hayden, the former head of both the CIA and the National Security Agency. It's good to have you on. I'm interested in your perspective. So here's the president. He warned tonight that provocative action by North Korea would amount to, and this is his quote, a fatal miscalculation under his administration. Yeah. Was that the message you wanted to hear tonight?
Yeah, that was okay. It was a tough speech, and I don't mind tough. It wasn't over the top. It wasn't beyond the edge. No rocket man, no fire and fury. No over-posturing about imminent action on the part of the United States. Now, that said, he didn't point out an obvious off-ramp as to how we get out of the circumstances that we're in. But he didn't go to the extreme rhetoric that we've seen him use before. And so in that sense, I was a bit heartened and maybe even a little bit calmed by the speech.
You heard Will talking about, you know, what they said before the speech, and before the president's speech, North Korean officials told Will Ripley this. Here's a quote. He says, "We don't care about that mad dog, what that mad dog may utter, because we've already heard enough." And they went on to say in the speech that it won't impact North Korea's military testing plans that are already in place in the region. What do you say about how things stand in the region right
Sure.
now?
So I actually think there's some truth to what the North Koreans are saying. Don, I think they're on a pretty firm trajectory. They know where they want to go. Now, we may affect the timing a little bit. They may not want to upset the Chinese at this particular moment or that particular moment. But I think the North Koreans are not going to consider themselves done until they've done two things. Mm-hmm. Number one, a significant nuclear test. And number two, a test of an ICBM in a normal trajectory, that it goes out to something akin to full range. And at which point they will say, we've got this stuff. Do you want to talk? And now you've got the president who's going to have to make some really, really tough choices here because there's an inevitability about what the North's doing. I think they're quite rational. I don't think they give up this program. Limit, cap, roll back a little bit, more transparent, a little more international presence. I think that's possible at the end of negotiations, but I don't think we can make them go away.
I was going to say, do you see North Korea without nuclear weapons?
No.
And you say no.
No, and they don't. If they're just coldly rational, they have seen what happened to countries that have given up their nuclear weapons or have not developed them. The Saddam Hussein's Iraq, Muammar Gaddafi's Libya, they've gone to school on that.
Is this a red line without actually saying the words red line? Because what if they do test?
I think they will test, all right? And the president made noises tonight that we might respond to that, but he didn't quite say that explicitly, which he has done in what I think was uncareful language in previous tweets and comments.
Yeah. CNN is learning tonight, General, that the CIA Director Pompeo met with William Binney, a man who argues that the DNC hack was an inside job, contradicting the conclusion of the Intelligence Committee that Russia was behind the meddling. That meeting came at the request of President Trump himself. Yeah. So as a member of the intelligence community, what kind of red flags does this raise for you?
What I know about this is what I've read in the Intercept article, and the source for that is Bill Binney himself, who was a former NSA employee when I was there. I can't imagine that Director Pompeo was happy to go do this. This was the most conspiratorial of conspiracy theories that he appears to have been directed by the president to go investigate as a serious thought as to what had happened with regard to the DNC hack. And I think Director Pompeo, you respond to the president, of course, but he knew there was a high tariff to pay within the intelligence community, because I have a pretty good idea of what the professionals know is truth. A good thing the agency did after this was all done, without confirming the meeting even took place, simply said, we stand by our original assessment.
Yeah. William Binney says Pompeo concluded their meeting by telling him he would like Binney to meet with the FBI and the NSA as well. Yeah. Is that appropriate?
I think that was akin to, let's do lunch. Let's do lunch. We'll do lunch. I think that was a way for the director to get off stage.
To get off stage. So you don't think it was serious? It's not.
I would be very surprised if there were serious follow-up to what was a very unserious theory on the part of Bill.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Hayden. When we come back, much more on the Russia investigation. Are more Trump campaign officials in hot water than we previously thought? A major diplomatic moment for President Trump tonight in South Korea. Back with my political dream team now. Kirsten Powers, you're up. So the president took a more diplomatic approach tonight. He didn't say Rocket Man, avoiding that. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm today. I am getting more blunt.
I have no idea. And we're friends. And we're friends.
We're friends.
Yeah, jeez. Kirsten Powers.
I love live TV.
Where is she?
We also
So Kirsten, as I said, I was looking at you.
Is this live?
So, but seriously.
We'll fix it. Yeah, on the tape.
Right. I'm going to leave now. But this is what people are grappling with. They're North Korea. They're dealing with that. They're dealing with obviously what's happening at the polls. They're dealing with health care. They're dealing with taxes. They're dealing with all of this. A president who's over there. They're worried about war. He didn't say Rocket Man. Do you think this was the right approach for him in the speech tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, it's sort of the lower bar that we often set for him, that he didn't call him Rocket Man. That's a pretty low bar. It was, I guess, a sober speech. There was nothing that was incendiary in it. And so that tends to be what he does, though, in these situations. I think when there's a teleprompter and when he's on the world stage, this tends to be who you see. He did, of course, take the time out to send a tweet. That could have been sent by a 14-year-old.
And put in a plug for his golf club.
Yes,
and everyone thought there wouldn't be as much tweeting as when he left the country. But Chris, I've got to ask you, the attempted trip to the DMZ, was that embarrassing? What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, so it's surprising on one level, and on another level, not at all surprising, in that Donald Trump is a showman. Whatever you think of him politically, Jason, I think, would agree. I mean, he's someone who likes pomp and circumstance. He's someone who has a sense for the theatrics of this, which, frankly, a lot of politics is theatrics. So that's not all that surprising. I think he also likes the reality TV star unexpected twist that they said he wasn't going to the DMV, and then he went, right? You know what I mean? Like, I stared across, and North Korea knew my resolve, whatever. I mean, but so I think that it's not terribly surprising that he wanted to do it. My bet is he's not at all happy that the weather kept him from doing so, but we shouldn't be surprised at this. I think politics, this is not just Donald Trump, but politics is more and more theater-driven, more and more sort of showmanship-driven. And symbolism-driven. And this is, he would be far from the first president to engage in symbolism that may not have had a broader, deep diplomatic point.
But that would have been an amazing shot. Like, now I want to see that picture. Now that you told me you thought about it and you didn't do it, why didn't you just drive a car over there and make it happen? Now I need to see this picture. But in terms of the speech, the thing that I am looking for that I do think people should pay attention to that is significant is that he called on Russia and China to cut ties to trade and technology. I mean, that is a big deal. And if it doesn't happen, what happens then? How does Nikki Haley navigate this? That opens up all kinds of questions, even though I remain interested in that photo.
Well, that's what we'll ask. That's what I asked Amanda, not Kirsten. That's what by the way, remember your question, when does it become a nightmare? Whoever said that.
Yeah.
About 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So is this a red line without saying it's a red line? Because what does he do if none of this happens?
I mean, all the lines are blurred. I mean, he says he's taking a hard line. The era of strategic patience and all this is over. But that speech was kind of a hot mess. There's parts of it I really
It was
liked.
a real hot mess. It was a whole mess.
Tennis and golf. There were some really great pieces where he talked about South Korean resilience and the tale of two Koreas. But it all kind of gets lost in this mess.
You know, I asked General Hayden about that, and he says, you know, they love their golfers over there. They're very proud, especially their women golfers.
Yeah. And
they're very proud, and it's a light moment.
He was complimenting him. He was praising him. I mean, I'd reiterate what Wolf and Gloria both said earlier. This is a very strong speech. Yes, I think a lot of the attention will be on the president saying that China and Russia need to step up. Obviously, we've already seen China with the action they've taken with telling their banks to need to put additional pressure on North Korea. Really, Russia is the important part here. We need them to take additional action on North Korea if we're really going to go and enact some real pressure here. But there was another line that I imagine was a Stephen Miller special that was in the speech talking about the thin line of civilization. And I imagine that we're going to see this theme pop up a number of times. When you think about that line between civilization and chaos and good and evil, when you talk about the thin line again between a North and a South Korea, I mean, this is very much an existential moment for the Korean people. And it was good to see the president take such a strong...
The hard line of reality, though. And I think, you know, he is dealing with the same reality that other presidents have, which is that there aren't all that many options. And he's on the Korean Peninsula there. The people he was talking to are the ones who are most exposed. If there's a military action, they're the ones who are most in danger. And it's hard to do that without catastrophic results. So, you know, I have sympathy for any president. The options are limited, and the tough talk may be useful. But the options are not all that.
Well, we've run out of time.
I want to get to Russia real quick before we get to the break here, and I want to ask Paul about this because this is a new CNN SSRS poll. It shows 44% of Americans are very concerned about Russia, and former National Security aide Carter Page's testimony provided some new details to worry about. We learned that Page met with lots of Russian officials, including Russia's deputy prime minister. Top Trump campaign staffers knew about those contacts. What does that tell you?
It tells you that these people lie like you and I breathe. Okay, they said from the beginning, we had no contacts with the Russians. Mr. Trump himself as a candidate said that. No contact. Oh, wait, some contacts. Now, I think it's 8 or 9 campaign officials, including the candidate's son and son-in-law and campaign chairman, were meeting with Russians. I've run presidential campaigns. Axe has. You don't have time to call your mama, much less time to call Moscow. This is unprecedented. And that's why you could see with him, every time you raise Russia, he flips out because he's acting like he's guilty. I don't know if he is. We'll wait and see Mr. Mueller's report. But this whole thing, every new fact we learn is more incriminating, not exculpatory. We haven't heard nobody had any contacts with Liechtenstein. I don't know why. Everything seems to all roads lead to Russia with this guy.
Jason has the most pained look on his face that I've seen him.
Yeah, some C-list wannabe advisor takes a trip to go.
Okay, all right, hold on.
And you want to make it sound like it's some grand collusion.
When did they become C-list? When we found out they met with the Russians, or
okay,
before?
so you're going to say Carter Page's A-list or even B-list?
What I'm going to say is I've also worked on a presidential
So
campaign.
you're the
just
captain-
don't put-
you're the
you just
captain
don't
of the
put
Carter
anybody
Page
in the
fan
room
club?
with your candidate.
Okay, we gotta
and
get
you've got Papadopoulos and all kinds of folks who have
we gotta get you
had
connected
real
with
confidence.
They're going to keep arguing during the break, and we are going to go to the break.
Wait, George
Everyone stay with
Papadopoulos?
me.
Oh,
When
come
we come
on.
back,
Come on now.
Republicans promising tax cuts for the middle class as a part of their new tax plan, but would middle-class families actually pay more if the plan goes through? We'll talk about that and everything else when we come back. Back now with my political dream team, and we were discussing Carter Page before the break, and you said basically he was an intern or a volunteer, and the room went. He keeps basically saying he was freelancing with all of this.
No, I mean, everyone wants to try to make it sound like Carter Page or George Papadopoulos had some senior role in the campaign, and these folks were trying to demonstrate value that had no real role with the campaign. I didn't even know who these people were until we got into the fall of last year, and some reporters started bringing their name up. I mean, this is completely ridiculous. It's a total distraction from what the president's trying to do. And that, look, I got to give the Democrats credit, though. It's probably the most orchestrated, best focused message they've had this last year. They're trying to make this sound like this is
who they were
collusion.
when the president introduced him as his senior advisor.
To the Washington Post.
Do we have the picture of the seat at the table with him?
Posted the picture.
Yeah.
Totally agree with you on that they shouldn't have announced them as advisors, especially people who weren't qualified, and someone like Carter Page and George Papadopoulos. And they're, I have no idea why these people were even announced as advisors, but it's completely. No, they weren't advisors.
Okay, no, it doesn't work like that.
Carter Page never even met Donald Trump. Paul, he never even met the president.
Who didn't? Carter Page. Okay, let's talk about Papadopoulos, who is in the photo with the president at this
one round table.
At one round table, he was described by
an excellent guy.
But to the Washington Post. So what I'm saying here is, look, it sounds really great in retrospect to say, oh, these folks really didn't matter. But the fact of the matter is they were part of the campaign apparatus, and they and others in the campaign apparatus had repeated contact with a foreign entity that people frankly lied about.
Like
that
Fusion
matters.
GPS?
I'm not even going to go there with you. I want you to stay on Russia and this.
I mean, here's the thing they can't really get around. It doesn't matter if they were low-level employees. You can't get around the fact that the Trump Tower meeting happened. You can't get around the fact that Jared Kushner did seek to set up a secret back channel in which he entertained the notion of conducting communications at a Russian facility. You can't get around the fact that Mike Flynn had a secret call with the ambassador, lied about it to the vice president, and got fired for it. And so you throw these little aides on top, that just makes a bigger story. Those are the big things you cannot get around, and there's more to that list.
It's almost a dozen Trump staffers, and it's beginning to sound like does it sound like a Law and Order episode? Like, I have no idea who that person is. I don't know them, never met them.
I mean, look, Donald Trump is going to say what Donald Trump is going to say about Russia, and Carter Page and Paul Manafort worked for my campaign for a very short period of time, and the people who support him are going to believe him, and the people who followed the campaign are going to say Paul Manafort was effectively the campaign manager for an extended period of time. I'm not sure any of it matters until Bob Mueller does what he does. I mean, look, that won't preclude me from writing and talking about it from now until that happens. But what comes out of the Mueller investigation probe is going to be not for the entire country, because Donald Trump has, in my opinion, unfortunately already laid the groundwork to disqualify this, what he finds for some people, but for the majority of the country, I think will be a trusted final word, and then we will go from there as it goes.
But
as it
to
relates
put it
to
in
Russia.
the context of the day, it was important to today because I'm sure people thought about that as they were going to the polls. It is weighing on this administration.
Donald Trump's campaign manager just got indicted. I mean, we already have something that Mueller has come out and done, and
he's a very low-level campaign chairman.
But
for his own problem. For his own problem.
Just one thing. I don't. Maybe Josh disagrees with me. I do not think that the average person in, let's say, Loudoun County, Virginia, was like, this whole Russia thing, I'm going to send Trump a I think it's Trump broadly. They may not like him tonally. They don't like what he's doing at the country. Yes, does Russia, what they know of it, maybe play a role in it? Sure, but I don't think that Russia is the top of the mind. I think the way in which he approaches the presidency is, for, at least in Virginia and these swing counties, something that was determinative for them.
I'm definitely not saying Russia is
Chris
an
has to go.
issue.
Everybody else stick around. Stay with me, everyone else. When we come right back, Democrats are winning some big elections tonight. What the results say about the president.